fighter from the start. I mean, no carry grudge in the heart. Hatred make you turn from your people. Wise up, I feel this man. DJ, turn up the lights from the start. Ring tune, pull it up, celebrate cause we no carry grudge in the heart. We no carry grudge in the heart. Everybody feel right, right. Good vibes in the place all night. Cause we don't carry grudge, we people. We don't have time for your study, no evil. Don't make them catch you with the bad energy. Smiling on your face, but me I tell them my enemy. How many times you try to cure them? I fi cut them out, that's the only remedy. Everybody go through things. We not perfect, so we don't do the blame game thing. Know this trial's gonna come one day. I fi endure, adapt me and sing. Any function must clean, then step out, peel out, jump in a car, tire screech out, GPS it have it put in the route, dream team touch the scene, everybody scream out, wait up, turn up the lights on the start, ring tune, pull it up, celebrate cause, we no carry grudge in the heart, we no carry grudge in the heart, DJ, turn up the lights on the start, ring tune, pull it up, celebrate cause, we no carry grudge in the heart. We no carry grudge in the heart.
Energy them not real, them a fake.
But the grass low, so we get to see this snake them.
Pass the cutlass, give me the rape.
A long time I don't tell you, say the whole of them a fake.
Them can't hold me down, cause it's a party night. Good vibes in the air, tonight me feeling right.
But I'm not hypocrite, but I'm not parasite. Them not show themselves for day, but them come out tonight.
Them a vampire, I run from the light.
Them just remember every day, them spirit not right.
Them a combine evil, too much idle time.
Whatsoever in the dark, if it come in a light.
Turn up the lights on the start. Ring tune, pull it up, celebrate cause we no carry grudge in the heart. We no carry grudge in the heart. DJ, turn up the lights on the start. Ring tune, pull it up, celebrate cause we no carry grudge in the heart. We no carry grudge in the heart.
I'm not really smiling at me face, me realize. Just give me the strength for me, see they might be spiritualized. Still I enduring at this struggle when the pressure rise. Man, I be also lean at the giddy and be stay alive. No sweat and tears, endure self-sacrifice. Still not give up, cause my mind rest on a price. That just give me strength for overcome my enemies. Them full of hatred, them full of jealousy. Man, true to the thing, we not fake, we not counterfeit. I know for them, what they mean, what them full of be perfect, Israel never quit. Have to be purged in the fire, so me tell you this. Man, true to the thing, we not fake, we not counterfeit. I know for them, what they mean, what them full of. Be perfect, Israel never quit. Have to be purged in the fire, so me tell you this.
Turn up the lights on the start. Ring tune, pull it up, celebrate cause we no carry grudge in the heart. We no carry grudge in the heart. DJ, turn up the lights on the start. Ring tune, pull it up, celebrate cause we no carry grudge in the heart. We no carry grudge in the heart.
Listen, what we say?
I feel blessed, got good people in my life, but still I pay love, even though sometimes we fight. Sometimes, but me not change up, no. Me not change up, no. But me not change up, oh no. Me not change up, no way. Never could have trust in a boy. If you can't go through the thick and thin, then you not qualify. Then not qualify. Never drop your guard around the boy. Only do that with the people, them where you not bonify, my youth. Watch them. The one time you deny them when them ask you something, you want know them friend. Bad breed, them a problem. Yeah. Back to feed you that snare circle and stay far from them. Small crew, nah, me no need enough. Nah, your friends there with you when it time rough. A real friend don't turn them back. Always keep it real and don't put on a act. No act. Oh, you fit turn your back on your people. Why some people so evil? Watch for the snake, don't make them deceive you. Oh, rain on fire, boy. I feel blessed. Got good people in my life, but
but still I pay love. Even though sometimes we fight, sometimes. But me not change up, no. Me not change up, no. But me not change up, oh no. Me not change up, no way.
Me not change up. Me remember the struggle when me have a water coming on me eye. Nothing can face us. Me brother Malachi used to cook the banana and oil. Depression never break us. We face the tribulation every day, but we never know why. While everybody hates us, we still a wake up in the morning and praise the Most High. Just send a blessing it a rain can be. Militant soldier in the army, and he bless me with the laws and the testimony. So we want to know the faith and give
I feel blessed, got good people in my life, but still I pay love. Even though sometimes we fight, sometimes. But me not change up, no. Me not change up, no. But me not change up, oh no. Me not change up, no way.
I coulda anywhere we go. We not change cause we never grow so. Little dirty junk up. Them a change like lizard like them never know you. No for them my friend for an occasion. Them against the truth, them turn pagan. Them a cockroach draw for the bacon. Betray man, them a roll with Satan. Please me, I beg you, judge, watch you over me. Protect my soul from my enemies. Them want to see me, them want to see the best of me. Them want me 6 foot deep down in the cemetery. Please me, I beg you, judge, watch you over me. Protect my soul from my enemies. Them want to see me, them want to see the best of me. Them want me 6 foot deep down in the cemetery.
I feel blessed, got good people in my life, but still I pay love. Even though sometimes we fight, sometimes. But me not change up, no. Me not change up, no. But me not change up, oh no. Me not change up, no way.
Turn it up. Yeah.
Call all the deacons up.
Call them up now.
Ask if we linking up.
Ask if we linking up.
What time no sleeping time?
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 Call up the deacons, bro.
Call them up now.
Ask if we linking up.
Ask if we linking up.
What time no sleeping time?
What time no sleeping time?
Wake up the sleeping tribe.
Wake up the sleeping tribe.
Call up the deacons, bro.
Call them up now.
Ask if we linking up.
No.
What time no sleeping time?
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 Call all the deacons up.
Call them up now.
Ask if we linking up.
What we linking up?
What time no sleeping time?
Any minute now.
Wake up the sleeping tribe.
I said I had to call him up. I made the phone call a Deacon like, what's up, is you ready for war? He replied, been ready for war. Been ready for a battle with swords. And I respect him cause he fought many wars. I humble down to what the scriptures say and give doubles to the elders that been leading the way. I know it's hard in this walk and they've been walking for years. So when I'm weak in the flesh, they voice attend to my ears. A young man trying to soak the wisdom, gain the knowledge, apply the scriptures. Wrong decisions leave me senseless. Dear Lord, would you give me a chance? We all looking for the code of the gate. We all looking how to change our fate. Repentant, so rebellious. No, I had to change my whole lifestyle. I'm getting wise now. I'm looking forward to an all-gold crown. I'm just praying at the Lord, looking down with a smile, you know.
Call all the deacons up.
Call them up now.
Ask if we linking up.
Ask if we linking up.
What time no sleeping time?
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 Call up the deacons, bro.
Call them up now.
Ask if we linking up.
Ask if we linking up.
What time no sleeping time?
What time no sleeping time?
Wake up the sleeping tribe.
Wake up the sleeping tribe.
Call up the deacons, bro.
Call them up now.
Ask if we linking up.
No.
What time no sleeping time?
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 Call all the deacons up.
Call them up now.
Ask if we linking up.
Yeah, we might have to call the big guns in on this one, man.
Any minute now.
Wake up the sleeping tribes.
I think we're gonna need a little assistance.
Bishop gave the green light. Yeah, we about that action. Call up all the regions and assemble all the factions. This is an organized nation and we active. It's time to get at it. Another shot dead in the street. Response time is imminent. Less than a week. Our people need this medicine to wake them up from sleep. And how the hell they gonna get it if it ain't IUIC? Steady looking for the light, but they can't quite see. Trying to take a deep breath, but they can't quite breathe. Still looking to a nation that'll never save thee. Wondering why they left their blood in the street. When our blood is unique, she ain't never been taught that. Through Christ, yeah, buddy, we been brought back. How you in the fight for black life but never fought back? Prophecy your town, it's going down. We want it all back, all that.
Call all the deacons up. Call them up now.
Hey man, this thing is amazing.
Ask if we linking up. What time no sleeping time? 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 Call up the deacons, bro. Call them up now.
If you wanted to.
Ask if we linking up. What time no sleeping time? What time no sleeping time?
It's time for our people to come back to God's law, statutes, and commandments.
Call all the deacons up. Call them up now. Ask if we linking up. No.
Hey, we calling all the soldiers, all the officers, all the captains, all the deacons,
call them up now.
all the bishops.
What we linking up? Amen now.
Let's win this battle, y'all. Yeah. One time for righteousness. One time for the saints of the Most High God. Yeah. And one time for the sisters too, supporting the troops. You know how I do. Yeah. Hey man, we out of here, man. Wartime, war ready.
This one goes out to all the haters in Israel united in Christ. And we just want to let you know our bill receipts.
Deacon Asaph, instruct the people.
Now this one goes out to all the haters of Israel united in Christ. Because we know you put a lot into hating us all year. So we just want to let you know out there we see you. There's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is. How many times must we check these fools, correct these fools, dissect these fools? They still running their mouth. That's why nobody don't respect these fools. Just let these fools know that we don't play. Understand we could do this every day. You think you intelligent, you not even relevant. Understand you are in the room with an elephant. Step on all your heresy and make the people say why you didn't listen when we said move out the way. You keep testing us, stressing us. Why you second guessing us? Even though you cursing us, God is steady blessing us. We hate to hear when you talk, cause you's a damn liar. So when you say we fell off, we come with more fire. I am not the one to play with these scripts. I will stray with my lips. Anyone trying to twist God's words up, we live and die by these laws. So ain't nobody stopping us because there's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. The elders said we would study for us to get the kingdom and then go teach our people because we got to bring them to the Lord cause they so lost. They living in sin, they destroyed and they going off. And then he told me, God is calling me, so make this your priority. If you see any wickedness, rebuke with all authority. Cause our people are sick, give them this medicine, or God gon' put their lights out like Con Edison. I love my people, I don't wanna see them die, but the way that they be living, man, it make you wanna cry. Cause ain't nobody helping them, no one's doing a thing. So God is gonna raise up some kings, that's why. There's kings up in this building, look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building, look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. Never let you mess this up. Look at how we kept this up. Even though you hate our guts, we the ones that people trust. We moving up every year. Y'all moving like y'all don't care. You brothers ain't going nowhere cause you don't serve the Lord with fear. You saying you Israelites, but I don't understand it. You teaching things that we know God has not commanded. You robbing our people and you coming off like a bandit. We ain't gonna stand it. It ain't the way we planned it. Just repent, stop your sinning and you can make it better. Brothers, imagine what we could do if we came together. We the greatest, I'ma say this and I don't care. Bump your fist up in the air and tell everybody here. There's kings up in this building, look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building, look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building, look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building, look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play.
What's real and what ain't.
So, as you see, what's blowing up Twitter and social media right now is, it hasn't been confirmed, but the rumors of Kevin Samuels passing. What do you think about that?
If it's true, I am actually heartbroken. I'm actually sad because I actually like Kevin Samuels. I listen to a lot of his content, and I agree with 90% of it. So it really made me sad. I'll say sad.
So why you think so many sisters don't agree with a lot of the things he said?
Personally, all I could think of was was some truth, because a lot of times, you know, the truth is unpopular, and the truth can hurt as well. It actually taught me when I first come across one of his videos. I was like, a lot of them, I wouldn't say I got offended, but I was like, who is this and who does he think he is? But what I learned was it's good to listen before you speak on something. Listen to the whole thing.
I'm reading a thread that says he made a career off of bashing women and upholding oppressive gender standards. Y'all want us to take the high road.
I wouldn't say he would bashing women. Again, that's one of those things. Like, if it didn't apply to me, I mean, I wasn't offended. But at the same time, if it was the truth, you know, it is what it is. Because I'm one who, I grew up in a home with my father being a leader. So I've watched, you know, what a leader is, and as well as my mother being a submissive woman, but on a good note. My daddy did not run over her, but she took joy in seeing about my father, and they have until this day they've been married of 43 years, still going strong and very successful.
Okay, okay. All praises. So we're gonna go to Yaya. Stay on stage, Brandy. We're gonna get some more people up. We're gonna come back around. Yaya, welcome to the stage.
Shalom, everyone.
So what do you think about the passing, the alleged? We can't say it. We haven't proven it. Passing of Kevin Samuels.
So, if I'm correct, that's the guy that dressed real sharp and was always talking about how women should be or get a man or something like that, right? That's the guy we talking about?
That is him.
Okay, so if he passed, I mean, any passing is sad, you know? Even if you don't know him. I don't really know the dude like that. I've seen him a couple of times. Before I moved out to Atlanta when I was in California, somebody sent me something about him and I followed him like a few hours or something. But I mean, it pretty much, for me, it went in one ear and out the other. I mean, as far as what he said about women and how women should be to get a man, it's irrelevant to me, really, to put that much thought into how he felt about that. So I mean, I really, I don't follow social media like that. I mean, I barely have enough time now to get on there and try to share, since I've been on here with you guys. But I share every time I'm on here. I share with my family and some friends. So I know I share at least 10. So I mean, again, with regards to him, if he passed, I mean, it's a sad situation. I get that part. Death is not ever a good thing. But as far as his outlook on women, I could care less, because it's about who you are and who you're trying to be. And I know what I'm trying to do and what I've been trying to do. I've never put that much emphasis on trying to be something extra just to get a man. I mean, be yourself. If that's not enough, and being a child of God, and now that I know I am who I am in Israel, in Judah, I could care less. I really could. I mean, he made a lot of money, though. I mean, I guess it came from, I'm thinking most of his money came from sponsorship. I don't know what type of job he had
Let
other
me
than
ask you something.
commentating.
Let me ask you something. Some of the things that he said concerning relationships with men and women, were they true, not true? Is it right for a woman to be submissive to a man?
I believe in submission. I always have. Even before I came into the truth, I've always believed in submission, and I just got that a lot from my dad and my uncles because they were strong individuals when it came to relationships. Especially my uncles and them. I mean, they were married until their deaths, um, things of that nature. So I get it. I saw.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm bugging, but I can't hear nothing.
Yeah. I was gonna say I think we lost it temporarily. We gonna come back, yeah. Let's go to Ree. Am I saying your name right, sis?
Oh, yes, sir, you are.
Okay. How you doing?
I'm great. How are y'all?
We good. So, you see the title. What do you think about the alleged passing of Kevin Samuels? The things that he said in regards to women and relationships.
I mean, if it's true, Hasn't been confirmed yet. Death, I hate to hear about anyone passing away. It's a horrible feeling. I don't know if he had children. I didn't go that in depth into his life, to know if he had children or a wife or anything like that. But I do know death does hurt. And it's really not a situation to rejoice over or joke about or it being a hoax or whatever. But I got familiar with him through TikTok. And a lot of things I agreed with and a lot of things I did not agree with. He's a very blunt person. He speaks his mind, very opinionated. I'm like the other ladies. If it don't apply, I let it fly. I was raised by a wonderful woman, a very virtuous woman that installed morals and values inside of me. So it didn't really affect me. It was hilarious, very hilarious at times to see some of the women stuck. And maybe that was their pure and natural reaction to him actually speaking the truth, if that fell within their truth. But for me, it didn't really affect me in any way because I'm going to be who I am regardless. I had a father, was a man, showed me the example of being loved properly by a man. And like I said, my personal opinion, it didn't affect me in any way. He has his opinion. He really can't tell a woman how to be a woman because he's not a woman and he does not experience our feelings and our emotions. Women are very much more emotional than a man. And I feel like women go through more than what men go through. But I don't know. I mean, his opinions didn't ever bother me in any way. I would laugh. Like, oh, he funny. But yeah, his, alleged death, no, it's nothing to joke about or to rejoice about. He has a family. And I just feel like some things do not need to be said. It don't need to be said. Wait. Keep your opinions to yourself when it comes down to things like that. That's
Okay. Okay. All right. Hey, JB, AZ, Joseph.
Yeah. Say, Reed. Let me ask you. And I suppose what I'm gonna ask you also goes to anybody else who's not on stage yet. Which I encourage each and every one of you who are interested in the topic, right? Who are not in the know to come on in. So, Reed, let me ask you this. Let's speak about him in regards, and Kevin Samuels. If he was to say the things that he was saying on his podcast or YouTube, or whatever you want to call that, it's not a radio; it's like a podcast-ish thing. If he was to be saying that to you, right? Because looking at it is kind of funny, right? But if he was to say that to you, how would you have taken that?
Most of the things he said was offensive. I don't think, you know what? I take that back. Because a lot of things he said was truthful. I think it was more the way he said it that offended women. It sounded so harsh. And for me, I wouldn't have never been.
Yeah, your phone cut out.
I wouldn't have got on this podcast at all, But if I would have gotten on this podcast, I think it probably would have been more the way he said it. But hey, sometimes if it's the truth hurts. Everything is not supposed to feel good. And it's either going to make you better or you're going to turn a deaf ear and continue to move on and do whatever you choose to do with your life.
Okay, I see where you're getting at with that. So now, here's the thing, right? Because the title is appropriately named because there's other rooms currently. There's posts of sisters rejoicing over this man dying. So then look, the question comes in. Look, check this out, right? The question comes in. All right, why are they rejoicing at him dying? Stuff like, for example, the relationship being 50-50, like a relationship being 50-50, right? What you think about that? relationship being 50-50 or high valued man. I used to see that always inside these videos.
I'm sorry, y'all. Someone was calling my phone, but I'm back.
Damn, you missed about everything I had to say.
I mean, I've never had to. Me personally, I'm married. I have a husband. I've been married for almost 4 years. My husband takes care of everything. I've never had to deal with that issue. I work. I take care of the children. I take care of the home. He pays the bills. I can only speak from experience. So that's why I was like, okay, if it don't apply, let it fly. A lot of things that he spoke about, it didn't really apply to my life. So I laughed about it because it was funny, the reactions. I don't do 50-50. If I had to do 50-50, I would. If I had to, if my husband came to me and said, listen, we're having a rough time, woo, I need you to help out. I would most definitely do that because we are a team. We work together. I got his back.
Hey, Reed, that's interesting. You said, you used a financial issue. So if you had to help out financially, does that make out 50-50?
Yes. For me, yes.
So if he's not the sole provider, then you have equal say in all parts of the marriage. Is that what you're saying?
I have my opinion and I have a voice, but I'm going to always be submissive to my husband. He's the leader.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to...
He's the head, and I go more biblical on that.
Okay. That's what I was trying to see, is if you had to pick up the financial burden, is your voice stronger in the marriage? Are you more vocal? Okay.
No, I'm not going to mess with his pride like that. Is that the question you're asking?
Okay. I'll praise it.
No, I'm still going to allow. He's still going to be the man. He's still going to be the head. Only we know what's going on in our household. I may have to take it up momentarily, but I believe he'll get to the point where he get back on track and things will get back to what they need to be. We're a team. We work together.
Got you. Hey, welcome, E.
Hey, what's going on? I'll tell you one thing. There's a reason why Reed is married. I'll tell you right now, you stay on here long enough, you're going to see a whole other side of your sisters on here. It's about to get crazy later on tonight. I already feel it. But I want to get Lamentations 4 and 1, because the reason why Kevin Samuels struck so many chords with sisters is because black men have lost their power and respect among their nation. We're the only race of men on the earth that have women that disrespect them and look at them as nothing. Look at them as pretty much look at us as garbage. No other race of people have to sit around and have people like Kevin Samuels. Well, when you have white folks, like you have what's his name, Peterson, a guy's name, something Peterson. The only reason why you have a white counterpart to Kevin Samuels is because black women have learned their behaviors from white women. The power to be 50-50, the power to be equal, the power of feminism and sexual liberation, my body, my choice. All of that really much was all passed down from Caucasian problems that black women chose to adopt for themselves when it was unnecessary to do so. So this is the reason why Kevin Samuels struck a nerve, is because he pretty much was trying to keep black families together. He was telling sisters who were seeking, because for example, when you have brothers that are fat, women don't call fat men big and beautiful. I've never ever heard a brother who was overweight, fat, called big and beautiful. No one called Biggie Smalls big and beautiful. Yeah. But what they will do is they'll say, "Oh, he's a teddy bear," but that has nothing to do with his attraction. It just means he's fat and fluffy and so kind. It has nothing to do with his looks. But Kevin Samuels pretty much pointed out a lot of things that women didn't want to hear, particularly black women didn't want to hear, and he challenged them. And whenever he challenged them, he shut them down based upon facts and statistics. and they didn't like it. And of course, I don't agree with everything that Kevin Samuels said, because a lot of things he was saying was carnal. A lot of it was not biblical. But the points that he did make that were biblical, I was in full agreement with, because that's what we deal with, the Bible. So give me Lamentations 4:1. We're going to read the verse 3. Verse 3 is the key verse I want, though.
Lamentations chapter 4 and verse 1. How is the gold become dim? How is the most fine gold changed? The stones of the sanctuary are poured out in the top of every street.
So the gold he's referring to, he said, how has the gold become dim? The gold, he's going to elaborate. This is Jeremiah's lamenting for his people's condition when the nation of Babylon came in and pretty much destroyed the city. So he's talking about the before and after. So he's saying, how has the gold become dim? So you probably think he's referring to actual gold. He's not. You don't watch.
The precious sons of Zion, comparable to fine gold.
There you go. So the precious sons of Zion is the black man. We are the sons of Zion. That is who we are. That's who we be. You've seen the movie The Matrix. The Zion, that's pretty much us. And the robots and machines is pretty much the system that many of you sisters have chosen to side with against your men. That is why we are divided as a nation of people. That is why you are least married and the least desirable to be married. Sisters who are married in this platform are the 25%, while the 75% of you are not, and rightfully so, because a lot of sisters are choosing to be men or trying to be in their position, and a lot of these sisters that complain about men not playing their position are raising men who choose to not play their position. So it's a self-defeating argument. So the Bible is referring to the dimness of gold is in reference to the sons of Zion. Continue reading.
How are they esteemed as earthen pitchers, the work of the hands of the potter?
So he goes on to say that the gold has become dim to the point where it's become earthen pitchers. Like if you examine, would you rather a golden vase or vase, however you pronounce it, or an earthen pitcher, meaning made of what is it, glass or whatever? You want the gold. So we went from gold to earthen pitchers, from something that's pretty much, if you drop it, it won't break, to something that's fragile and easily broken. Go ahead.
Even the sea monsters draw out the breast.
So he says even the sea monsters. Now, when the Bible makes reference to sea monsters, that's literal. You have very big creatures underwater that are very ferocious and very fierce that we've seen and have not seen. And he's saying even the sea monsters, these particular sea, like for example, if you examine a movie called Godzilla, that's a sea monster. So he's talking about that. So he's saying even the sea monsters, a most ferocious sea creature, the most ferocious, whether you want to call it a whale, a killer whale, something vicious underwater, a sea monster. Go ahead.
They give suck to their young ones.
So he says even the sea monster is the most ferocious, most vicious creatures underwater that can cause harm to man and other animals that are weaker than itself underwater, have compassion towards their young, have compassion towards their babies. Read on. Watch this.
The daughter of my people is become cruel.
But the daughters of my people have become what? Read again.
Have become cruel.
So, but the daughters of my people, the sisters, have become cruel. So that's why they comment and say, yeah, Biddy's dead. That's great. So what God is saying that the most vicious sea animal or monster, you can call it Godzilla as an example, that animal that was destroying cities and crushing people and burning people alive and knocking down buildings, animals like that have more compassion than the black woman today. That's really what your God is saying. That's what Jeremiah is saying. So that same evil, wicked attitude that our women have today, they had it then too. And that's why, and the reason why that is because a lot of our brothers, a lot of the men also have become earthen pitchers. They've become weak. And there were certain areas where Kevin Samuels was trying to basically, in certain areas, not all areas, but in certain areas, he was trying to strengthen the men and show them their value and show them that how important they were and how they didn't have to be, told that they're average and that they're dusty and things like that. He was trying to encourage, from what I saw in certain instances, he was trying to, I've even seen him be worse on men than the women. Women ain't had shit to say. When he was cursing out men and insulting them when they were talking stupid, women ain't say shit. The moment he got on the women, oh, he's misogynist. Oh, he's wicked. But when he got on the men, they laugh, they giggle, they cackle. But when it came to the sisters, it was a problem. So I'm just showing that the Bible makes it clear that the sons of men, the sons of Zion, have over time, we've grown weaker and more wicked. That's what, for example, yesterday we did a room, a room called Absent Black Fathers. You know, the whole room was full of women. Not very rarely any men came into the room because they've become earthen pitchers. They've grown weak, and so that's why a lot of the sisters they don't respect us, and the white man has empowered them to further not respect us, and that's where all these insults and this hatred for Kevin Samuels comes from, because our sisters have been emboldened and have been empowered by the devil the Bible speaks of, as they just like their mother Eve in the garden. That's why y'all bleed every month and y'all have labor pains, because God's reminding y'all, because your mom made the same mistake in the garden that y'all make now, disrespecting your men. Y'all better learn from this, because I'm telling you straight, biblically speaking, I'm gonna get there later on, not have time. According to the Bible, this place you call America is the only place you allow a voice. Y'all talk about I want to have a voice and all that other stuff. I hear that all the time. And y'all only have this voice where Europeans are around. Where Europeans are at, y'all can dial 911 white. That's where your power comes from. You go to any other part of the world where European influence is not prominent, that voice gets real small. But once that voice is gone, and it will be gone when them nukes drop, the power that you sisters have been seeking all this time from the Garden of Eden will be removed. And the sons of Zion will be gold once again. And that cruelty you sisters have will be removed. And all the mockery of comments, Kevin Samuels and so forth, because that's going to end as well. And then my plane.
Hey, you know what's heavy about that, Eve, when you speak about the earthen pitchers, is every time he would say, can you marry or deal with a man, an average man?
An average man,
90% of the time, they would say no.
Correct. Yes, they would. Correct. And then he would explain to them. He asked the sister one time. He asked the sister. He said, let me ask you a question. He goes, how much you weigh, dress size, and she told him. So based upon her dress size and her height, she was overweight. So he said, do you believe if you walk into a room full of black men, that you'd have a chance the way you are now and overweight? She said, yes. He goes, if you walk into a room full of other races of men and so forth, do you feel you have a chance with them? And they should accept you how you are? She said no. So what that means is he was saying, see, gentlemen, these sisters want you to accept them as they are, but they do other races, they know that they will not allow that. So you made a valid point with that, and that, of course, he caught hell for that too. I'm not agreeing with him. Everything that Kevin Samuels said, I'm not going to sit up here and say was true. Some things I was like, hell no, that's not biblical. That's off. However, when he was encouraging black men and black women to establish a family unit once again. His delivery was rough, but he was fair. When it came to, he was actually worse on the men. He even made a say he spent 3 years talking to the men, and no one listened until that average at best video. That's when the whole world listened. When he got on the sister, the world listened. He got on the men, no one gave a damn, because the men today have become earthen pitchers.
But I'm starting to think that all the black women like white man.
Hold on, Colin. Oh, hey, that's a good point. Hold that point.
That's not true.
That
They
is so
become white men.
stupid.
A lot of sisters that don't like white men, a lot of them are becoming them. Not all of them, but a lot of them are becoming them, not liking them. So there's a vast difference. But we'll deal with that point. If you stay on long enough, sisters, you're gonna hear what I'm talking about. Just stay on long enough, you'll hear what I'm talking about. You'll come on soon and prove my point. What are you saying, Kim?
Can you imagine, Colin? Why would you even say that? That's just stupid.
Man, basically, off of what I'm seeing on Clubhouse, that's already what it's showing. Like, y'all.
Hold on, one quick second. I know y'all got comments you want to make. Let's roll right on down the list real quick. We're gonna let y'all talk. So Rodney, you were actually up next. What you got on the topic? What's your thoughts? He brought out a lot of points. Kim, you brought out a lot of points. Please feel free to conversate with us. What you got?
Hi everyone. First of all, is it confirmed that he's dead? That he
No,
died?
everything is. This is all alleged. Is
Right?
there unless somebody finds an article and then there's something that's valid from a valid source saying that he
Right.
did, we don't have it. But it's all alleged. But social media is raging about it, so we're going to talk about it. So go ahead.
Okay, so E made a lot of points, and Kevin Samuels made several points, right? We, as a community, need to get it together when it comes to the family unit. Full stop, right? I think most people can agree with that. That's not the point. The vitriol and kind of he was angry when he spoke to and about Black women. And I think that's the backlash that we're all seeing on social media from Black women is how they felt when he spoke, So sometimes, there's a quote about, serving the medicine with a little bit of honey, you know. Obviously, what he had to say was important, and that's why his viewership grew to the millions over the past, 2 years. But how he spoke to Black women is a problem. Can you guys speak to that instead of bringing up white men? What do Black men have to say about the way he spoke to us?
The same way
Love to
about how
hear it.
black women
Okay,
speak to
Rodney.
us.
Hold on, Colin. We're going to get to you, bro. We're going to get to you. I'm going to bring out a couple scriptures and then any of the other moderators. Give me Ecclesiastes 7 and 7, and then we're going to go to Numbers. Because if you were listening to how he broke down Lamentations 4 and about how God esteemed us as gold, and now he says that we are like earthen pitchers. And in this society in Babylon, you see Black women having now power over the Black man. Do you see that at all, Ronnie?
What I see is women being ambitious, being driven, having goals, accomplishing those goals, and I would just love to see the same in mass for Black men.
Okay, so you don't see Black women oppressing or having power over Black men. You don't
I'm
see
going
that?
to say this. Oppressing Black men, that's such a big statement. Where is your power? Why are you allowing that? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, we're gonna get into that. We are definitely gonna get into that. Read Ecclesiastes 77.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 7. Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad.
Surely what?
Oppression maketh a wise man mad.
The same man that oppresses us is the same man that gives you power. Do you understand that, Rodney?
I'm hearing you, and I understand we live in a society, but it's
so you don't agree? Just hold on. You don't agree with that statement, right?
It's not that I disagree. I totally understand racial climate. Right now, I'm reading "Faces at the Bottom of the Well" by Derek Bell.
But hold on, Rodney,
Understand.
Rodney. Hold on.
I'm listening.
I'm asking you a very basic question. Very basic. The same man that oppresses Black men throughout the world, so-called Black men throughout the world, and has given the Black woman freedom to rule in the household. Do you not see that, or have you not experienced that on any level?
I will not accept that statement
Okay,
because
so you don't
you
agree.
have to. I don't agree. No.
All right, okay. I want to go to what's that? Numbers 12. And then I'm gonna turn it over to the other moderators.
I'm sorry. Don't agree with what? Don't agree with what statement? I missed it.
Why would you think that just because I'm a woman that I am not oppressed? Not only am I a woman, but I'm also a Black woman. So then that same oppression that you are living under the same systems you live under, you actually have, first of all, we all have advantages. Everyone's different, man or woman, no one's better or worse than the other, right? We all have advantages in life. You guys as
Kemu, is that what you said?
men, excuse me?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what Kemu said. Kemu, what's your question you asked her again? I just want to make sure I understand.
I asked her if she sees in this society in Babylon how the same man that oppresses the black man has given certain freedoms and liberties to the black woman, and she says she disagrees with that statement.
Because you are specifically saying that black women are given freedoms, which is not true.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, sis. Let me ask you a question. Let's put it to the test. Let's take that path. So let's say, for example, I use myself as an example. Let's say me and the woman are messing around, and both of us, it's just a situationship. We're messing around, and she gets pregnant, right? Let's say condom breaks, whatever. Now, I tell her, listen, don't get an abortion. Don't have an abortion. I'll take care of it, please. Don't do that. I prefer you keep it. And I'm against that. I'm against abortions. Don't do that. And she says to him, listen, I don't give a shit what you say. I'm not ready for a child right now, and I'm getting rid of it. In that instance, who has power, him or her?
That's not a good analogy at all. It's not a good analogy at all.
So it's not possible for a man to get a woman pregnant, and he wants it and she doesn't? That's not a good analogy?
Dude, it's her body. What are you talking about?
Okay, so the answer to the question is yes. In that instance, she has a power over it. It's her body, right?
That is not a good analogy. Give me something else. Give me something else. That's not good at all.
That's a losing argument for you. So I'll flip it around. Let's flip it around. Let's just say now. Let's flip it around now. Let's say he gets involved with the sister, and he gets her pregnant, and he doesn't want it. That's a better analogy, right? That's more natural, right? The man's a monster. So let's say he gets her pregnant. He says, listen, he goes, I want to keep the baby. He goes, nah, don't keep nothing. I don't want no child. Don't keep it. And she keeps it anyway, right? And he says, I'm not taking, if you keep it, I ain't taking care of it. What happens then? What can she do at that point?
Both people are at fault. Both people are at fault. And here's why. We started this conversation talking about the value of the family unit.
Mute the mic. Mute the mic. Okay. I see you don't pay attention. So, once again, moving the goalposts. As I said before, there's an instance in power there. There's a shift. Because in one instance, the woman can tell the man, it's my body, I'll do what I want. I don't want no child. Whereas if there's vice versa, he says, I don't want no child, no kids. She can force him to take care of it anyway, if he doesn't want a child. So there's a power there. So we're not going to sit there and say they're equal, because in that instance, there is no equality whatsoever. So that's a very good example. Now, the common example is the man doesn't want the child. She keeps it anyway, despite what he says, and she takes his ass to court. He got to pay child support for a child he never wanted in the first place. Whereas it's common where a man will say, listen, it's uncommon where a man will say, I want to keep it, and she's like, nah, I'm not keeping it, and she gets rid of it anyway. That's the power in her hand. So there's a point where the woman has power over lives, and the man does not. That's power. The man has the power to say no when it comes to wanting the child, but have no power when it comes to having to take care of it. He has
what you call power. All I hear is responsibility.
All right. Let's move on. Let's move on to the next person. Okay, it goes both ways. It goes both ways. Responsibility is she gets pregnant, then you had sex, you should take care of your child. That becomes a sex's responsibility. So again, it doesn't make a difference. Either or, there's a power switch. We're not going to sit there and pretend it's not. That's the point. This is the same thing Kevin Sanders is arguing with. This is the same exact point. When you flip it around, that's a bad example. But when you turn the other way around, it's quiet. You understand? It's a very vast difference. And I can give many other examples, prime examples. Like, for example, when it comes to divorce, for the most part, who stands to lose financially, the man or woman? We know full well it's the man that comes to divorce. He loses the most. That's just common sense. It's logic. It's what it is. But the point is, the point of the matter is this. The brother said, he said that the same man that gave these sisters these particular privileges and powers that they have in this world oppresses their man. And this cannot be denied because it was, again, brother Kevin Samuels, if he is dead, God rest his soul, he brought up the Industrial Revolution. He brought up how the white woman ended up, that's what Kate started with. She ended up getting the same type of jobs that the white man was getting, working in the factories and getting all kinds of jobs in the office and making the same amount of money he was making. And she went from her role to everything changed, roles reversed. The family structure was changed and it was destroyed, pretty much destroyed. It became pretty much a competition between men and women. That's what the Industrial Revolution created. So he made very, very valid points. And then the feminist movement came along, and the feminist movement did what slavery could not do. It destroyed black families. That's what it did, because the black woman made her issue, which she had none with, her man, the white woman's issue, which she did have with her man. That's the point. And that same man, the same white woman that she listened to, was married to the same man that owned her husband. And somehow he became her oppressor. Both of us was oppressed together. Both of us were on plantations together, on ships together, working and picking cotton together. And somehow the white woman's struggle became your struggle. You can't make this shit up. You my mic, man. I'll go to the next one.
That what I was saying though, bro. Like they might as well date white at this point.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Colin. One thing for certain. The white man does not. The black woman, it's been proven statistically that the black woman, when she does marry the white man, her behavior changes. It's not the same as when she deals with us. It's very. They change their whole tune when they're with their white man. So even if they do marry the white man, they act the way they're supposed to with them. They're not with us. It's crazy. Go ahead.
Hey, real quick. I'm sorry, Kim, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, JB.
Yes, sir. Hey, real quick, to that point what he just said about how the black woman's attitude changed when she goes with the white man. They have a whole bunch of photos and whatnot flooding social media also about this prom season and whatnot, right? A mother who has a girl, right, her daughter going to prom, right? The girl is a tomboy, so she's real boyish and whatnot. And she always was real mean, rugged, Tim's on, so on and so forth, that kind of sister when it came to her own kind, right? But then now when she gets asked to prom by a white guy, she changes her natural afro hair to something blonde. She starts to act prissy, girly, and she acts like a woman should, only for the night with prom when her date was white. But then when it was around the black brothers, right, and so on and so forth, then she was real hard and rugged. Now, I'm not advocating that anybody of that age anyway should be dating whatsoever. But I'm just making a point based off of what he was just saying. So that's all I got. Kimmy, I know you had something.
Hey, I was just gonna say that's the sister right there that's rejoicing. Okay, because like she didn't want to take any of the examples that we give. Like no, none of those are right examples. I'm gonna tell y'all. Earlier in my work career, I had an older sister. She was probably near retirement age, and she told me, she said, "You brothers are a threat when you're in corporate America. You brothers are a threat in the office." She said, "We're here because they want something to look at." She never mentioned qualifications, degrees, anything like that. She just told me straight like that. That's why the office looks the way that it does. But yet the black woman is taking the thought that she has power and that we're all equal, though. But somehow we're equal. We should be able to achieve the same thing that they achieve, and that she doesn't see the oppression. I mean, amazing.
Hey, listen, man. Those examples I gave was clear. It was not a bad example. It was an example that couldn't be refuted. That's why I should say it was a bad example. That's all it is. What did Kevin Samuels call it? Oh, yes. Sign language. Shame, insults, guilt, and need to be right.
Absolutely. Rashawn, shalom, sister. Welcome to the stage.
Hey, good evening. How are you all?
We're good. We're just getting warmed up.
Okay. Yeah, this is my first time here, so I'm enjoying the conversation.
Okay, so did you know of Kevin Samuels and what he was about? Did you ever?
Yes, I did. And I actually agreed with some of his views. Some of his views or opinions were a little kind of outrageous to me, but for the most part, I did agree with some. A lot of the women that he would have on his show that he would actually interview, they they were kind of basically like what he was trying to explain and how he was trying to describe women as, I would say. So I also wanted to interject earlier because I did see his cousin did confirm his death. She stated that he passed away from a heart attack.
Okay, what did you mean about the women that he had on his show?
But
I'm not clear what you meant by that.
the last few times that I had watched some of his Instagram shows or whatever you want to call them, and he was speaking with women who were kind of like, I guess, living in this like fantasy world of they want a man to basically take care of them. They're not trying to do anything for themselves. They basically want a high valued man who is willing to take care of them, put up with everything that they have going on, and they're not trying to bring basically anything to the table. I don't think that's realistic at all. So I would agree with him on his thoughts in regards to women who were looking for men and they weren't willing to try to bring anything to the table.
So what are women bringing to the table?
You said, what are women bringing to the table?
Yes.
It depends on the woman.
Besides sex.
It depends on the woman. I know for myself, sex is not, just what I'm all about. I'm able to bring, I'm highly educated. I have my shit together or trying to get everything together for the most part. Working on, I know I can help a man build a man and help him accomplish his goals. So it's not just me offering sex for a man or me just being there in a physical as a physical attribute for a man as his trophy piece or a trophy wife. And so I've noticed in the past where I've met guys who are in certain tax brackets who say, well, I just want you because of how you look. Not so, I like how you are. I love your personality. I love that you're educated. It's more of, oh, you look good. I just want you to be quiet and just be here on my arm. So it depends on the woman as well as far as what she's able to bring and offer.
What you mean by build a man?
Well, when I say help him build upon his goals. Like some men, they have certain things in them that have not been birthed yet. So I can come and I can tap with the right man, come in and tap in and be able to help him bring those things out. So not build a man, but help him to birth his dreams and his goals. So whatever that may be for him.
Do you know what men want?
Every man is different, so I'm not going to say I know what men want.
Generally, do you know generally what most men in this room can agree to that they want out of a woman?
I would say a woman that's loyal. Is it sex? I would think that a man would want a woman who's loyal, who he knows that will be there for him, not just because you can get sex from anywhere. It's certain things you could just get from any woman.
Dogs are loyal.
Dogs are loyal, yeah. So what is it? What
A skill is like silence. That's a skill. That's a talent. A lot of sisters don't have that talent.
Correct. So
4 S's, sis. 4 S's. I'll help you out. Just share with your sisters. There's 4 S's. No, you need number 1. That sex is number 1. That's always gonna be there. You don't wake up a hard on for no reason. Sex is number 1. Sustenance. Cook how to cook. You know, of course, what's his name? Could help us saying that. What's his name? Could help us saying Cook. Who was his name? Football dude.
Oh,
Black men can't say shit. We ain't got no voice. So when we say what we want, we get cursed out. What's his name again? What's his name? The dude say women can know how to cook. Not man.
Cam Newton.
Oh yeah,
Cam Newton. Thank you.
Yep.
Cam Newton. Right, he said cook. So sex is one. Sustenance is two. Silence, as Jay mentioned eloquently, Jay is silence. This is number three. And support. This goes back to what you were saying earlier. Support. Those four S's. We're very, very simple. Women are very, very simple. Women tend to discuss this among themselves and complicate things, but when you just ask us, we'll just tell you those four things. It all boils down to those four S's. That's pretty much all we want you to do. Sex and silence is key. And food, that definitely that's a factor. And support pretty much encompasses all the other three, all the other S's. That's all we really want you to do. But,
well, what about
of
men
course,
who?
we ask these things.
What about men who are on a journey, like those who are on journeys with God, learning Him and seeking Him? Sex may not be on the top of their list. It may not be something that's important to them.
I've never met a man who did not want sex from his woman.
That's a dream. That's fairy tales. And I'll tell you this. I'll tell you one thing.
He's down low in
I'll
that.
put it this way. It depends on the age. But even in age, men still want that. That's always going to be in our mind, regardless of what age. I mean, we get older, maybe different. It may slow down, but it's definitely a factor. So, that's and a man with a journey with God, even more so, because biblical men of the Bible was having sex. So it's definitely that
in their old age.
Right.
Old age. Abraham was having sex with his wife. He was almost 100 years old. Throwing, getting it in. So yeah, Isaac he had his twins at 60. So yeah, it's definitely not. We definitely want that. That's a factor even in the Bible. That's not hard. It's not hard for y'all.
It is. I know a man who's been celibate for 18 years.
Yeah, well, sis, that's great. But I've seen. I believe if I think really hard, I've seen unicorns.
He might be a eunuch.
Uh-huh.
That man is a rarity, right. or non-functioning. He could be dysfunctional down there. I don't know. I don't know his life, but that's a rarity. He's an exception to the rule.
Right.
So that's all I can tell you.
So that's
he's 1 in 7 billion.
Yeah, that's true. But I've met guys as well who, sex is not their main thing. They're like, they do want to find a woman with those other attributes before sex. Like, and
did you hear the 4 S's though, sis?
Yes.
Did you write those down?
I didn't write them down. I did.
We're not going to escape that, sis. Did you hear the 4 S's?
Silent, support. And what was you said sex, silence, support, and what was the?
No, it's sex, substance.
Feed
me.
Silence.
And support.
Support, okay.
Usually the substance comes after the sex. That's when I'm most happy. We'll put that out there. We're going to put it in order. I'll tell you right now, man. So I'll tell you right now, if you stay long enough, sis, you got women come on here, they're going to be mad as hell. They're going to curse me out. I'm telling you, you don't give a damn what you niggas need. You'll see. Just give it time. And sisters are going to come through here and they're going to represent what Kevin Sanders was talking about all along.
Hey, E, that hour is coming. It's 11:34 right now. It's
always between 12 and 2. They're going to get off work. They're going to be ready to curse us out, boy. They're going to 2. They break from work and curse me out. Watch.
Yeah, 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock. That's that hour. I don't know what it is about that time frame right there.
After sex, a brother get hungry. He'll a sandwich, something. Put a little glass of water, lemonade.
And then silence afterwards. Don't let us roll over and go to sleep and leave us alone.
And I'm kind of like a rare exception because I didn't take to heart most of the stuff he was saying, and I couldn't understand why people would get so upset with him. It was more of entertainment to me than anything. Yeah, because I'm like, if you know that you are you know, if you know who you are, certain things shouldn't make you or get you riled up or get you upset. So that's how I looked at it as well. I didn't.
But let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Is any of the stuff that he was saying, are any of them like a lie?
What I did not agree with, I didn't agree with how he would like to rate women. The way,
No, not if you agree with it. Not if you agree
uh-huh.
with it. Was he lying?
Was he lying about it? As far most of it, no. But as far as doing a rating, I just
So you think he was lying about men actually rating women based on looks?
no, I know because men are physical beings, so I know men rate women. I've always been around men my entire life, and yeah, they rate women. So I understand that, but do I think it's okay? No.
Rashawn,
Uh huh.
Rashawn, he made them rate themselves, and oftentimes he would say 8 and 9 was. He said Kelly Rowland was gorgeous. She was 8, and like Beyonce was like a 9. He said, sister, what are you? I'm 25. And he was like, come on. So it got ridiculous. He made them. They'd be 400 pounds, bald headed, with 3 eyes. Come on, they're 25 or they're 10. Come on, sis. Come on. You know,
But
I mean, women. A lot of sisters.
confidence in
Let's be real.
themselves.
I know sisters. I know sisters. Even in the world, outside of Kevin Samuels, where they thought they was the best looking thing in the world, and they
Mm-hmm.
were not. They were not. So he would ask them to rate themselves, and they would give outrageous scales of themselves. So he would ask them to rate themselves. I mean, you don't have to agree with it. I mean, I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just saying he would ask them to rate themselves from 1 to 1. Now you can't include 7, and they would get themselves outrageously crazy freaking numbers. And they don't say, "Oh, that's how I feel inside." It's like, no, men are physical. Like you said, men are visible creatures. And
Mm-hmm.
even what's crazy is that when women can rate men, we can't be too short, we can't be too fat, we can't be too skinny. We have to have muscles, or we don't have to have any muscles. We have to have all our hair. But when men try to rate women, you're misogynist, you're toxic, you're offensive. It's crazy. It's like the double standard is ridiculous, and this all goes back to women's influence coming from. He wasn't a Psalm 4 and 12. I'm gonna tell you, this all goes back to influence.
Mm-hmm.
Influence the TV. A lot of sisters, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm gonna be flat with y'all. A lot of you sisters, y'all don't have opinions. Your opinion is television. How you dress,
Mm-hmm.
the long hair, the fingernails, the freaking
Cum blockers.
I do agree with
eyelashes, the penny ink the clown fingernails, the Super Saiyan hair down to your ankles, and you're gonna power up in Super Saiyan mode. We don't like none of that shit, but y'all wear it because women like it.
that. Right.
But that's all TV. Read Wisdom of Solomon, please.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4 and verse 12. For the bewitching of naughtiness doth obscure things that are honest.
No, I'm sorry. Give me Wisdom of Solomon 7 and pure influence. 724. I'm sorry, 724.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 24. For wisdom is more moving than emotion. She passeth and goeth through all things by reason of her pureness.
Okay.
For she is the breath of the power of God, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty.
So wisdom is referring to God's laws, his statutes, his commandments that he gave to Moses and passed on to his people. That's a pure influence. Anything outside of that influence is impure. It's an impure influence. The Bible itself is a pure influence. So that's why the Bible oftentimes gives gives detail on how women should carry themselves. Give Timothy now, Timothy. Just to give an example of what a pure influence is. Let me give an example of pure influence. Because women believe that I don't know, I'm going to tell you straight, what most men, not males, but men, what we think, when y'all watch those long fingernails, you know what men think? You're dirty down there. You can't wipe properly. I'm going to just tell you straight up and down. That's disgusting. Y'all can't wipe. I've seen a woman at the gas station with them long ass nails. She couldn't pump the gas because the nails are too long. So if you can't pump gas, you can't wipe your ass either. It's just flat. I'm just going to be flat out with it. It's disgusting. Doesn't make no damn sense. Read that, please. That's a sidebar. Read that, please, Timothy.
1 Timothy chapter 2 and verse 9. In like manner also, that women adorn themselves in modest apparel.
So modest, now real quick, give me the definition of modest. Now, whether you decide to go for the word modest in Greek or any other language, it's going to mean the exact same thing in English. So let's not try to go that route of the language it was written in, because it translates to English. It means the same exact thing. Modest, because back then when Paul wrote this letter, he lived in a time of Greco-Rome. Greco-Rome was the empire that was ruling at the time, and America is an extension of that empire. And so the same fashion sense that you see today, even the architecture, the governing bodies today, all derived from Roman origin. Even the days, the months of the year, Julius Caesar, July, Augustus Caesar, August, March, the Roman god of war, Mars. It all goes back to Rome. So the Eurocentric fashion that plagues our women today, which goes back to the French fashion, the mini skirts, the spandex, the cleavage, tight clothes, half naked, slit in the dress. All that is Eurocentric fashion, or Greco-Roman fashion. So during Paul's time, they walked around with the togas on or nothing. So Paul was saying back then to the women back then, to the sisters back then, you got to be modest. You got the definition I want?
Yes, sir. Definition of modest. Definition of modest. Dressing or behaving so as to avoid impropriety or indecency, especially to avoid attracting sexual attention.
See that? That's one of the biggest things our sisters have an issue with. That's what OnlyFans comes from. Backpage back in the day, Instagram, TikTok, all that other stuff. All that goes back to impropriety, indecency, or immodesty. It goes into that. You know, even on here, you got women walking dressed in modesty and so forth. But they didn't know. No, they didn't know any better. Now you're hearing this today for the first time. Now you know. The Bible talks about giving you a biblical, pure influence. So it says, women must adorn themselves in modest apparel. Read on. Is there more?
Yes, sir. With shamefacedness and sobriety.
No, I mean the definition of modest.
Of clothing, not revealing or emphasizing the figure.
See that? Of clothing, not revealing or emphasizing the figure. A lot of these celebrities, Nicki Minaj, Megan Thee Stallion, Beyonce, Rihanna's, they do all those things. They're the embodiment, famous embodiment of immodesty. And our women follow behind them like gods. So that Bible says, this is a biblical influence, modest apparel. Adorn themselves in modest apparel. Read on. Go back to use that. Modest apparel. Go ahead.
1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 9. In like manner also, that women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety.
The shamefaced, is a shamefaced goes into she's not staring in your face, she's not all up in your crooked your crotch and your feet and your crotch, she's not basically lustful. And sobriety goes into her being used into how she talks to you, how she acts, how she speaks, how she can be able to use discretion. She's not over talking you, she's not raising her voice at you. She's not crazy. She's not drunk. She's not high. That's where the word sober comes from. Sobriety. It's the same thing. She knows how to speak. She knows when to speak. She knows how to conduct herself, how to carry herself anywhere with anyone. Sobriety is a whole barrage of different characteristics regarding a woman's behavior and how she dresses and how she speaks. Sobriety. Is there more?
Not with braided hair.
Right, it's right there. So it says not with braided. The word braided means braided. That's how you know Paul is talking to black women. He's saying, not just your fancy braided hair, your cornrows and your French, how you call it, twists, whatever. Not your braided hair, not with braided hair. Go ahead.
Or gold.
Or gold jewelry.
Or pearls. Or costly array.
Or fancy clothes, Chanel, red bottoms, whatever. Go ahead.
But which becometh women professing godliness.
Go ahead.
With good works.
With good works, going back to keeping those commandments. Go ahead.
Let the woman.
So he's saying that Your work shouldn't be based upon the outward appearance. He's saying that the good works have to come from what you do on the inside. And the outside is supposed to be a reflection of what goes on in the inside. That's what he's saying. So he's saying, don't make your main focus be your looks, but your actions first. And your looks can come after. You can still have braided hair and fancy clothes and array, but that's what he's saying. You have to profess godliness while having that. We don't watch this.
Let the woman learn in silence.
See that? That's why I said earlier, the 4 S's. Let the woman learn in silence. That's why one of the biggest problem we have in the black community, especially with our sisters, is y'all don't listen to us. We'll say certain things and you'll just ignore it and just make things up. He said, let them learn in silence, meaning learn to listen. Pay attention to what your man is telling you. Learn in silence. Go ahead.
With all subjection.
With all what?
All subjection.
All subjection means submission. Submission is not a weakness, but submission is a strength. And women don't believe that. Women have been told by her European mentor that that's a weakness. But the white woman is submissive to her man, because when the white man beat your black man's ass during slavery and whipped him and got his blood spat on his clothes, guess who washed his clothes? His woman did. Guess who reaped the benefits of enslavement? His woman did. So they know how to be submissive. They lied to y'all. They keep them in. Y'all up here drinking the Kool-Aid and falling for the tricks and all that, but they keep them in. That's why their marriage rate is way high. It's a lot higher than y'all's. You know?
But I suffer not.
And they're trying to take your men too. How about that? Read on.
Verse 12. But I suffer not a woman to teach.
The woman's job is not to teach the man. She's not to set herself over the man. Go ahead.
Nor to usurp authority over the man.
Usurp means she's trying to put her. She's trying to be a diva or a guy. I'm equal 50-50. I'm rule over you. Tell you what to do. Boss you around. Eat cereal off the top of your head. Go ahead.
But to be in silence.
He says it again. Be in silence. Go ahead.
For Adam was first formed.
Then he explains why. He said because Adam came first. Adam was first formed. Go ahead.
Then Eve.
Then he made Eve out of Adam. And she was taken out of Adam for Adam. Not with Adam, not beside Adam, for Adam. That's the whole reason why you're called woman. You come out of man for man. Right?
And Adam was not deceived. But the woman.
And Adam was what? Adam what?
And Adam was not deceived.
Adam was not deceived, meaning what? Meaning the devil didn't approach Adam. Because Adam was already a god. Adam already had authority. He already had power. So there was nothing that Satan can tempt him with. He didn't have already. But the woman, Eve, wanted what Adam had. She wanted to be equal to Adam. I want to be a god too. I want to be a lord too. That envy was in her. So Satan said, I'm going to use that. I can't destroy Adam, but I can use his weakness. His woman's his weakness. Adam was the first speaking simp, basically. He was an alpha, but at some point he got a spirit of a beta on him, and that's what caused his fall. Read on, and Satan knew it. Read on.
But the woman, being deceived, was in the transgression.
He was deceived by the devil with feminism. I can be a god too. That's what it's talking about. Read on.
Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing.
But he says, however, even though Eve messed up, she effed up, whatever, the woman can, however, be saved with childbearing, meaning marriage. Go ahead. What?
If they continue.
If, big, small word, big meaning. If she what?
They continue in faith.
In faith, go ahead.
And charity.
No, meaning love her neighbor as herself, love her sisters, love her men as herself. Go ahead.
And holiness.
Keeping the commandments.
With sobriety.
With the word again, with sobriety. I mean, she has discretion. She's sober. Her mind is clear. She's not crazy. She's not violent. Okay? She's not scratching up his car, burning his clothes. That's not sobriety. It's insanity. All right? Sobriety and sobriety. So that's how you get the kingdom. So that is what the Bible refers to as a pure influence. Anything outside of that is of the world. It's TV. The influence of today is television. All right, I'm not playing.
Hey, Sister Rashawn, I pray you and the other sisters in the room were taking good notes as he was breaking down. This is what your role is. This is what you're supposed to look like. Let me get one script, 1 Corinthians 11, 8, and 9, just to back that up, because he actually answered that part when you said, and I don't know, maybe it was a slip of the tongue, maybe you meant it in a different way, but that's why I asked you about the building. You know, you building up the man. Listen to this right quick.
1 Corinthians chapter 11 and verse 8. For the man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man.
Mm-hmm.
Neither was the man created for the woman.
Neither was what?
Was the man created for the woman.
Uh-huh.
But the woman for the man.
And that is what a lot of our sisters, you've lost that message. And Kevin Samuels was teaching that same thing, that same basic principle. But a lot of you didn't want to hear the delivery, the method. But we're bringing it out to you right now in the scriptures. All right. So I pray you was taking some good notes on that. Any other moderators want to add to that? Or
yes, sir. Hey, Kim, you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so the long nail sister, instead of sweet smell, that shall be stank. Damn.
Hey, wow. Hey, real quick, I want to reset the room. So a topic again: Black women rejoicing over Kevin Samuels' death. That's a question right there. So, hey, y'all go ahead and share this. Continue to share it on your social media platforms. Share. Ping people to the room. All right. Hell, cut out a clip that you can see at the bottom portion of your screen. Share it on your social media accounts as well. That'll also get the people coming in. Hashtag us on Twitter as well. If you have any inquiries outside of this chat right here, email us. All right. You can reach us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Again, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. All right. So next up we had Skyline. Kai, I saw you on and saw you come on. Welcome to the stage as well. And Raina, I saw you come on also. Welcome to the stage. Stay on. Hey sis, stay on. We're gonna get to y'all soon. Skyline, you was up. Go ahead. What you got?
Yeah, I'm just really listening. I just came on stage for better sound. Big shout out to all the moderators. Love to Biblical Smoke, Shalom, and yeah, Kevin Simmons, they know what they was doing. So I really feel as though somebody did something to him, somebody close to him, whether somebody put something in his stuff, whatever the case may be, because Kevin Simmons was still seeing women. A lot of the times people didn't know he had women in the room with him at his condo and stuff. You see what I'm saying? They were just quiet, or whatever the case may be. So he always was accompanied by somebody, and people always say Kevin Samuels died alone. How did he die alone? He got comments like crazy down his Instagram right now. So how did he die alone? Like there's no way he died alone. The only time he's alone is where if he removes himself from an atmosphere. Anywhere he goes, he's gonna have a crowd. He's freaking like viral. So I don't see how people say he died alone. Like he can get in any relationship. He can marry some of the women that's coming on his live. So, but yeah, I digress.
Yeah, hey, and again, this is alleged because I had just rechecked not too long ago, and they said that there's no mainstream. Again, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no mainstream media, no mainstream nothing that came out and actually verified because they know what we're posting. Nobody verified, or nothing is verified that he actually died. For all we know, he probably taking an extended vacation and he just don't feel like answering his phone. But for some reason, it got out there. He's dead. And people talking about it, so we just going to address it as it is.
If he's not, I'm telling you, these women are going to eat themselves.
Man, hey, everybody that's rejoicing. Let's play with that thought. If he's not, it's going to be such a sour taste and the ones who's rejoicing over it. Because I don't know if everybody knows, there are sisters who are rejoicing and, weak-wrist brothers that's rejoicing also over it.
This is so true. Who said that, JB? It was a room I was in earlier. It was full of like It was like a
I
whole bunch of
know.
transsexuals on stage. They talking about something. He's dead, okay, y'all? Stop commenting in the chat. He's dead. I'm like, yo,
I
these people
know.
crazy.
I know. That's what I'm making reference to. I know.
There's a famous quote that says that the further society gets from the truth, the more the world would hate those that speak it. And right now, this situation with Kevin Samuels proves that quote 100% factual and true. Because as the sister stated earlier, a lot of people actually do listen to him for entertainment, but there's a lot of people who actually use women in particular too, who use the things that he says to some of these women to get themselves right, and in order for them to be able to have successful relationships. So there's although there's a lot of sisters who would rather him be gone off the earth, there's still a lot of sisters who have been listening to him and actually been benefiting from the things that he's been saying. But what you're getting to see is how this society, and in particular, when we come on this particular stage on Biblical Smoke, we're talking about our people, blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, the Israelites, is what the Bible calls them, and how the women of that people, of the Israelites, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, right now want nothing to do with reality. They want nothing to do with accountability. Because a lot of what he was saying was basically trying to check the fanciful fantasy world. That's the mindset of the feminist movement, the feminist mindset of these black women. But now you're getting to see that because he was so adamant about these women staying in the reality of who they are and the goals and aspirations that they should set for themselves, now you get to see how much people actually truly hate truth. And it even goes to show, we had a different topic on the other night about how people get offended when we bring out the scriptures, and Christians get offended. And it just goes to show, can I get that? I think it's in about rebuking in the gate. And then I'll move my mic. But it just goes to show the Bible is a true book. When truth comes out, people hate it, especially the closer we get to this place being destroyed. You got that?
Amos chapter 5 and verse 10. They hate him that rebuketh in the gate.
So when he's lining up these sisters and asking them, what would you rate yourself? What's your dress size? What's your height? What's your weight? Right? He's asking them because those are realistic. That's real stats, right? You can't fudge that. You can't make that up. Okay? You have to be honest about that kind of stuff. So with that information, you then have to be honest about what you want out of life. You know what I'm saying? But again, when you're honest and when you're truthful in this particular world, the Bible even says that they will hate you, because all the rebuke is just showing you the truth and making you accountable to the truth and reality. But now you get to see there's a rejoicing of when a man who speaks the truth dies. All right? I'll mute my mic.
Hey, that's a good point, Jude. We got Kai next, but I want to read something right quick because this is a point that he was making as well. Give me Titus 2 and 3, that you should be hearing from your grandmothers and your mothers, okay? But our sisters are not getting this message from our mothers and our grandmothers. Read that, Titus. Start at 2 and 3.
The book of Titus, chapter 2 and verse 3. The aged women likewise, that they be in behavior as becometh holiness.
This is the same thing that was read in, we just read it in 1 Timothy. Go ahead.
Not false accusers, not given to much wine, teachers of good things.
The commandments, read on.
That they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children.
All right, pause right there. To love their husbands, to love their children. I've heard several times when he was asking women about their situation and why they left the marriage. Because he would bring out these stats that the women usually were the ones that would file for divorce, that would leave the marriage. And I remember a couple of times hearing him ask, why don't you give the son to his father? And these sisters, you know, I'm going to tell you, they wanted to keep the check for child support. They would think that they was the better parent, okay? And I know a lot of us have come from being raised under a mother. And even the Bible backs it up. When that father is not in the house, ain't no real discipline, period, okay? But our mothers and our grandmothers have not taught our sisters, our daughters, how to love their husbands and love their children. Go ahead.
To be discreet, chaste, keepers at home.
Our sisters in the world, they have no idea what that means today. To be discreet, chaste. You see it in the TikTok videos, and you see how our sisters dress, how they not shamefaced. They'll get up in a brother's face, cuss them out. It's all kind of madness with our women today. Read on.
Good. Obedient to their own husbands.
Obedient to who?
Their own husbands.
Obedient to their own husbands. But they'll say, well, I outgrew him. Because now you got a little more education than him, and you've been to a couple of cocktail parties with Esau. You learned a couple of words and added to your vocabulary. Now you outgrew the man. Go ahead.
That the word of God be not blasphemed.
So these are all attributes that our sisters should be learning, our daughters should be learning, so the word of God be not blasphemed. All right, I'm going to mute my mic.
All right, excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Kai, you up next. Vero, welcome to the stage. And Cicely
Hello.
B, I hope I said your name right. Y'all welcome to the stage. Stay on. Gonna get to y'all soon. All right, Kai, what you got on the topic, sis?
I actually liked it, Kevin Samuels, a lot. Most of the stuff he said I agree with. I weighed a lot, so actually when he was like saying like the stuff about weight and health, like that kind of made me want to go and lose weight because I'm very young. I don't have kids either, so it's like, why am I this size? So but being 26 and hearing him talk and a lot of the women that came on there, like I definitely took in what he was saying, and sometimes I go back to his videos and I would watch them and kind of just like, you know, make sure I'm taking tips through my life so I can make smart decisions. So I actually like the Kevin Samuels.
I'll tell you one thing, that man didn't die alone. That man planted a seed in a lot of men and women's minds. If he really is dead, he left behind a legacy
That's
that
what
will
I was
never
just saying, E. I was just saying that he didn't die alone.
that man unraveled. Remember, he said, listen, you guys are not of me. Men have been saying this for years. They just been listening. He said, so, you know, y'all can get mad at me if you want to. I didn't make this stuff up. And Skyline is right. You know, that man did not die alone. That man left behind planted a seed in a lot of men's hearts and gave them encouragement and made them understand that their value was a lot more than just six figures. And he said, the average man is just as important as any other man, as long as he can take care of his wife and take care of his children himself. He's not average. That's bullshit. He basically for the men. He said, I'm defending the men because the black men don't really have in the world, I should say, any advocates of any kind, unless that man is kissing women's ass like Steve Harvey be doing. Walker, give me Sirach 26 and 16. Ecclesiastes 26 and verse 16 regarding, because I want to just jump off of what brother was saying earlier, regarding the ordering of the woman's role to be ordering of the house. And again, the feminist influence has basically taught, well, as Satan, the same thing. Satan's influence, white woman's influence, same thing, has basically taught women that, you know, being over the house is a shame. You know, our grandmothers began to be ashamed of their mothers, you know, being wives and being traditional. You know, read that, please.
The book of Sirach, chapter 26 and verse 16. As the sun when it ariseth in the high heaven, so is the beauty of a good wife in the ordering of her house.
So God is saying, the prophets are saying that the same way you say, wow, what a beautiful sunrise it is. You know, you see a sunrise in a certain place. It's like, wow, that's so beautiful. That's lovely. Read that verse again, what he compares it to. Read it again.
As the sun, when it ariseth in the high heaven, so is the beauty of a good wife in the ordering of her house.
So is the beauty of a good wife in the ordering of her house. So God is saying, the prophets are saying, that the same way a sunrise is beautiful is the same way you have a beautiful, good woman that's able to order the house. Because guess what? The first teachers of the house is the woman. The man teaches the woman, and the woman teaches the children. And that's a family unit. That's how nations are born. That's how nations thrive, with a father and a mother in the house, and the children being taught by the mother, and the father teaching the mother. That's just the natural order of things. When you have disorder and lack of organization, you have children growing up and becoming this. Give me Isaiah 3:12.
The book of Isaiah.
What happens?
The book of Isaiah, chapter 3 and verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women.
Children mean what? These young boys grow up. They become disenchanted. They become depressed. They have anxiety, all kind of mental issues. They no male figure in the house, or no male figure, no male image to look up to, and they become vile and violent and vicious, and they start terrorizing the community, shooting it up. Ask Chicago, I'll tell you. Ask Cali, I'll tell you. And drill music, and they start bad about they shoot everything up. Philadelphia will tell you. They get real violent. There's no man in the house. There's no order in the house. So the children become oppressors. But why? How do the children become oppressors? Watch this. Read on.
And women rule over them.
And women rule over the house. Women become the head of the house. Mothers raise these kids. A lot of single mothers. A lot of these young boys, especially in the criminal and crime and who are in jail now. 70% of the prison population of black and brown men who are in jail for the most violent crimes are raised by their mothers, single mothers, and grandmothers. Okay, that's why a father is not an alternative. A father is a necessity. I'm going to say this over and over again. A father is not an alternative. The father is a necessity. Read on. Women rule over them. Go ahead.
And women rule over them. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
My page. Yes, sir. And women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err.
All my people, they which lead thee, mean your women, when they're in the men's position, they cause you to err. They cause you to sin because it's out of order. And they end up raising boys like Will Smith, who cry on stage and slap men for no reason because their freaking mom wife gave them the side eye. That's an example of a house where pretty much the male either was absent while he was there, didn't do his job as a father, or he wasn't there at all as a father. That's the result. That's the end result. So a father's authority and power is a necessity. Feminism has done what slavery could not do. It destroyed, like Kevin Samuel said, it destroyed the black family. Because during slavery, you had successful black marriages. We were getting our backs whipped and come home to our wife. We working 20 hours in the field in cotton, and your wife is right beside you, picking it with you, making babies and all the above. Hopping over the broom, saying you man and wife could barely read or write, and y'all happily married. Illiterate, both y'all illiterate together. There was no baby mamas in the plantations and baby daddies and all that. That wasn't going on. But to get around the 80s and 90s and all that stuff, it was a wrap. That feminist agenda came around and started brainwashing sisters, and it was downhill from there. So me, my mic.
All right. Hey, some excellent point, excellent input right there. So Kai, you had anything else, sis? I don't know if you were saying something else. Because Vera, I'm gonna come up to you next. All right. But Kai, you had anything else?
Not really. I fully support most of the stuff he said, honestly. As a young woman in these times. So yeah, I'm rest in peace.
All right. Hey, good stuff, good stuff. Vera, You hear me, sis?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly fine, bro. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I like to start off by thanking you all for holding this space and having a topic that is really, really, really letting the cat out the bag, as I said, because I've been in these clubhouse streets, and I'm kind of in a humble place right now because I've not seen so many of what I call sisters, daughters celebrate the death of a man, if it's true, based off of his opinion. And I am a mother, married mother for 23 years on the 10th of this month, in a few more days. And I'm a mother of 5 girls. And I vaginally gave birth to these girls. Now, the reason I say that before some of people start throwing rocks at me, saying,
No,
why
we
does
get
she?
it. We get it, sis. We get it. We
Yeah.
get it. We get it.
And the reason I say vaginally, for those who may not understand, overstand, or understand, I say it because I have a certain push and a passion for women empowerment and women understanding what it means to, first of all, be a woman. Secondly, to make yourself found so that a man could appreciate you when a man come across you. Because I say one or two things happen. When a man finds a wife, oh, he has to find a good thing. But when he finds a hoe, and that's a HOE, a garden tool, he uses her for that. So one of the things that I taught my daughters is hard lessons, but I taught them how to become found and how you build yourself up so that when that man reach you or come in contact with you, he knows the difference between a hoe and a wife, because you can find a hoe anywhere. Now, people say, well, Vera, you know, what do you mean by that? Well, from what I heard, Kevin Samuel, some of the stuff that I heard that he said, because again, I didn't follow him and I didn't have a chance to listen to this brother if he's gone. But some of the stuff that I was told that he said, I have to be honest with you, I've said some of the same things to my own daughters. You can't go out here in these streets and open your legs to anybody and anything, because I wouldn't care if you go to school and you become a PhD. And I'm sorry, and you get you a PhD and you become a doctor. You will still be a hoe, a whore, if you allow yourself to be used and drugged by your poo nanny. And then you have to be careful how you conduct yourself in the street, because a man will prefer to have a woman in the street, and if she gonna be a freak, let it be in the sheets between that man and his wife and his woman. The other thing that I've taught my children, and again, I have 5 of them. 3 of them have master's degrees. One of them's working on her PhD. And I have a 17-year-old and 11-year-old that's still at home with me, and 7 grandchildren. And my 11-year-old and my 17-year-old are straight A students, and all of my children have their own businesses. I'm not even saying that to brag, because I actually brag differently. But again, I'm saying it because this man, Kevin Samuels, whether he's dead or alive, I believe that he is in position to really help some folks, hope some folks, and inspire some folks. And I would wish that if we're celebrating his death, because we are supposed to celebrate death, that we're celebrating it out of love and not out of hate. I'm going to land with that, and thank you for the time.
All right. Hey, any moderators y'all want to add on to what she said? Say anything about it?
Yeah, I'd say something. She's right about the celebrating death part. There's definitely celebrating death, not someone's birth. You're right about that, because you got people born in this world who ain't worth a damn. So, right about the death part. In terms of having 5 daughters, says God bless you, Jesus Christ, 5 daughters. Yeah, I only have 2. I'm good enough with that. But It's very. Give me Sirach 7 and 24. And being married as well. A lot of sisters who are married, they tend to have a bit more sense than sisters who are not married. That's why women who are not married, the Bible commands the aged women to teach the young women how to love their children and love their husbands, because that takes experience and that takes time, to acquire as a skill, and then you're able to share, with other young women who are unmarried. I believe Kai made a point about how she, her weight and so forth when she's young, has her children. He took heed to what he was saying, and that's good. That's a good thing. It's called constructive criticism. And what America has done, like I said before about influences, America has made criticism a sin. Like, you can't tell somebody, hey, you kind of fat, and they'll get mad. Oh, you're a fat shaming. Nah, nigga, you just fat. You know what I mean? Because even in high school when I was young, you got roasted. You was fat, or you wore like some bummy stuff or something. You got insulted. Now, I'm not encouraging it, but in some instances, it does build character. I ain't gonna lie, it does. Because you walk around fat and all that and other stuff, and fat is not healthy. Being overweight is not healthy for a man or a woman. Now, a woman, of course, puts on weight because she's brought forth children to the world, or she genuinely has a health issue where she has certain weight or taking some medications. That's one thing, but even still, you still got to learn how to deal with the Bible deals with diet and how intake and so forth. So there really is no excuse. But the fact of the matter is that as a man, the Bible gives an ordinance for what the men are to do when they have daughters. Give me Sirach 7:20 on 23 or 4, I think it is.
Yes, sir.
Watch this.
The book of Sirach, chapter 7 and verse 24. Hast thou daughters? Have a care of their body, and show not thyself cheerful toward them.
So the Bible says, hast thou daughters? He's talking to the men because, of course, during this time, the Bible is a book of tradition. And traditionally, the Bible particularly focuses on the men, because the men were the heads of the household, and the women had no problem with that because they had dependence upon those men. Those men were the leaders, they were the speakers, they were the warriors, they were the army, they were the police, they were the judges, they were the elders, they were the brothers, they were the uncles, they were the sons. They were the ones that the women relied upon. There was no point in time in the Bible where women were ever independent. Women always, I repeat, always had a man in their life. Whether they were, for example, when Christ died, Christ told John, "Behold thy mother," because once he was gone, I can't take care of her. You take care of her, John. And John took care of Christ's mother. Christ died at 33 years old. So Mary was an older woman. And he told his disciple, "You'll take care of her." Because women always had a man taking care of them, whether it be their husband. If he died before she did, you had elders. You had elders that had funds for the orphans, fatherless children. They had funds for strangers, the poor, and they had funds for widows. So women always had men over them. But in this particular instance, it's talking about a father and his daughter. Read the verse again.
Hast thou daughters? Have care of their body.
When it says have a care of their body, that I can go into so many facets of what that means. Just to mention, she has 5 daughters. When it says have a care of their body, that means a number of things. One, you have to make certain that she's not having sex unless it's her husband. You have to make sure she gets married before she has any sex of any kind. And there's no prom. There's no dating. There's no sleeping around, boyfriends, girlfriends. That door stays cracked open. I don't play that shit. Don't use my language. I don't play that. The door stay open. I'm in your phone. I'm in your tablet. I know all your friends. I know their parents. I'm all up in your business. You don't have any business. When you're a father, you have daughters. I have daughters. I'm on it. I know all their friends. I know their account passwords. I know their room, how it's set up. I know how the windows unlock the locks, because I'm the one that locks and unlocks it. I don't play that game, because I know when it comes to children, the burden falls on y'all, because y'all come back home pregnant. We don't. So the Bible says, as our daughters have a care for their body. What they wear, you're not wearing that. Take that SH off and put something else on. You ain't wearing that in here. Don't ever wear that. I don't have that problem in my house, but in terms of those who have daughters in the world, that'll be your issue. You ain't wearing that. Go ahead, read on.
As and show not thyself cheerful toward them.
That part means don't play with them. Don't treat your kids like they're your friends. You gotta be stern. You gotta be stiff, severe. That's how fathers ought to be. Assertive, firm. That's a man's role. Women, y'all tend to be more nurturing and, enabling and, oh, no, let her do it. And men are like, nah, I ain't with all of that. There's a balance. There's always a balance. That's why oftentimes a lot of these young boys who grew up with just their mama, they ain't never been yelled at before. They didn't get cursed out before or yelled at, so they get emotional and get into fights. Because there was no father at home to raise his voice. And tell everybody, shut up. You know that old saying back in the day, wait till your father gets home. And then when the kids is quiet as hell. They knew when you said, wait till your father get here, it was a wrap. You watch the show, Everybody Hates Chris. Again, that was a prime example of what it was to have a father in the house. And then when he had to go to sleep, he was a garbage truck driver. He needed his sleep. Everybody had to tiptoe, be quiet. There was a fear in the house. There was a fear. And it was a healthy fear when there's an authoritative male figure in the house. That's why I said before, a man is not an alternative in the house. A man is a necessity. Read on. Next verse.
Marry thy daughter, and so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter.
Like I said before, dating is not biblical. The Bible tells the men, the parents, to marry off their daughters because first and foremost, a daughter's first love is a father, and a man's first love is his mother. And both children learn how to be a husband or how to be a wife based upon the examples they see from both their parents. Okay, my dad did this, he did that. That's how I'm supposed to be. My mom did this, she did that. That's how I'm supposed to be. My mom is this and that way. That's the kind of wife I want. My dad is this and that way. That's the kind of husband I want. That's the natural order of things. So it said, read a verse again.
Marry thy daughter, and so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter.
Because you marry your daughter off, that's a very serious matter. Because now your daughter is going to bring forth a generation into the world. She's now part of bringing a nation into the world. She's going to bear children. You're going to make sure she bears children to the right man, not some stupid ass nigga in the streets. You're going to make sure before she falls in love with that man, the father's supposed to fall in love with him first. The parents supposed to fall in love with them first. That's the natural. That's how it's supposed to be. You women, y'all don't make good choices in men by yourselves. Y'all make terrible choices in men by yourselves. Y'all keep messing with the same nigga over and over again, and baby mamas is born. Because you don't know how to pick men. You don't know men. You need a man to pick a man for you. Y'all don't understand men. Y'all don't know nothing about no men. We don't know nothing about women like that. Women know women better than women do. Women know women and men know men. Y'all do a terrible job picking men. That's why I complain and bitch and cry when he leaves or gets you pregnant and goes off somewhere because you don't know how to pick him. You need a male figure in the house to be the one, whether an uncle or a grandfather. Back then, it was traditionally a male figure back then that would regulate the order in the house, regulate who you see. Now y'all y'all freelancing now, y'all freaking freestyling now. You know?
Hi, E.
Hold on a second. Finish it up. I'm gonna let my plane. Go ahead.
But give her to a man of understanding.
So the Bible says to give it to a man of understanding. Give it to a man of understanding. Is that it for that? Or is there more?
Yes, sir.
That's it. I did my plane. Yeah, someone say something.
No, E. I
Say,
coming.
Melissa, real,
Hi. Listen,
hey,
this is
Melissa,
really good. This is really
say,
good tonight.
real
Yeah.
quick, Melissa.
Melissa,
I'm gonna let you go.
a second. Hold on a second.
Yeah, Melissa, I'm gonna let you go. I promise. But Kernitha, she was waiting for a little bit.
Oh, let's let Carnitha speak.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
let her go. Then I'm gonna come right back to you. All right. So Kernitha, you there?
Yes, I think this is a very good topic. Number one, showing how God has an order. The man is to lead his wife according to the way Jesus Christ led the church. So it's very important that we know that you get a man who is following Christ. That's number one. You make sure you train your daughters to get a husband who is married to Christ, and he is leading her, and then they'll have fewer problems in the household. Also, I have 3 sons and 2 daughters, and I was a widow. Um, so I taught my daughters and my sons the same thing. I told all of them, all five of them, God said, don't have sex outside of marriage. Now, I didn't just tell my daughters, I told my sons too, you too are required to be a virgin. Okay? That's it. So, they did like I did what they wanted to do, and that's fine. That's where mercy and grace comes in. So I think that now we have a big issue here where we're dealing with. See, what you're saying is so beautiful, but because of injustice and the biggest prison system in the world encasing the black men now, by design, systemic jealousy, envy, and racism and discrimination, where approximately 15 million black men are locked up in the prison system, where you have to combine 10 countries' prison system to total number of black men in prison today. So that has totally wrecked and ravished the household. This is worse than us hanging from the trees right now. Okay, so now we're dealing with a huge uh, number of orphans.
it's off topic as to what
Hey,
we're
can I
bringing
can
out
I
here on
jump in there
Clubhouse.
real quick? Can I jump in there?
Jump
Sure.
on.
JB. Hey,
Yep.
what sister I'm gonna make sure I snap that Kernitha, what she's showing is that we can't do this by ourselves. The women can't do it by themselves and the men can't do it by themselves, right? Just like her being in a household with her trying to raise the kids, get her daughters together and things like that. Guess what? Her husband needed men around him to be able to say, hey bro, look, this ain't the way. You can't be on crack,
Amen.
right? And we all need both of that. And guess what? And the one thing that really pissed me off about people celebrating Samuel's death, if it's true, is the fact that Kevin Samuels rebuked the men and the women.
Right.
And that's something that a lot of people don't know. Some people that don't really watch him or follow him, they don't know that for his first 3 years, the way he was talking about the black woman, guess what? He was on a black man like that, hard body. For 3 years, he got on these men for not having good jobs, not presenting themselves as men, not dressing like men, always trying to chase tail and not trying to get a career, not trying to move out of their mom and dad's house. He got on the men for all these things. And guess what? You didn't hear a bunch of men all rallying together to say, I hate Kevin Samuels because he telling us we need to do better. He got on men that was fat. He was like, you fat. He told one dude, you fat, you got a little junk, and you ain't got no money. Why would anybody want you? Right? But he just really told him the truth. He told him the truth. You fat, you ain't got no money, and you got a little piece. Nobody wants you. So when we look at this, and you can tell that the men and the women, we not on one accord, because the women will come together and say, this is an evil man, he's a misogynist, he hates black people. I've heard him say many times that he feels that the black man should marry a black woman, period, point blank. He has said that many of his different um, YouTube videos, Instagram videos, and everything. He pushed that, right? So when we really go into this, we say out of the two sexes right now, men and women, dealing with the rebuke that Kevin Samuels gave out to both, who is not accepting it? Who is not taking the accountability with the things being said? Because you can see on some of his groups and everything, men that then changed their lives around, that then went back to school, got a career, started a business, and things like that to get themselves pushed to be that, what do you say, call him a high value man and stuff like that. We can see that, right? We don't see a big men that hate Kevin Samuels because of this. Now you see men that hate Kevin Samuels because of what he's saying about the woman, but you don't see men that hate Kevin Samuels because of what he said about the men, because he spoke the truth about the men and the women. And that's why we both got to be together. But as long as our women see correction as hatred, guess what? We ain't never gonna be able to be there. And we both can't come together, because guess what? The man don't want to come together with a wicked woman, right? If the woman can't see that man being in power is a good thing, a man having a good job is a good thing, a man being surrounded with other men with the same mindset is a good thing. If women don't see that, then guess what? It's no hope for us, right? The scriptures talk about that. Go to Sirach chapter 25. Sirach 25 and verse 13. Sirach 25 verse 13. Read that for me.
Yes, sir. The book of Sirach, chapter 25 and verse 13. Give me any plague but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman.
Now, it ain't much more wicked than a wicked woman. The scriptures talk about that, but you will know that. You see that in the world. A woman to get mad at her baby daddy, and she'll call his job and say he said he want to kill people at his work just to get him fired. She'll show up at his house, flatten all his tires, bust out his window. A woman, I think it was R. Kelly said, when a woman's fed up, I think that's R. Kelly.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
that's R. Kelly.
R. Kelly said the Bible say the same thing. Give us no wickedness but a wickedness of a woman. I think I seen a quote or something posted today that George Zimmerman is going on a world tour giving autographs, but the black woman is happy that Kevin Samuels is dead. Like
Wow.
that's
Damn.
wickedness right there. That's a wickedness
That's
that
crazy as hell.
when we ask ourselves a question to why are our people the way they are, that's the issue. That's the issue. Like, are they wicked men? Yeah, they wicked men. They got these wicked. I watched the documentary with these kids in Chicago. They had a basketball game. Everybody got at least 2, 3 guns on them, and they probably ready to kill somebody. But they was raised by a woman. I guarantee you they were.
Can I could I
Hold on,
add
sister.
on
Hold
a
on,
little
sister. Hold on, sister. Can you read verse 13 again?
Yes, sir. Give me any plague but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman,
Read.
and any affliction but the affliction from them that hate me,
Any affliction but the affliction of them that hate me. Read.
and any revenge but the revenge of enemies.
Read.
There is no head above the head of a serpent, and there is no wrath above the wrath of an enemy.
So he's talking about all this evil, right? The affliction of them that hate me, the revenge of my enemies, no head of the head of a serpent, and the wrath for the wrath of my enemies. Keep reading.
I had rather dwell with a lion and a dragon than to keep house with a wicked woman.
Now this is the Bible. Now this is the Bible saying this right here. Now I just want to ask a question. What do y'all think is wrong with the black household today? What is the problem? What is off with the black household today? What's the
bit.
issue? Because we got a man correcting other men to fix their life, to get off their butts, to get a job, to get an education, to be able to lead their households, and nobody has a problem with that. But then when he tells the woman to get in order behind that man that's trying to lead his household, to try to raise his kids, to try and be a husband to his wife, everybody loses their mind. What's the problem with the black household today? I'm gonna tell
Can I
you
add
what the.
on?
Go ahead,
Can I
go ahead.
add
What's
on?
what's the
Well,
problem, sis? What's the issue
well,
with the
well,
black
well,
household today?
here it is right here. My family members have been married 40 and 50 years. Okay, this is black man, black woman. And a lot of the marriages I know, black men celebrating 52 years marriage, and they have gone through the drug addiction of their husbands, whatever, and the women have still been their husband. Now, listen, the Bible says that the husband, number one, you got to marry the right woman. You can't marry her butt. Number one, he that finds a wife finds a good thing. That's number one. Number two, the husband is supposed to treat the wife the way Jesus Christ treated the church. That
You
means
are
he
you
gave
are
his life.
100% correct, sis.
And,
And Jesus
and
Christ
I'm a,
and Jesus
I'm a
Christ
finish.
rebuked the hell out of the
But
church. He
I'm
called
gonna
the church. He
finish.
called them people
Can I
wicked.
finish?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Because
Okay, go
you're
ahead.
right. You are 100%
But I didn't
right. We
finish. I didn't
supposed to.
finish.
Well, I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm gonna jump in there. I'm a moderator. That's
Yes,
that's
sir.
that's another thing. We gotta respect. Look, if we
I
go in a
said
white
yes,
man
sir.
when we go in the
I
white
said
man
yes, sir.
courtroom, guess what? We respect that courtroom. We take hats off. We cut our phones off. We respect the white man. But the black man, that's something that people ain't ready to do. Our own women ain't ready to respect the black man. And guess what? The black man the black man that's rising up now, that's coming back to saying, you know what? I do need to take care of my family. I do need to be a leader. I do need to do this. They ain't about to deal with that. And that's why it's a lot of swirling going on. That's why these brothers staying single till they 40 and 50 and then marrying a 19-year-old. Because they ain't trying to deal with that. It's a eight, like you said about these women, the age limit you was talking about being married, that's a whole nother generation than the generation we got right now. That's a whole nother generation than a generation we got now. But guess what? To love for the man gotta love his wife the way Christ loved the church. Christ taught the church. Christ died for the church. and Christ rebuked the church. When the church was wrong, Christ showed up and kicked over tables and was beating people on their back. Now, I ain't saying that he's supposed to beat his wife.
Yeah, that's what it said. The husband is supposed to treat the wife like uh like like he's supposed to treat his wife like Jesus Christ treated the church. And Jesus Christ died on the cross without saying a mumbling word. He said, "For God forgive them, for they know not what they do." And Jesus, he didn't. They say some places say, husbands, don't be angry with your wives. Another minister, you have to treat them like the weaker vessel. But listen to me. Here's the answer here, brother, son. You got to make sure that you marry the right, correct. You can't marry her butt. Sometimes people have married the wrong people and try to beat them into submission, but you did not marry correctly. God would tell you who to marry and who not to marry. And if you marry the right one, you will have 90%, 95% less problems than if you marry in the flesh. God will speak to you. So that's it. And if you marry a woman, sir, who knows her position, if you just get a butt and you marry a butt, because you know we get chocolate butts all over the place. And listen, and I'm gonna break it down to
But
you
no,
too.
but you know what, sis? You right. But where we gonna find these righteous women at? Because the women
All
nowadays,
over the place. I
they
can
definitely
introduce
ain't
you to
they
a 50
definitely
of
ain't
them.
raising them. I can go to Instagram right now, hit the search button, and I see a plethora of hoes, whores, women that say they don't want to do with a 9 to 5. They want a scammer. They want a drug dealer. That's what they want. That's what's out there today. So where are the women that's raising these wives? Where are
Okay,
they? You know,
we're back to
that's a question we got to find out.
my brother.
Where are the women that's raising these wives? So
Well, you
because
know what, my
we
brother.
definitely, hold on one second, sis, because we definitely push that you have to find somebody that's righteous. Matter of fact, the Bible says, give me that Sirach 6 and 7. We definitely push that you got to make sure that you find somebody that's living a righteous life. We speak that every single night. Read that real quick.
The book of Sirach, chapter 6 and verse 7. If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him.
So the Bible pushed that. Guess what? We push that. If you could get a friend, prove them first, and until you find somebody that's worthy. And guess what? And if you got a if you're a sister, if you're a woman, and you picking that man by yourself without your father or without other men that done help raise you up to try and say this is a righteous man, or are you surrounded by righteous people, then guess what? You always gonna pick somebody that's wrong. Right? If you're not surrounded by righteousness, you ain't gonna marry righteousness. It's just not gonna happen. Right? You're gonna end up in this situation. Go to chapter 26 and verse 23.
Yes, sir. The book of Sirach, chapter 26 and verse 23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man.
So yeah, so it's a lot of wicked women and wicked men, and guess what? They find each other and they live these lives, and guess what? They teach other women to be wicked, and they teach other men to be wicked. So guess what? The cycle got to be broken, right? The cycle got to be broken. You got a group of men that's on, like, when I look at Clubhouse every night, on especially on Biblical Smoke, it's thousands of people on here every single night, and guess what? It's moderated by men that's married to black women that have black kids, that take care of their black kids and raise their black sons to marry black women, to get a job, right, and to love God. And guess what? The ones that got daughters, guess what? They wives are raising those daughters to be what? To be righteous women, right? To love a black man, to rebuild a nation. So that's what the men doing. But for the most part, we only usually get issues when we have topics, when we talk about what's wrong with the black woman. And so that's that the scripture says, hey, don't give me no wickedness but the wickedness of a woman. So that's got to change. Like who's gonna make the change? Who's gonna make that difference? What sisters are gonna start standing up and rebuking this? Because y'all, I mean, you celebrating the death of a black man? That's crazy.
Who can?
You know, if I could add, as we're talking about marriage, and someone sent me a message, and I would like to address that. But you know, for the women and people that's in the audience, as we're talking about marriage, understand something and don't be confused when you find out that the man that you married is imperfect. And when I say imperfect is that there is none that's good, not one. It's going to be some days that it's not going to be, you know, cotton candy and roller skating on a sunny day. It's going to be some better or for worse. But what's happened is that in this new age, you know, everybody is looking for that perfect partner. You know, he got the money. He's all about me. He's not gonna make any mistakes. And y'all want this social media marriage. And when you don't have this social media marriage, you ready to throw the husband, the children, and everything away just so your status, you know, could be that of one that has arrived, or one that's, you know, everything is always hunky dory and we on vacation. Don't look for that, because that's where you're going to be upset. The next thing is a lady in the, or somebody in the audience, and I dare not say the name. They
Say,
asked,
Vera,
yes,
real quick. I had a couple people that's been waiting for a bit, and I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna loop back around to your point, so don't forget it. Write it down. I do want the others who was on the
Yes,
stage for a
sir.
little bit to get their points out. All right, Melissa, you was up next. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Listen, tonight's been really enlightening, and I really appreciate what Vera has said and Kranitha has said. And, you know, as a single mom where, you know, my husband left me when my son was 10 months old and now he's going to be 17. You know, I do believe that if you don't marry God's best, when you say I do, that becomes God's best. Okay. Um, and I've suffered through um um mental and physical abuse, right? So as a man, I and as a woman of God and a woman of faith, I do believe in the fact that I do want a man to lead me, right? We as women, we want a stronger man to lead us. And I champion what you're saying on this because God has created man to lead women. Not that we're weak, but that's how God created um, what a man and woman should be. And
No,
as
no. Let me jump in here real quick, because women, you know, the scripture says that women are the weaker vessel. So according to the Bible, women are weak. You know, and that's something that women need to understand, that they need a man, and that's something that's been taken away from women lately. It's the fact that what's some of them songs? Oh, my lady's independent. That's the thing now. It's that
yeah,
you don't need a man. You do need a man, because I'm telling y'all. I say this a lot. I said when the food trucks stop being delivered to the grocery store, you'll find out how much you need a man. When the electricity don't come on no more, or you will soon find out how much you're gonna need a man. But that's the mindset now, right? We can say
Well, but
that
you know
because
what,
we're in
Judd?
the first. Hold on 1 second. We can say that because we're in a first world country where everything is good, and if a man doesn't help you, guess what? The government will help you. Like that's the position we're in now. Women don't really. I'm not saying all women don't feel like they don't need a man, but there are a percentage of women that's like, I could do this myself. I don't need a man.
Right. And you know what, Judd? Respectfully, I hear what you're saying, because even though I don't need a man, I can tell you, Judd, I want a man. I want the union. I
No,
want a partner.
you definitely need a man.
Yeah, I mean, I want it. And there's a difference between need and want.
Nah, I'm
And
telling you, it's a need. Women need a man. We was made that way. That's only if you believe in God. Now, if you don't believe in God, you don't believe in the Bible,
yeah, no,
then
no, no, no.
you
I
probably
believe
don't
in
need a
God
man.
wholeheartedly.
Then, if you believe in the scriptures, then you need a man, right? Your whole purpose as a woman was what? What was woman's purpose? Give me that scripture, Dallas.
Yes,
To
sir.
be a helpmate.
I'm asking, Melissa, what was the purpose of a woman if you believe in God?
Well, I mean, God gave Adam Eve
For what?
because he did not want Adam to be alone.
And what was her job? What was her role?
To help him.
Yeah, to
Hello?
be a helper. So listen, Judd,
To
this
be
is
a
the
helper.
thing.
The woman and the man, as for being together, God put it together for men and women to be together. It was not meant for man and women to be alone. That
That
wasn't it.
is right.
You
You're
know,
absolutely right.
he said that the younger women marry, bear children. That's scripture. So whenever a woman say I don't need a man, that's not a woman of God.
Right. No, I totally believe in the union that God has created. Um and and going back to Vera, I just want to give you a high five, because girl, uh to have that many successful children, you're doing something right. And Kunitha, I'm sorry for the loss of your husband and the battle that you must have gone through to fight his battle through his addiction. But I tell you this, I believe that, Judd, you're spot on, right? I do believe in scripture. My brother's a minister. I am a woman of faith. I didn't choose to be a single mom and to be left when my son was 10 months old. Okay, I didn't choose that. But I tell you what, God has blessed me, and I do believe futuristically that He's going to bring me a man that I'm going to share the rest of my life with, right? But going to your point and everything that you guys have talked about tonight, um, makes me want to cry on the inside and the outside, because we as a community and people need to take care of each other. And the statistics that you put up tonight, I didn't even know those statistics. Okay. And it is we, the people in community and the church, that needs to take the children who need that direction.
Say,
And
Melissa, try to land your plane within the next like 10 seconds.
okay, I'm so
Please,
sorry.
because my hand
I,
is up.
I'm just saying that you've given me the heart to want to do more. I want to know how I personally can do more for what has
You can
been
you
discussed
can help
tonight.
teach the Israelites what a true Israelites are. That's a hell of a help that you can spread for us. Like tell the so-called blacks that they are the Jews the Bible called. You can help with that.
Yeah. Um absolutely. And I'm going to follow you guys and be in the chat room and to listen and to share what it is that you're sharing. so that I can
Okay.
have. Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
Melissa. Yeah. We gonna move on to Addie because
Yeah.
you got we understand you got your time in and she's been patiently waiting. We got Candace, MJ, Jabru, Shy, Donut. So we got a lot of people up on stage. We want to get to hear what they have to say and then circle back
Absolutely.
around. All right. So just be patient. All right, Addie, you next. I hope I'm saying your name right.
Honestly, yeah, that's okay. It's Addie. Honestly, you guys can skip me because I don't really know much about Kevin Samuels' death or him as a person. I know there was talks of him, all over social media, but I honestly I haven't formed an opinion about him.
Okay, well, we'll just go
So,
to the next person.
yep.
All right, Candace.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Samuel, my nigga. R.I.P. the dog.
Yeah, and look, Kevin Samuels was against black men like the dude who just spoke out. Kevin Samuels
Go
was about
suck your
No,
order.
he
mama, you
wasn't.
dirty
He
fuck.
was
He
about he
wasn't.
was about
Go.
order. See, it's people like that's see Kevin Samuels was against that. That dude that just came on black. He was against that. He was about order. He was about respect, right? So, and we're against that. That's why we kicked him off the stage. But somebody will marry that dude.
Right. Somebody's gonna open their
Right.
legs to that dude.
Right. That's the problem. Real
Yeah.
quick, I know.
All right, Sister Candace.
Yeah.
Um, so what you're asking my opinion on his death or just him in general or
Yeah. Because they
Just
have
the
people
just the question of the room. Black women rejoice over Kevin Samuels' death. What you think about that?
I think that's sad, I don't think it's a good look for black women to rejoice over a black man's death.
allegedly did.
Yeah, I hope he's not. I hope that, it turns out he's not. I was a fan of his. I really enjoy a lot of things that he had to say. And tough love and things that some of the core values and I understood where he was going with a lot of things that he was saying. I think he meant well, um, but I think we live in a generation where there's a lot of lack of accountability, and also sometimes it's hard for people to put a mirror to themselves and really look at some harsh truths. And
Amen.
I do think that people want to be pandered and just catered to, and it's unfortunate, because that's not growth, in anything that you do, to be better. You need that tough reality sometimes, and I think that's what he did for the black community. I had a lot of respect for him.
Hey Candace, I have a question for you. The way women are represented in media and social media and stuff like that, how they're over sexualized, they behave like thoughts, they have no respect for men and stuff like that, right? Who created that narrative for them? Who created that image?
The white man.
The tell my
Um,
vision and the
well,
media, the broadcast.
Exactly. I'm sick of people sitting here having this long conversation, acting like we are not.
Okay, hold
I
on.
think I think
That's
he was
right.
talking to Candace.
Hold on.
Right.
We appreciate you though. We'll get to you.
Hey,
Oh
that
boy.
go.
Oh
I tell
boy.
you, the black woman ain't ready for no order. That's the problem with not just the
No,
black
I
woman,
am ready. I
black
said, don't
people
sit
All
here
in
and
right,
act
all
general.
like
right.
we're
Thank
not
you, Kelly. Thank
changing.
you,
And
Stop
Kelly.
hold
talking.
on, Jew.
People are
But
changing for
but in
real.
general,
Y'all want to
in
act like people
general,
are not changing.
in general, I've seen other clubhouse rooms, and you don't get this kind of order in most of them, where they go down the line. We say our opinion because it's our room, but we definitely go down the line and give people a chance to talk and try not to skip over people the best we can, right? So when
Strategically.
you can't just shut up and wait your turn, it really showed, hey, that's what's wrong with our people. That's what's wrong with our community. Order is a problem. Without order, you can't build a strong nation.
Right. So, Candace,
Self-control.
go ahead.
You were asking me who. Okay, can you ask me a question? Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yes, no problem. So the way our women are being over sexualized, the way they behave, like thought manners, want to live their whole life and stuff like that. Who's making them do that? Who's creating that image for them?
That's a good question. I just know that the whole culture and the strip club culture, it's just really an overkill right now. You know,
It's
I think like Cardi B and the Megan Thee Stallions, and it's cool to liberation, just being unapologetic about your sexuality, and
right.
Ari,
And
baby mamas and all that. I
I'm gonna
don't
tell you
know.
who.
I can't
I'm
really
gonna tell
say.
you who. I'm gonna tell you who. It's women. They're the one influencing. They're the one who's creating that image. So the reason I bring that up is because you say you're a fan of Kevin Samuel, and I know a lot of people are celebrating his death. They're actually celebrating them not wanting to change. Like, they don't want that stuff to be pointed out. They don't want the finger being pointed at them, saying, "Look, you're a loser.
Right.
You have done nothing with your life other than gain weight, not be still can't have kids with a married man. You have dated losers." They don't like that stuff being pointed out. They have destroyed their own self, and they don't like the fact that somebody's telling them it's your fault.
Hey, Pentecost. It was and Kevin Samuels talked about this. He brought up a couple movies and things when he spoke about that, right? And just I think somebody said, the white people did it, right? It was a time where we were thought to be animals. White people thought we had tails. They thought that we were sexual deviants, and all kinds of just the evil of the evil. That was what was put out by white people. And I remember I met a guy at this conference from, I think he was from like Wyoming or somewhere. We ended up having to be roommates, and it was his first time ever talking to a black person. And after that conference, he was like, "Man, he was scared to say it, but he was like, you know, everything that I ever was told about, black people, he's like, you really like let me know that ain't true, right?" So yeah, something can be pushed out by our enemies about us, but do we have to play that role, right? What's the guy name that made the movie Hollywood Shuffle? What's his name? Townsend.
Robert Townsend.
Robert
Robert
Townsend, yeah.
Townsend. Robert Townsend made a
And
movie.
you're referring to ethnic image. That's what he's referring to.
Okay, all
Ethnic
praises.
image. Yeah.
So Robert Townsend made a movie called Hollywood Shuffle, where he basically was talking about black men that went out and played these parts as like you jive turkey and oh massa gonna take this and all, they went and played all these parts that was 100% negative stereotypes of black people, and he was like, you don't have to play these parts. Like, why are y'all out here playing these parts and then at the same time complaining? And he showed that a lot of these men that was going for these parts, like, they were educated, they went to art school like Juilliard and stuff like that, but they was playing a slave, or they was playing a butler, or they was playing a gangster or something like that. Like a great actor like Denzel, he didn't really get fully recognized until he played in Training Day, right? Holly Berry, she didn't really get recognized until she got basically brutally raped by your boy. Make me feel
Billy
good
Bob.
by a
Billy
white
Bob
guy.
Billy
Thornton.
Bob Thornton.
So you got to think these parts, and guess what? When they play these parts, Holly Berry knew that was in the part. It wasn't like she signed up for it and was like, wait a minute, I got to get smashed like this on by a white guy on camera.
Hey, and she
Right,
was warned not to. She was warned not to do it. And Lisa Monet also, and Holiday, I think it was something Angel Heart with
yeah,
Mickey Rourke. Same thing happened to her too.
right,
They were
right.
warned not to do these things.
So yeah, there is a power that wants to push that about our people, but we don't have to do it. We don't have to do it. We don't have to be on Instagram half naked. Sisters don't have to walk out the house with bonnets on and leggings that you can see through. I mean, you can't some women are ask a man like, I don't know why you cheat. Why can't men be faithful? You can't walk around now and not see a naked woman. I mean, for the most part, it's like you can even try, you could be a righteous brother that's trying to be right by his wife, and you can try to do the best you could do, and then you go to Walmart on Sunday with women getting out of church, and you like, goodness, I got to get out of here. So it's an image. Yeah, it's an image that's out there, but we don't have to play the part. We don't have to play the role. We don't have to sign up for it. We can be righteous. Mute my mic.
Hey, and real quick, say Dallas, if you can't get 1 Corinthians 5, it's going right into like what Judge said. It's like you can't not see any of the wickedness around you. Like, a woman just showing her behind, whether it's TikTok, walking down the street. It said, must needs leave the world. That's scripture.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 5 and verse 9. I wrote unto you in an epistle not to keep company with fornicators,
Mm-hmm.
yet not altogether with the fornicators of this world, or
Right.
with the covetous, or extortioners, or with idolaters. For then ye must needs go out of the world.
Right. So he says, so if you are to avoid, the only way you can avoid seeing or seeing any of this around you, like the fornication, the idolatry, which goes into the Christian church, Muslim, Egyptology, hermeneutics, all this other extra crap that our brothers and sisters are in, right? Or it goes into the, like I already said, fornication, the adultery that goes on, all of that. The only way that you're not going to see it, you'll literally have to go into space. You have to leave the planet because it's everywhere you look, whether you're outside or you're inside, looking in on your phone, looking through your social media, on the news, or even your kids. Disney, they're now pushing, and they're avidly pushing a way to put home gender friendly. That's the nicest way I can say it. They're avidly pushing gender friendly stuff inside of your children's cartoons, so that way your children can start to learn how to be a little bit more gender friendly and accept that lifestyle. So no matter where you look, they say the only way you can leave it is if you leave the world. So I'm just playing into what Judd had brought out. It was an excellent point there. Excellent point.
Hey, if you all remember, I think it was maybe about 2 years ago now, going back to this over sexualizing of our black women. There was a black woman that got mad that she was thrown off of one of the airlines. I can't remember if it's Delta, American, or something like that. I think she was coming back from like Jamaica, and she's a doctor, but the way that she was dressed was offending the not just the people, but I think the airline staff or stuff like that. And she was removed. They tried to give her like a suit jacket to cover herself up. I don't know if y'all remember what I'm talking about, but here she is a woman that's got, she got high stature in society, being a doctor, but yet it was the way that she portrayed herself. Who would know that she was a doctor? You know what I'm saying? And so she got treated like what? Like she was a hoe. Give me on Sirach 19:29, just to show you sisters that it don't matter how high your education is, how you carry yourself and what you put out for the world to see matters.
The book of Sirach, chapter 19 and verse 29. A man may be known by his look, and one that hath understanding by his countenance when thou meetest him.
So you will be. People can make judgments on you by the way you carry yourself, by what you're wearing. Go ahead.
A man's attire and excessive laughter and gait show what he is.
So, I've heard a couple of sisters, and all praise to the Most High. We want our sisters to get education and so on and so forth. But that over sexualizing and you still carrying yourself um, in a manner that men look at you to lust, they don't care about your education level and things of that nature. So I just wanted to back you up on that point you was making earlier. So I'm gonna mute my mic.
All right, hey, real quick, before we go on to the next person, hashtag biblical smoke on Twitter. All right, y'all go ahead and keep the topic trending on there as well. Continue to share, ping people towards the room. Snap clips that's inside of here on the bottom of your screen here, and share it, right? Follow the moderators, teachers that are on the stage as well. And again, if y'all have any inquiries, any questions outside of what we're bringing out here, feel free to email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Again, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. All right. So next we have MJ Jibru.
Yeah, it's okay. Go ahead. Ask the next person. I'll come back. Just
All
2
right, I'm gonna
minutes.
come back. I'm gonna come back
Okay.
to you, man. Get your thought right. All right, I'm gonna come back to you. Donut. Do not. I know I messed it up.
Yeah, you sure did. No,
Yeah.
no, it's denied.
Great.
Thanks, bro. I love coming over here to these spaces. But no, y'all basically like already discussed my point. I think like it's much bigger. Like, at the end of the day, like you can hate the messenger. It's one thing to hate the messenger opposed to the actual message. And I don't necessarily agree with a lot of those guys like Tommy Sotomayor or Kevin Samuels to the extent that they are the messenger. But I'm 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 wise enough to be able to understand that there's an actual message here that's being communicated through this individual that all black people should take heed to and listen to. But it's like we're so used to trauma and so to where we fight ourselves and we fight to stay in confusion. And so instead of looking at the overall message and trying to figure out exactly what this person is trying to communicate, the good side of it, you want to find ways to pick and poke at that individual and then rejoice when they're dead. So I think this happens to a lot of our, not seeing Kevin Samuels as anything remotely close to like a civil rights leader, but you even see it with them or anybody that is put into power or any position to have some type of, I guess, peculiar voice that we don't necessarily see or value. And I also want to point out that like the women on Clubhouse and in general that's on the chat with Kevin Samuels are those women in which he is oftentimes speaking about, and not saying that's all black women or those black women represent the overall arch of black women. But I think like when we look at different things that are being spoken to us in real time, we got to understand that it's for the benefit of people that's coming up behind us sometimes. And maybe just maybe something he said was a beneficial to the right people, and not so like people being emotionally triggered to attack him or kill him twice. The man died, body is not even put to rest, and we're still killing him on social media. So I think we all should look at the message opposed to the messenger. Thanks for having me.
All right. Interesting point. Any moderators have some to add on to that?
I do.
Hold tight 1 second. All right. So, interesting
Hey,
point.
hey, deny. Well, you did say something, saying that you kind of said you didn't agree with him. I guess. What are some of the things you didn't agree with?
Well, I mean, obviously, it's like a big smear campaign from Revolt to Essence Magazine and all of these companies and corporations that have black women in leadership positions. It's almost like they're fighting against the, I guess, progression and the perseverance of the monoracial black family and black couples, because I do agree with him when he said that he believed black men and black women should be together and get married, right? I agree with that. But when he fly out the mouth and say like that because you're 35 and plus, it's over for you, it's done for you. I think a lot of it's only reasonable that a lot of us come from our own anecdotal experience. And if a black woman is like, damn, well, he's talking to me and he's talking in general, well, the love of my life probably died, and that's why I'm this way or that way. So I think at some point and at some level he can come across as insensitive because it is a sensitive situation. And I firmly believe this. Like, I'm gonna just be real with you. I think women should tell women how to be women, and men should tell men how to be men. And a lot of people, like y'all said earlier, didn't realize that he actually started speaking to and against those Pookie Ray Rays and Deshaun's and stuff like that. But a lot of these women that are upset with him believe that even men who went to the military with a PhD is still in debt and still not good for them, even though they're these specific type of women in which are the ones that get up and do an interview with Kevin Samuels. And it doesn't even make any sense, but it goes back to my point of saying
Yeah. Hey,
that women
but
like
just a question.
yeah, my bad.
What type of women do you want to teach women?
I want women like if I'm in this position in life and I'm at this level of socioeconomic class and I got there and I feel like I have a blueprint that at the end of the day, like you know the game is sold and not told. But if I'm selling you something, rather it's information or advice that got me somewhere, then I'm going to be then the person should be receptive to it. Don't sell me on some information that you wish was actually applicable to you, and this is what you shoulda coulda woulda done to be in this position, and now you want other people to believe this dream that you're selling. So if I don't know how to become, if I'm not a millionaire, I can't teach you how to become a millionaire. So if I didn't quote unquote divest and get with the love of my life and be able to maintain and hold that relationship, I can't go off and teach somebody how to do something that I failed at.
Okay,
And I think that's yeah.
so it would make sense that like single women should definitely shut the fuck up, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. I
Oh,
was just
wait,
making
wait.
sure.
And wait. Hold on. Let me read back because I don't want no more room in the title. So here's the thing. I think that everybody come from some anecdotal experience, but when it comes down to divesting or listening to someone like Kevin Samuels, those are life coaches. They are not certified therapists or anything like that. So you can't tell going how to get there. But if a woman is single because she's stuck by her man and he suddenly died or is not able, we can't fault her if she wants to go out and say how to take care of and how
Well,
to
I'm
build
not
a
talking about a
relationship.
widow. I'm not talking about a widow. I'm talking about a woman that's strong, independent. She a millionaire, right? But she's single.
Can't keep a man.
And I spoke about this before in this room. It's that women liberation stuff where I wholly admit that this is the biggest difference, like, with black people and white people, right? Black people were in this matriotic system where we're taught to protect, preserve, and listen to the black woman, which is why we don't have as many black men smoking cigars, being strategic, and passing their legacy to their sons. But instead, being codependent upon, the white man, rather it's a 9 to 5, or even in an executive position that they want to remove you from as soon as you sneeze wrong, whatever the case may be. So we're taught to do those things, and I don't know if y'all seen the TV show called The First Lady, where Viola Davis roasted Michelle Obama. But that's another discussion. But like you would see those white women supporting their husbands in a very, very different way than Michelle Obama supported her husband. And the operative fact is, even if you look at that series, if you look at the way black women treat sons and their husbands, they lead out of fear. And that produces an emotional response that can be sporadic and sometimes like not as calculated as men should be. So I don't know. So that's just all I have to say for now.
Okay. And then I think the first thing you said you disagreed about the 35-year-old, you just worthless. I don't think that's what he taught. I think he said that, once you get to a certain age and you're single, you got to start trying to live and date within your shoe size. You know, I know. Look, I'm just gonna be
Yeah, that's
honest
right.
with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. If it's a woman She 40 years old and she's single. The first thing I'm gonna say is, well, what's wrong with her? Like, I mean, that's gonna be the question, especially if she's not fat, she ain't ugly, she don't have like some type of disorder just that you can just see. It's
But
gonna
wait,
be,
wait,
it's
that's where
gonna
you're
be.
wrong.
Well,
Who are
hold
you?
on, let me finish talking. It's gonna be, well, what's wrong? Like, why is she single? That's gonna be my question. Why is she not? Why isn't a guy scooped her up? What's the problem?
But can I
They
respond?
say that for men. If a
Yeah,
man is
but
handsome,
the thing is
he's
the
well to
emphasis.
do and all of that, they ask, well, why is he not married?
Yeah, they'll say he's gay. They're like, he's probably gay. That's what
There
they'll
you
say.
go.
Go ahead, Donat.
I think what it is, and this is a bit anecdotal. It's just like a lot of times we see women that are good, and we chase the Instagram models or some shit like that, and we don't necessarily appreciate the women that have these degrees that do things that feel liberated because we feel like, oh, she's not attractive enough, and then we get mad when she hides behind feminism to feel her best and as confident as possible. And so I think that's again, it goes to what I said earlier. I think men should let men speak to men, and women should let women speak to women, regardless. Like, because black men specifically, we focus on women too much, and I think that Kevin Samuels, rather his intent for speaking on some of the things that a lot of these women are mad at was malicious or not. Still, at the end of the day, he spent a lot of time focused on women instead of focusing on himself.
Well, he spent
Towards
three. He spent 3 years dealing with the men. I mean,
Even when dealing with the women, he wasn't. It wasn't necessarily until the average at best clip. He was always dealing with the men. It's when he started dealing with that one sister. That's when his popularity went through the roof. That's why we're talking about him now. But even in
because
that,
he realized he could reach more people that way. He's like, what? Nobody cared that you had a black man
right?
talking to other black men to try and fix black problems. But then the first time it was an issue with the woman, it was like everybody flocked. It was like, okay, I can get my message out better this way. Because I mean, we could see that happened.
That's a great point.
All
So
right.
now
Hey,
the question, now that's
hold,
now
hold
the
on, did I?
question becomes. Oh, my bad, bro.
Yeah,
Kevin, finish.
one of the messages that he always put out there too. If you notice, he will always tell the women, how hard did you work to get your PhD and stuff like that, right? And a lot of them they spend a lot of years in college, to make it to the top. And he will tell them, why don't you put that same effort to get the results of finding a husband? Meaning, do the womanly stuff that you have to do. So a lot of times, the women, they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that the all that stuff that they did. He's basically saying, listen, if you want six figures, I mean, if you want
Sponge of
enough
Lord.
men, do the same thing that you did to find a husband. They're not trying to hear that.
But
Hey,
this is what I'm
hey,
saying.
just
What I'm
to
saying is like if you play with fire, you
say,
get fire, right?
do not,
Oh, my bad,
real quick.
Jay.
No,
Y'all
no,
need to
you
be
good, bro.
ashamed of yourselves for rejoicing over this man's death. He was not gay. He
Yeah,
died in
Amen.
the arms of
Amen.
his love.
Amen. Amen.
yeah, getting the hell niggas. I tell you, boy. Hey, Delta, you was about to say something, right? I saw you
Yeah,
unmute
yeah,
your mic, brother.
yeah. I was just saying, from what the brother just stated, as far as women should speak on women, but you got to understand what women is speaking and getting on the sisters for their behavior. What national platform do you have a black sister that is strongly going against the ways of our sisters that is inappropriate?
I mean, there's plenty, and then again, you got to understand that
Name
woman.
them, name
One
them,
second,
name them,
there's one second, and I
name
know
them.
what I'm not even finna do that because I know where you're going.
No, no,
The thing,
you made a
no,
statement.
no,
I
bro,
mean, you
bro,
said
bro. Here,
it's
this
plenty,
is what I'm gonna
so
say.
name it.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna concede. Right? What I'm gonna
Go
say
ahead. You gonna
is
name it?
No, but I'm gonna say this
No,
though.
man,
So
you all come on, man.
one
Don't be
second,
like
bro.
that now,
Listen,
bro.
listen. This is what I'm gonna say.
Don't be like
I
that, bro.
can't tell a woman how to be a woman. So if
Don't,
I'm
hey,
looking,
but my thing is,
if I'm no,
you
bro. If
made a
I'm a man
statement.
and I'm looking at a woman teach
You
another woman, and I say
listen,
no, do
bro,
this, that's
bro.
misogynistic.
Hey, real quick, real quick. But a husband can tell a woman what he's looking for in a wife. So
Damn.
so he can tell, like me as being a
That's
husband,
an
like
individual
cause I think
basis
about
though. Like
myself as a husband, right? As a husband, when I come home, I want my wife to be able to know what kind of mood I'm in when I walk in the door, right? To know if I'm in the mood to play around, if I'm in the mood I want to go sit in the man cave and chill for a minute, drink a beer. You know, if I do want to sit down and talk, guess what? I want a woman to know that. And guess what? How she gonna know that? By paying attention to the man. So guess what? If I'm speaking to a woman, I be look, you need to make sure you pay attention to your man. He could have had a real bad day at work, right? And guess what? When he come home, he may just want to sit back for a minute. Hey, just let him sit back for a minute. So a man can talk to a woman about being a woman. Guess what? You definitely you see what happens when a man is not in the household and how the daughters come up, right? So a man is definitely needed, you know, in that atmosphere. Because guess what? The woman that you want to be teaching these women, you definitely want her to be have been directed by a righteous man. So at the end of the day, it's got to come from the man. At the end of the day, it just is what it
How
is. It's
do
the
we know
order.
that though?
It's the order. It's the order that's set up. It is
I
what it
don't
is.
believe that no man can
All
teach
right,
a
Doc,
woman.
hold
But
hold your
this the
peace. We'll
Really?
thing.
get to you. Hold your
This the
peace.
thing. You don't have to believe it, but I know how men think. So at the end of the
Or how
day,
women
if I'm
think.
trying, I know how women think too. That's how we smash so many women because we know how y'all think. Because we know what lies to tell you. We know
Right
how to
on.
make you feel this way or
That's
feel
so
that way. We
misogynistic.
know it. Look, we know it.
We
It's
be
not. It's not.
smashing y'all too, okay? You're not the
That,
only one smashing, okay?
I mean, that's
Don't
what you
just
say. Yeah, that's what you
yeah.
say. It make you feel good. But guess what? A key that can open many locks is a what? It's the master key. A lock that opens for
Damn.
any key is
Damn.
broken. It's a
That's
broken
a
lock.
hoe.
So it is what it is.
Yeah, it's a beat up
If
lock.
you want to pride yourself in being a broken lock, then go right ahead. And then you teach your daughters to be a broken lock. And they teach their daughters to be a broken lock. And let's see what happens.
No, you had
Let's
said
see if we
something
build
about
our
women.
let's
You
see if
said
we build
something
a
about a
nation.
man teaching a woman, a good woman, how to be a good woman,
Yeah,
and
that's it.
I don't believe that. That's not what's up. Like that's
What I
not
All
okay,
right.
so
that
what
don't
I'm
even
saying
make sense.
is this, sis. This what I'm saying.
Like you
How
didn't went
can a
somewhere
woman,
else.
let's just listen, just listen to what I'm saying, right? How can a woman teach you how to be a good wife that's not a good wife?
No, you said a
Not
good
just
woman
I'm just asking a question.
has.
I'm gonna go there.
No. I'm
But how
saying
can a
like let's
woman?
start from the
I'm
beginning.
gonna get to that point. I want you to answer this though. How can a woman teach you how to be a good wife if she's not a good wife?
I'm not asking her though.
Who you gonna ask then? Cardi
I'm
B?
gonna ask me.
You gonna
I'm
ask
gonna
Meg Thee
ask a
Stallion?
good
Who you
wife.
gonna ask?
I'm gonna ask the good wife.
You gonna ask the good wife, okay?
Yes.
So a
I'm.
good wife, is she learning from her husband?
No, she learned it from another good wife.
That's crazy.
Uh,
That's crazy.
nah.
You can't
How
be a
She
good
learned from her
wife.
how
husband. She learned
You
from her
can't be a
husband.
good wife if
how
you
that
ain't learning
Because
from
she
your
can't
husband.
teach me how to be. She can't
You,
teach like no. She can teach me things about womanhood, but she can't teach me how to be a good wife to her husband. That's her husband.
how does she
That's
become a good wife? How does she
she.
become a good
No,
wife?
it does. It's not
but
nothing that
that's
No, no,
the
her.
no, 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 no.
thing. Y'all women
No,
think
listen,
that
hold.
us
Y'all won't
men.
even let me talk. Y'all
Hold
wanna
on one
if y'all
second. That's
wanna
well, one
preach
because
though.
you
Yeah.
talking out of line. You out of order.
Yeah.
See what
We
I'm
So
got
saying?
that
That's
it is what it
crazy.
is.
some
Y'all
You
folk
out
think
of
in here.
order.
JB,
So
JB,
we
Wait,
can
hold
I
on,
allow
say
hold on,
you.
real
something?
quick, real quick.
We
Yeah, real
allow
quick,
you
Hold
real
to
on,
quick.
talk.
Hold on,
hold on.
hold.
First off. Let's get a scripture real quick just to prove that that's completely false. What was that about the age women teach? The age women, get that please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
JB,
We're
can
gonna
I
see if
say
the
something?
Mute your
that's
mic,
why I
Iman.
said earlier. Hold on a second, Iman. That's why I said earlier about a pure influence. and a bad influence. I said before, and I stand by it. It was an old TV show that was this elder told me, a wise man once told me. He said there was this white dude, and he was a white supremacist on TV, and he was on an audio, he was on a talk show. And the white woman stood up and said, "I think you're a so-and-so." He's like, "Man," well, she said, "You ain't got no opinion. Your opinion is television." And and it's true, a lot of sisters, a lot of y'all don't have an opinion. Your opinion is TV. It's not biblical based. It's not based in reality. It's delusions. Disney is fairy tale. It's not realism at all. It's not realistic at all. And that's where unrealistic expectations come from. And lies to tell yourselves. And when Kevin Samuels came on the scene and he revealed that was all fairy tale and fantasy, I got mad at him. And now you're happy he's dead. Read that, please. That's what the Bible says.
The book of Titus, chapter 2 and verse 3. The aged women likewise, that they be in behavior as becometh holiness, not false accusers, not given to much wine, teachers of good things, that they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children, to be discreet.
The only way an aged woman can teach a woman to love their husbands and to love their children is by this. Now, give me the other one, Timothy. Now, this is how an aged woman teaches young women how to love their husbands and their children. Give me Timothy now.
The book of 1 Timothy, chapter 2 and verse 9. In like manner also, that women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with broidered hair or gold or pearls or costly array, but becometh women professing godliness with good works.
Women professing godliness with good works. Watch this.
Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection.
So this is the aged woman. She's to learn in silence with all subjection. From who? From her husband. Read on.
But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence.
Go ahead.
For Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression.
So the point of the matter is that she's to learn all things from her husband. And that woman, once she learns from her husband, the husband teaches the woman, and then she teaches the children. Because the woman's the first teacher in the house, but she learns from her husband. That's the actual order. It's a divine order. Give me 1 Corinthians 11 real fast, and I'll end my plane. 1 Corinthians 11 and 3. Watch this.
The book of
when you go against this order, I'm going to just tell you straight. You got the devil on you. I'm going to tell you straight. There's evil in you. That's all it boils down to. Wickedness. Read that.
The book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 11 and verse 3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ.
So and the head of hold on. Men don't contest this. The head of every man is Christ. Watch this. Read on.
And the head of the woman is the man.
And the head of the woman, the teacher of the woman, is the man. And the teacher of the man is Christ. Watch this.
And the head of Christ is God.
Right, and Christ has a head too. That's called divine order. So the woman, in order for her to teach a woman to love her husband and love their children, she has to understand her position, understand her role. She learned from her husband in silence and in subjection, and teaches the younger women when she's aged to do the same. So the moment you say, I'm going to listen to a good wife and not listen to the man, that doesn't make any biblical sense. In this world, that's fine. You don't believe it. But here's one thing I do believe that you can believe. Was one thing, this is a science that came a long time ago. It was called E equals MC squared, the theory of relativity. The theory of relativity by a man named Albert Einstein. And Albert Einstein understood how the atoms and so forth. Another man came along. Then you had a man named William Oppenheimer called the Manhattan Project. And these men came together and created something called the hydrogen bomb. And they learned the science of nuclear fission, right? Nuclear fission. Now, nuclear fission, nuclear science created nuclear warheads, right? The nuclear warheads are located in nuclear silos all over the planet. And what's going to end up happening is, biblically speaking, is those nuclear warheads are going to be used. And when America undergoes that nuclear destruction, you're going to believe that shit. Because once those nuclear bombs hit, all the power that you women have gained from European supremacy is going to be gone. Once he's gone, your power's gone. So only person you're going to be listening to is who's left, who survives. And the black man's going to survive, biblically speaking. So you can enjoy your time now while the black man's on the bottom and white man's on top and feed you your delusions and all your Disney BS in your brain from TV and all these rapping stripper hoes like Megan Thee Stallion and so forth. But when they're all in nuclear flames, you're going to have to follow your man again. Just hope you believe that.
I
Nuclear
don't
bombs are
believe them
real.
either. I don't believe them
That's
either.
cool. That's cool. But the nuclear bombs are real. Do you believe in those? They exist. Do you believe in that?
I don't know too much about it.
Well,
So
I
I
just
can't
told
believe
you.
nothing. I
That's
don't
fine.
know. I
That's
can't talk
fine.
on what I don't know
That's
about.
fine.
Yeah, Google it.
Just type
I ain't
in
got to. I'm
nuclear
not
war.
interested.
Just type in. Just take the old black ass off the stage. Be interested in the audience and learn about nuclear science in the audience. Next.
Burn up all that fake hair and come tell us.
Hey,
Okay.
shouts to Albert Einstein and Oppenheimer. Don't wipe me, don't niggas up there.
Hey,
Don't wipe me
he
up.
went to the dark place.
Shout out to Robert Oppenheimer.
Shouts to Robert Oppenheimer for making nuclear bombs. You black women are going to be the first test dummies when them bombs hit this place. Tell you right now. Y'all are destroyed by them Babylon. Look at y'all stuff.
Shout out to Harry Truman, S. Truman, who sank that.
Yeah, shout out to him too.
All right.
Hey, but the thing is, it's a book called Medical Apartheid, and it showed how the white man basically practiced on black women to form what we call now gynecology. They didn't use no kind of
Marion
medicine.
Sims. Marion
Yeah,
Sims is his
Yeah,
name.
J. Marion Sims. Yep.
yeah. They didn't use any kind of medicine to make to dull the pain or whatever. They just went in and cut it on y'all. It's like, oh, that didn't work. Give me another one. Oop, that didn't work. Give me another one. Oop, that didn't work. Give me another one. But at the same time, right now, y'all trust in his structure. And his structure is keep the black man down, all my ladies independent.
And
Dang.
our women are the only ones who don't have a hedge of protection. That's why when you go into the hair stores and the Koreans and the other nations are whooping your ass because
Nah,
they don't want you in.
they do have a hedge of protection. It's their Uncle Sam. That's their
Ah,
protection. That's their protection. That's why they say, they can easily say niggas ain't shit.
the Child Protective
Yeah,
Services.
let's move on.
Y'all supposed to be the protectors. What the fuck?
Well, we're
All right.
gonna
So
protect.
We can't protect them now. Shut up.
No. We're gonna protect women, not women with dicks. We're gonna protect women that know they have vaginas and know that men are supposed to protect them, not women who want to be us. We'll protect women who want to be women.
Not ratchet women.
This conditional. The same way I say you'll be feminine for the right man, we'll be masculine for the right woman. How about that?
Bring it out.
all right. Hey, so next next we have why. It's a good question as to what the hell just happened. Why? Say, oh, why Amber? You won. You can hear me?
Could be.
What?
What's good?
Oh, there you go. There you go. What you got on the topic, sis? What you got? Come on, talk to me.
I'm chilling. Me and my bro over here talking about God and stuff. I don't even know what y'all was talking about. I'm sorry. I was in the room over here vamping. What y'all talking about?
Next.
Hey, that's crazy. Hey,
See,
that's too
why?
crazy. It's like I'm over here getting high. We talk about God, smoking and
Right.
shit.
Yeah.
What y'all talk about? We supposed to protect her?
Hey, why?
Right.
Iman.
Why?
Hey,
Can I say something?
Zanai, you want her teaching other women?
Can
Let's
I say
move on.
something?
Yeah, go ahead. It's on you.
Yeah, I agree with 100% of what the men said, and the woman who said like women can protect. Women can protect, take advice from other women. It doesn't even make sense because what I learned was the man is the head while the woman is the neck, only for support. Without a man, nothing can go on. You know, we need fathers. Fathers are leaders. So I agree with everything you guys are saying. And sorry about my
Sister of mine.
sorry,
Sister of mine. Can I
English is
ask
not
you
my
this?
first language. So,
Okay. What is your first
but one
language?
thing I want to tell you is
Amon. Amon.
nuclear
What is your
about
first
the
language?
nuclear bombs and whatever.
Say,
Most of the
Iman, can you
parts
hear me?
are found in
Listen,
Africa,
listen.
and
Listen to the question.
one
Listen to the
and
question.
Africa
Iman,
Listen to the
is
question.
can you hear us?
gonna like
Amon.
shut down.
Amon.
They're coming to their senses. So these white men who think they're
Oh crap.
Wow.
Amon.
Yeah.
Can I ask you what's your nationality?
She don't
She's
hear you. She's
probably
still
still.
talking.
She's probably still talking.
Hey, hey, just show you, man. The heathens, they understand quick. It's always our people that don't understand nothing, man. That's a damn shame.
Yeah, we want to make sure, before we call somebody a heathen. But all right, let's move on.
All right.
Say something.
Uh, hold on one sec, Kanita. We have we have a couple more people. There's more coming on the stage, so just you gotta hold tight.
But what I will
I'm
say, she didn't sound like she was Americanized, and it may have sounded like she was, I don't know, maybe Arabic, maybe. Did any of y'all catch that?
Yeah, I caught that.
either
With the
Arabic
If
or
name.
not,
East Indian.
if not
100%.
Okay,
East
so
Indian or something like that. More
and with the
so East
name
Indian.
Iman, that they grow up feeling that way, that the man is the head, that you got to learn stuff from the man. That's how they grow up. They grow up learning that. And guess what? They look at their nation. Look, they
no,
come here.
I'm not. I'm
What?
from Kenya.
From Kenya. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah.
okay, Kenya. Okay. Same thing though. Not under that Americanized mindset of independent woman and stuff like that. Because you think about the land of Africa, it's being raped, it's being stolen from, the resources
Especially
being
by the
taken from,
Chinese. Now the
and
Chinese are coming in.
yeah, by the Chinese and everybody. They getting oppressed too. But guess what? Their women still say the man is the head, but it's not the same here in America. The Americanized black woman, that's not what they're raised from. Kids, they not raised that way. That they let their people watch. We watch television, Housewives of Atlanta and stuff like that, to where we put that in the heads of the women, Married to the Medicine, and just so on and so on. There's just so many shows. It's just complete BS to basically show how not to raise a family and build a nation. And that's what we've become. We have to go back to the natural order of things. And I understand. I understand that. Look, some of y'all women like, well, I don't want to be submissive. I don't want this. I don't want that. I don't want that. What do you want? You want to be ran through and unhappy, depressed, therapy, that, because that's what's going on with our women right now. That's what's going on with our women right now. So we got to come back to the national order. And most of these women, they'll say they love God, they believe in God, they love God, they go to church, they think they're gonna go to heaven, they blessed, they highly favored. When we gonna come back to what the book says? That's the question. All right, let's go to the next person.
Hello?
All right.
Hello?
All right, Mika. You up?
I just got here. What was the question?
All right. So it's pretty much the topic. Black women rejoice over Kevin Samuels' death. The whole topic is surrounded around Kevin Samuels. So go ahead. What you got on that?
I don't think anybody's like rejoicing over it, but nobody's gonna be like sad over it either. We don't know him personally. So that's number one. Number two, it's not like he was helping the black women or anything like that. So yeah.
What about all the black women that he got married? He didn't help any of them.
Well, kudos to them, but
did he
the
not help them?
majority.
Is that not helping? You
Well,
said no one. You said no black
well,
women was helped.
well, the ones that got help, they can be sad over it, but the other ones, I don't think we
Okay.
have any feelings towards it. So
Hey,
So why they don't
and
have any feelings? Why they don't have any feelings? Why
and
you think
look,
they don't have no feelings
and
for him?
that's the reason why we are the way we are, because we're individuals. Black people are individuals. We don't think nation minded, right? We just some individuals. Like, hey, that's that nigga over there. He dead. Whatever it is, what it is. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, right? You had that black man telling other black men to go and get a good job. Is that something good, or is that bad, Mika? For a black man to tell another black man to get a job.
I mean, we have other black men
Is
telling,
that good or bad? It's simple.
okay, that's good,
That's a
great,
good thing, right? So
great for
what
him.
about those men that was chilling, playing video games and smashing women and living off them, that decided to, you know what? Let me get some work for myself. Let me go get a job. Let me have some pride about myself. Was that a help or a hindrance?
Absolutely was a help for them. Great,
Okay.
awesome.
You're like, oh, awesome. I don't give a damn about them. They not me. Let's move on. That's the black woman though. The black woman don't give a damn. It's like, it didn't help me, so I don't give a damn.
I mean,
That's what you basically saying.
I,
I don't give a damn about him. It is
Judd,
what it
it's
is. He
because
dead.
it can't help them.
Hey,
That's the part about it.
Does she supposed to be teaching the women? Because you say men can't teach them. Is she the black woman that's supposed to be teaching them? Mika, this the mind of our sisters right here.
I mean, why
You
don't
want
you
her
guys
teaching
just
them?
focus on
That's not my
yourselves? Like,
mind.
No,
why
we
don't
ain't
you
go. We can't
focus on
focus.
yourselves though, and stop like
No,
focusing
Amen.
on
we ain't
black
gonna focus
Amen.
women?
on
That's the
ourselves.
problem,
Focus
Mika.
on you getting better and stop focusing
That
on
that
black
is so
women.
true.
Like, come on now,
Hey,
like,
let
come
me say
on,
something
like
real
this shit
quick.
is
Hey, Mika,
ridiculous now. Like, come on.
Now hold
Mika,
on.
Mika.
All right, watch here. Now, when the black woman get beat up in the Asian stores, she say, "Where the black man at?" When we had
Nowhere.
all these black women missing, guess what the black women was saying? Where the black man at? Now y'all saying, just focus on you. Hey, look,
First
hey,
of
that's
all,
it.
black women
That's
support
what
black
y'all say.
men.
That's what
So
y'all
black
say.
women have been supporting black men since the dawn of time. Like, so I don't know what
So
you're talking about.
is that why black women lead all nations in abortions?
Damn.
He got you there. Hey, Mika, you
What the
gonna have
hell
to
Hey,
that
can
admit
you
gotta
that.
tell
do
me
with
what y'all support us on? I'm curious.
literally everything? What are you talking about? Can you please tell me? You
Well, can you
personally
tell me
tell me.
one?
No, can you tell me someone in your a black woman in your life that's not supporting you, bro? Like, for real, talk about it. The
You
black
Who
women
made
in
this
your life
statement?
that
You
are not
said you don't
supporting
give a
you.
damn.
Speak on yourself. Speak on yourself.
You said you don't give a damn. So you definitely ain't
I'm
supporting
asking
black
you a
men.
question. Are there any black women in your life personally that are not supporting you? That are literally working against you?
We teach
you
Hey,
them.
I got one. I got one. Say, Mika, do you think that the way you dress supports black men?
Damn.
You still not answering my question. So
No, I am.
you did
literally,
actually.
I can't
Listen
even
to me.
entertain this conversation. Like, come on now.
Hey, do you think that the way that you dress supports black men?
What does the way that I dress have to do with you?
Okay,
Oh,
so
a lot.
yeah, it has a hell of a lot. It has a
Get
hell
that
of a lot.
scripture.
Go ahead, Dusty. I know you had something on that thing.
Yeah, let me get Daniel 9 and 20 because it's funny like y'all brought out, right? Okay, when folks getting they behind, when a sister getting beat down, then okay, what a black man, or when they go missing, okay, what a black man at. But now when we telling them to do this and do that, oh well, we don't need y'all, we good. Man, look, that ain't how we roll. That ain't how God commanded us to roll. Let's show you how God commanded us to roll. We
Can
know
you
how people
answer
don't.
my
No,
question that I
you
said?
just
Can
you
you
see
answer
that
my question though?
you can't even
Are
listen.
there any
You can't even listen for 5 minutes. You can't even mute your mic and listen for
Are
five
there
minutes.
any black women in
You
your
can't
life
listen.
that are
Hey, mute
working
her mic,
against
man. Read
you?
the
Can you
scripture.
please answer my question?
Read the scripture, man.
The book of
You
Daniel,
already answered your
chapter
question.
9 and verse. The book of Daniel,
That's
chapter
why you
9
keep
and verse
muting me because
20.
you can't even answer the
And
question.
whilst the book
Read.
of the book of Daniel, chapter 9 and verse 20. And whilst I was speaking and praying and confessing my sin and the sin of my people Israel,
So wait. So the black woman try to get on here and say, look, hey, don't worry about y'all, just worry about y'all. Hell no, we ain't gonna just worry about us. We gonna worry about the women, the men, and the children. We gonna worry about our whole nation. And we don't care who don't like it or who got something to say. It don't matter, because we gonna do what's written. Read that again.
And whilst I was speaking and praying and confessing my sin and the sin of my people,
Come
Israel.
on. So it's saying the sins of my people Israel. You know what the problem is though? Get Ezekiel 13 and 17 real quick. The problem is this. When it's time for us to correct the sisters, they don't want no parts of it. But when it's beneficial, they'll take that to a certain extent. Then they're trying to throw you to the side, only because this white man came in and gave you some power. You think you got power, or you think you free. But when like E brought out, when them bombs drop and when them nucleus go popping off, you gonna wish you had a black strong man that know the Bible and just trying to stick up for the nation. You gonna wish you had that around. Watch this. Read this.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 13 and verse 17. Likewise, thou son of man, set thy face against the daughters of thy people, which
Come on.
prophesy out of their own heart, and prophesy thou against them.
You see that? So the Bible command us to go against the women and get their mind, because they want to do their own thing. They want their own mind. The Lord said, no, prophesy against them. Get their behinds right. Let them know, look, put some clothes on. Stop parading around here. I just seen Facebook. I just scrolled through Facebook. I seen sisters all in line, dressed like strippers, hookers, and everything, talking about the baddest bee contest. Come on. So we don't supposed to say we supposed to turn a blind eye? No, we ain't gonna
Right.
turn no blind eye to none of that. We're gonna fix our nation. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. I mean my mic.
Hey, I want to deal with that sister. She say how her dressing affect us. Give me Proverbs 7. I'm gonna show you, sister, what kind of dress attire you have on that affects the nation, that lead our people to lust and covet and fornication. Read that Proverbs 7 to 10.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 7 and verse 10. And behold, there met him a woman with the attire of an harlot.
You hear that? So what you got to imagine, what kind of attire this woman had to have that the Lord said she had an attire as a hoe. That's what a harlot is, a hoe. We use the word hoe today, but that's what a harlot is. Read on.
And subtle of heart. She is loud
Subtle
and
of heart, she loud, because she just like to talk over men. She said, I asked you a question. Wait a minute, a question was asked to you first, and you responded with a question. So first of all, we asked you a question first. But you try to usurp authority over the man like a loud sister. That verse talking about right here in Proverbs that Solomon referring to. Read on.
she is loud and stubborn. Her feet abide not in her house. She is without, now in the streets, and lieth in wait at every corner.
This is a characteristics of a woman that dressed like a harlot, a hoe, and that's most of our black women today. So when you say your dress don't affect us, it does affect us, because who did that woman, who she's trying to attract? Read verse 6. I'm gonna show you the simple man who fall for that type of thing. Thank the Lord for these scriptures that protect us from that demonic dress code these women be dressing like. Read verse 6.
Verse 6. For at the window of my house I looked through my casement,
You
and
see what the
behold,
woman do? She look out the window looking for somebody. Well, look what she looking for. Read.
and beheld among the simple ones.
Among the simple ones, read.
I discerned among the youths a young man void of understanding.
That's what she targeting. So when she dressed that provocative harlot whole way, she look in the mirror sideways before she step out the house to see her figure, and then walk out the door looking for some simps. That's what she do. So yes, your dress code affects the nation, sister, because you leading men into sin. So put a damn modest apparel on. I mean, my mic.
And you know what's crazy? A lot of people like to say what others do don't affect them. Well, last time any of our sons are looked at as thugs for what these niggas do in the streets. My son or my daughter don't have to be doing that stuff directly, but because other people's daughters is doing that, they look at my daughter, my cousins and nephews and stuff like that, my nieces, and they say they're the same people. Because our nation, whenever you do something, you affect your whole nation as a whole. They said these black people, these niggers. I mean, my
Hey Jay, that scripture you just read in Proverbs, that's the ones that's these proud sisters that was talking about they be smashing too. That's what they smashing, these simple brothers.
Right. It meant, notice it said target the young men, young simple men. That's what they doing. That's why they go by the strip clubs and these clubs. It be young men around that thing that got a little money. They target it. So they say, let me get his attention. Let me put this little skin tight dress on or this like, and they might not think they're doing it consciously, even unknowingly you do it. Because you look after the other woman that's doing it like, oh, they think that's cute. Man, sister, you look horrible. That's why the example, I forgot who was bringing that out about the doctor that was on a plane. They didn't even respect her. But she got a high degree, got a plane, but she dressed like a hoe. And she expect to have respect. Sister, you look like a clown. All you missing is that little red bump to put on your nose. That's all you missing. Because you got the makeup, you got the wig. All you missing is that little red bump to put that look like a clown.
Damn.
Oh, look. All right. Hey.
Hi, could
Hey,
I ask a question, please?
Hold
Sorry,
on
I just came on stage.
1 second, Sabrina. 1 second, Sabrina and Iman.
Yo, me
1
too.
second.
Can I
What's
say
that?
something?
All right. We don't worry. We're gonna hit everyone in the queue. Everyone in the queue. You remember we said this earlier. We're gonna do it in decency and in order. We're gonna have a
You
queue.
missed me.
All right.
Skip
We're gonna
me.
go. Hold on. So we're gonna go to hey, I actually want to hear from Malcolm. Hey, Malcolm, we're gonna get to you sisters again. I just want to hear from Malcolm real quick. Malcolm just went away. Let's see. We just gonna go ahead and go to we're gonna give Sabrina a shot. Go ahead, Sabrina.
Hi, so I just came in the room, like, kind of at the tail end of what y'all were saying. And obviously I find, like, everything that you said, like, super problematic. But I just wanted to know, I'm speaking specifically on the whole, like, attire situation.
Hold on.
Why?
Before you get on to the attire, you don't want to slip. We're not gonna slip right by that. You said a lot of stuff we were saying problematic. Was the problem? Was it anything that pertains to the scriptures we were reading, or where
I
did the
mean,
problem come from?
it was a lot of things that I just personally found super problematic, but I don't feel like going into that because I don't feel like
Then
being
why
talked
say it?
over
Right.
and all
What
that
what
stuff.
in
Why
particular?
say it?
Yeah.
Why not
Because
just get to your point?
you,
Why say it?
ex,
Like you bring it up, now we're gonna ask a question about it.
oh
Then you're like,
my
well, I don't
Lord,
want to
have
talk about
mercy.
it.
Yeah, so
I'm
what
trying
in
to ask my
particular
question.
so
The,
what in particular was it that you found a problem with? Just name one. Because you said it was a bunch of
Literally
them.
everything
Okay,
that
so
y'all are saying.
name one of them. Okay,
I
so
mean,
name
I'm
one.
trying to get to the point of the attire. That was one of the things that I found problematic. I'm trying to ask that question. If you would, let me land real quick.
you could go ahead.
Can I do
But
that?
just for reference, and just so we could kind of set the format up. So those that have the little green circles, green dots, we're going to ask questions. We're going to interject here and there because we are the moderators. So just keep that in mind. Don't get too offended
It's
or
not that
extra
I'm getting
sensitive.
offended. I just
See, there you go, sister. The man
Whoa!
is talking, sister.
Hey, I'm
Wait a
still
minute. Wait a
speaking. What
minute.
the hell?
I just want to ask my
See that?
Hey,
question. You say, can I just
Sabrina,
ask
cut
my
it out. Hey,
question?
Okay.
Hey,
Trying
Joseph,
to be.
Joseph,
Go ahead.
Joseph, look. Hey, if anybody is offended by it and don't like it, it's other rooms you could go to. Like you could go to another room. You don't have to be here. Like we didn't make you come here. You came. You on the stage. You accepted the invite or you wave your hand. One of the two. You ain't gotta be here.
Can I ask my question now? That's all I want to do.
Okay, hold on though. All right, so guess what? I'm just gonna let you know something. So what? I don't know what rooms you've been in, but these are men up on the stage. I don't. You probably dealt with boys or something in other rooms, but we keep things in order. So again, let me finish my statement. So my statement was that the moderators, we're going to interject and we're going to input certain things, and we're going to guide the discussion. So I want you to go ahead and proceed, but I want you to keep in mind that we will interject at times. Okay?
I understand that, and I don't,
Okay.
I don't have an issue with you guys, like speaking. I would just like to ask my question without being interrupted, so I can get my question out, like
Then you
fully.
didn't
So
understand nothing he said, sister.
I
You still didn't
understand that,
understand. You
but like,
didn't understand. You didn't
okay, so I'm
understand.
gonna ask my question now. Okay.
Okay,
Hey,
well, before you
thank
ask your
you.
question,
Hey,
Oh,
real
oh
quick.
you
my
didn't
God.
understand the
He
rules,
just he
sister.
just
All right,
said
never
that
mind.
the
I'm not even.
moderators
I
Yeah,
will
well,
just.
you don't have to
interject.
answer. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, sister. Thank you.
He just said that the moderators will interject. You like, well,
I
I don't want it to
understand
be
that,
that
but
way.
just I'm
So,
asking if you could
it,
just let me finish my question before you
well,
interject.
we
That's all.
may do that, or we may not do that. We can do what we want to do on this forum. And like I said, if people don't like it, they can go somewhere else. It just is what it is. We've been doing this for over a year. Every night, it's thousands of people on here every single night. So it's if you don't want to be here, you don't have to. If you don't want to follow the rules, you don't have to. We're not making you.
So,
Okay. You get it. You get it,
okay,
Sabrina.
sure, whatever. I'm gonna ask my question now. My question.
Man, hell no.
Get
She ain't
your ass,
asking no question. Hell
get your
no.
Get
ass
your
off the
ass off the
stage.
stage.
Hey, look. Hey, Donut.
Nah, you should
You
have let
want
us.
her? You want her teaching the women? You want her? Like she just like I don't give a damn what none of y'all say. I don't care. I'm not listening to y'all. I'm on y'all platform, right? Because I wanna say something. She ain't got no platform. She wouldn't do that to the white man though. Like
She
she
Can
remind
I
me of
say?
Gabrielle Union.
hey,
Can
that's
I say
it.
something?
All right, Imani, hold on, Imani. We're gonna get to you. I want to give. I want to go to
It's just a
Sierra.
statement. Just like
Hold on, Imani. Yeah, we're gonna get you. We're gonna get you. Hey, look, I'm going to remember you. We're gonna remember you. We're not going to forget you. You're going to have your space. We promise.
all
Is
right,
that
all
fair?
right.
Is that
It's
fair?
fair. It's fair. It's
All
fair. It's
right.
fair.
Thank you. Thank you.
All
Thank you.
right. All right.
And she
All right.
raises her hand again to come back on the stage. Are you serious?
We're gonna go to. We're gonna go ahead and go to Mika. We're gonna give you another chance. Is it Micah or Mika? Mika.
Wait, you skip
I skipped
a
somebody.
couple of people. Yeah,
All
you
right. Who I
skipped
skip?
Princess
Go to
Emerald.
Princess E.
All right. Let's go, Princess. Go ahead, Princess.
Good evening, and I really appreciate this room. All praises, and yeah, you guys really do a lot. I see there's a lot of rebellious women, and our people perish for lack of knowledge. And rebellion is as of witchcraft and sorcery. With that being said, it's just so sad that, our people, let a Chinese man die. Oh my God, the whole China is going to be like, together and sad. But when our people die, they don't care. They want to laugh, make jokes. I saw a black woman with, oh God, it drives me nuts. Blonde hair, weave, all down her back, talking about she was happy. It just really breaks my heart. And we look so freaking ignorant. Like we look like freaking niggers to the white man because we do not come together as a people on nothing. Like the other lady said, oh, yeah, they worry about yourself, worry about yourself. Well, no, let's worry about each other. If we worried about each other, we could come together and we could conquer everything and be the true leaders that God meant for us to be. It just
Right, right,
disgusts me. They want to speak up and interrupt. This is not your platform. You got 30 followers. How are you
right.
trying to interrupt men that have thousands of followers teaching
Uh,
the people for free?
okay. All right, Princess Emerald. You got 10 seconds. Land your plane.
That's it. I'm just, it's just sad.
Hey,
And
she like, hey, that's what I'm. I would appreciate that too.
Absolutely.
We definitely appreciate that. Get them. They may need to hear from somebody else. Not
Yeah,
they
it's
don't
sad
want to hear
and it's
from us.
pathetic. You know, you want to dress like any kind of way, and God, they're telling you, and from the Word of God, that God said we should not be dressing like this, and you want to fight them over it. No, fight God about it. How about that? You want to
Hey,
be a
that's it.
whore? Fight God about it, whore. You feel me? True.
Damn.
Strategically.
I want to
Damn.
say some. I want to say some other things because they really got me hot.
All
It's
right,
just
all right,
All
disrespectful.
right, all
all
right,
right.
princess.
Calm down.
All
You
right, all
good,
right.
Deep
princess?
breaths.
You
Woosah.
Woo! Thank you, but you guys are amazing. Have a blessed night.
I appreciate you, sis. Appreciate you. Hey, let's plug the room real quick. So this is Biblical Smoke. Another night is very smoky night. This, if you have any questions at all, if you want to find out about an institution of learning, just send an email to biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. And also, don't forget to hashtag Biblical Smoke on Twitter and all the different social media platforms. Share the link. Share it to your friends, family, everyone. We got the night is still, I guess, partially young. So make sure that you share it, and we look forward to the continued discussion and going over the topic. Black women rejoice over Kevin Samuel's death. All right, we want to see what you have to say. But guess what? The smoke comes from the scriptures, so that's what it's a Bible based discussion. So let's go to the next. Who we got next? Yeah, Judd. Who we got? Is it Imani? Iman?
Rich,
Rich,
Moon
Rich,
Knight,
Rich. All right, Z.
Marcus.
All right,
Yo, what's up?
let's go to Rich. All right, go ahead,
Yo,
Rich.
what's up, fellas? This is Rich. Yo, I just wanted to thank y'all because this night I was watching the news about Kevin. I just want to say R.I.P. We have to remember that he has family, he has friends, he has loved ones that are seeing this news, and they're also seeing the community just hating on him. And I don't feel that he was saying anything negative. He was saying things that a lot of people might not want to hear because it was embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? Like certain brothers need to get jobs. Certain brothers need to respect their families. Women need to respect their families. They need to be realistic in the mate that they're choosing, right? So I don't think it was negative per se, as opposed to just you just don't want to hear the truth and you're immature. So how do we deal with the immature women and the breakdown of the family? Because that's where I really feel like where it's coming from. The family's broken down, whether the man is in the household or outside of the household. The men aren't being respected. So how can we turn that around? I've been listening to some of the women that have come up on here, except for Princess. It seems like we're in real bad shape.
Hey, what that shows, we got a lot of work to do, and it's just sad because these sisters, they don't want to learn. They don't want to get it. They
Yeah,
don't want to.
yeah. There was that one sister. She was like, "Yo, I don't care. I don't want to learn. I don't want to do the research." Let me tell you, brother. Is it Judd and I'm sorry, the other brother that was reading the verses? I'm sitting here taking notes. Because y'all telling me stuff that, I might have forgot or I don't know all the details in. I'm writing down these names, Oppenheimer, Einstein. I know Einstein, but of course, like I didn't realize the connection to Oppenheimer. Like I'm writing down these notes trying to study so that I'm just more learned in the world that I'm in. You understand what I'm saying? This sister's saying, I don't want to know nothing. So my thing is like, what you do with a woman like that? Like, and the thing is, the other woman, Sabrina, she's listening to this as well, and she's acting the same way. Like, we don't see how crazy we sound.
Hey, Rich, and
Hey,
these be the same ones that want a high value man.
Exactly.
hey,
And that's
Rich,
what Kevin was pointing out. You got 4 baby fathers, right? And you want a man that makes $100,000 a year, and you want him to be single and have no kids himself, and he gonna take you and raise your 4 kids by 4 different men. And he's telling you crazy, and you hate him because of that. That make no sense to me. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, and I'm gonna be honest, we talking about you brothers have mentioned and called certain women hoes and things like that. Jesus hung out with hoes. I have no problem with hoes per se. You understand what I'm saying? Because some women that, they might be loose for whatever reason, they really look good and guys be pressing them. I don't necessarily think that's their fault.
You understand what I'm saying? Women are just designed to be tricked. So if a woman gets tricked and her body count might be a little bit higher than others, that doesn't necessarily make her a bad person. I just want to put that out there. You know what I'm saying? So like we say like a hoe is like the worst thing for a woman to be. I don't know if it's the worst thing when I'm listening to these quote unquote non-hoes just saying I just want to be ignorant. I'd rather deal with a hoe that wants to learn.
Hey, Rich, Christ hung out with hoes, but
Exactly.
he told them to not be hoes. He didn't say be a remain a hoe. He said don't be a hoe. Like he
I
said
feel
go
you.
and sin no more. So that's what we telling the hoes. Hey, you don't have to be
Mhm.
a hoe. A lot of time these women hoes because they didn't have a father. Right, they looking for love, they looking for acceptance, they looking for a way to feel good about themselves, or to feel a certain type of way. That's why all these camera people who taking pictures and photos of people making a ton of money off taking pictures of the black woman, because they want to feel good about themselves. So they find different avenues to feel good about themselves. That's why it's important to have the black man in the house. That's what Kevin Samuel spoke about, having a black man in the house, marrying a black woman, raising the kids. That's why it's important, right? So when we talk about hoes, it's not good to be a hoe, but we're not saying that a hoe can't repent. Like,
Exactly.
a hoe can change.
Exactly.
She don't have to be a
Exactly.
hoe no more. Just like a dude that's a hoe, that's out here doing this and that. Guess what? We tell the men the same thing. Like the men that's around me, either they married or they celibate until they get married. That's the men that I surround myself with. That's what we teach them. That's what we teach, right? So it's a lot of men on this stage with the green beans. I used to be a hoe. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? Hey, I had wise men that didn't just care about themselves; they cared about their nation. That was like, hey, Judge, you ain't gotta be a hoe no more. You can repent. And guess what? I repented. So that's what we telling people: repent. Go ahead, Az.
Right. I just want to say, I appreciate y'all. Like I said, I just found a room tonight and I'm really refreshed by what I'm hearing. And I just like want to salute y'all. Keep up the good work. I'm going to just continue to take notes and listen in. Thank y'all, brothers.
That's dope, right there. That's dope. That actually should be something that all you brothers and sisters that come on stage, and we ask for you to give your contribution. And when we respond to some of the things that you may say when we come out of the scriptures, it's an excellent idea, like Rich said, to take notes.
Yeah,
Because none of what we...
Jude,
Go ahead.
that
Go ahead,
was
Jared.
what's scary about Kevin Samuels is that men were listening to him and was taking notes and was saying, "Wait a minute, I'm the prize. What the hell going on?
Right, right.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm think my job is here to serve a woman. That's not my job." And that's what was happening. Men was actually listening to him. Like they said, around the holidays and stuff like that, when families were coming together, like Kevin Samuels was coming up. People was listening to him. People was taking his advice. People was like, "Oh man, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna wait this one out. Yeah, you got a big butt. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna wait this one out though. I'm good. I'm good. You got 5 kids, so I'm straight. My seed is valuable." But that was the problem. If nobody listened to Kevin Samuels, nobody wouldn't care. But people sat and
So,
they listened to his class and they took notes.
so what you're saying is he was deprogramming simps.
100%. You can look on his YouTube. You can see it. He got many classes about him talking to the black man about not being a simp, not being a broke down dude.
Jude and Judd,
Bro,
y'all
see,
knew.
he got on men for 3 years, and no one said nothing about him. And
Right.
then the Average Best video comes out, and he blew up, and the world started listening because he started telling the woman, "You calling yourself a 10 and 11, and you're a 2, you're a 4." And these women, they know that they're 2s and 4s, but you have other 2s and 4s that encourage them or convince them that they're 9s and 10s, and they're not. But he been telling men that they were ones and twos. Black woman had nothing to say. Once he got on the women, all of a sudden he's a monster. He's a misogynist. He's toxic. He's gay. Someone hurt him. He got men laying in the bed. All this other BS. But he was getting on the men. No one said nothing. These sisters don't support us or back us. If he was getting on us, if he was getting on the men, where were you women at? Where was your complaints then? Where were your grievances against him then? They didn't care because the black woman has become, if not worse or just as bad as the KKK niggas that was hanging up some trees.
Bro, you sound like you get no pussy. Y'all do me a favor. Y'all can connect to Corinthians real quick just to clear up the air as far as it,
What
like
did
some
someone
people.
say about pussy? What they say?
Oh, he's no longer on the stage, so yeah,
Okay. I want to have
he's
some fun with that nigga real fast. We'll have some real fun with him. Okay.
yeah
Go ahead.
he was of the Caucasian persuasion.
Okay. Good for him. A red nigga. Good for him. Yeah.
But y'all cleared up for me Corinthians 7 and 8. You get Corinthians 7 and 8 just to kind of clarify because some women feel so they can be single. Reading the King James version. But can you kind of just break that down when it to that scripture? I think 7 and 8, and then but it's just in Corinthians. But 7 and 8. Just kind of read that for me, please.
Y'all want me to read it?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead,
First
read it.
Corinthians the second.
All
Which
right.
one?
First Corinthians. The book of First Corinthians, chapter 7 and verse 8. I say therefore to the unmarried and widows, it is good for them if they abide even as I.
So can you connect that, please, Jude, one of the moderators, please, just to help me better understand, because I feel as though, I think
What's your question about it?
because a couple people sent me in the back channel was just saying like, there is, I guess an scapegoat when it comes to being single, and because it says it in the Bible when it comes to being single.
Well, if
Yeah,
you
well,
read the question, if read the verse, listen to what it's saying, because people want to use
Right,
that.
that's what I'm saying. I want to have it out loud because you know what I'm saying. Some people are scared to come on stage, different things of that nature. So as a man being on stage, you know what I'm saying, strategically, I just want to connect and have the brothers that are in position like yourselves to break it down the correct way, even for myself and for everybody else.
Yeah, start at
Yeah.
verse 7. Start at verse 7.
Yes, sir. I start at verse 7. The book of First Corinthians, chapter 7 and verse 7. For I would that all men were even as I myself.
So Paul was like, I want all men should be like me, right? He said he wished that it could be, right? Because he was totally dedicated to preaching God's word. That's what he was dedicated. No distractions, right? He didn't have to worry about, just like when you're a single man, right? Just say you're single and you don't really have no money, right? So you can you can live off tuna fish, hot dogs. Like they got a picture online where it says like, this is the way a single men think it's okay to live like this, where it was an air mattress on the floor and a TV sitting on the floor with a video game system, right? And it was like, but men are simple, you know. He was like, look, I love everybody to be like me, right? So, because he was single, and he was able to dedicate all his life to the Lord and to rebuilding his people back up. Read.
But every man hath this proper gift of God, one after this manner and another after that.
So, you know, some men can do that. Some, you know, his gift is to do this. And some other men, guess what? They ain't going to be able to deal like him, right? Because guess what? You're going to have some men that's going to be married and going to have to be able to teach off experience with being with a woman, right? He's going to have to be able to teach some of these younger men that are married, that are with women, how to deal with them in a different way that he might not be able to teach by example. Read.
I say therefore to the unmarried and widows, it is good for them if they abide even as I.
Go ahead.
But if they cannot contain, let them marry. For it is better to marry than to burn.
So it's like if you can turn your life to where you're 100% committed to doing God's work, that's the way you should be. But guess what? If you can't hold off from that lust right? To that yearning to want to be with a man or a woman, and guess what you need to do? You need to get married. So that's what he's saying. So people that's saying, okay, yeah, nah, the Bible says it's okay for me to be single. Ask them, are their lives 100% committed to doing God's work, like Paul's was?
Hey, I haven't met him yet.
Right, right.
I am one of those people.
You broke that down 100%. I thank you. And who just said that? The lady. I guess when the guys want to connect to that lady.
Yeah, this is Kernitha, and I'm a widow. And God, after my husband died,
Carnitha, we're gonna get to you. We're gonna get to you. Hold that point.
Let me ask you a question. How old are you again?
I'm 66.
That's the reason why. That's in Timothy. What would they do with that later? Yeah, y'all.
All right, all
No,
right.
he died
Yeah.
20 years ago.
Okay, we're going to hold that, and we're gonna get back to you. No problems. Thank you for that. We're gonna get back to you. Lamarcus, you there? Hey, Lamarcus, you awake? You with us? All right, let's keep going down the queue. Moon Knight, You
Yeah,
still
yeah,
there?
yeah, yeah, brother. I'm here.
All
The
right. So,
brother, the
what's
brother
your
who
contribution? Oh,
my
whoa!
contribution.
You excited? All right. Let
Yeah,
me.
I'm excited, man. I'm
All
excited,
right.
man. The brother who reads the scripture. Could you read Ephesians chapter 4, verse 25 for me? Yes, sir. Ephesians, you said 4 and 25? That's right, sir. The book of Ephesians, chapter 4 and verse 25. Wherefore, put away lying, speak every man truth with his neighbor, for we are members one of another. Yes. My point there is that there's a lot of people who want to be told lies to them. They want lies to be told to them so that they can feel good about themselves. One of the problems Kevin Samuel had was he told the truth, which you see in the scriptures, which is commanded of all men. Tell the truth. You know, if someone is overweight and doesn't have a job and has a bad behavior and has 4 children for 4 different men, but is now looking for the vice president of Google that is making 450,000, who is looking for a wife by which he could have children for and create his own legacy, that you're delusional. You're not being reasonable. And the women hated him for that. That was it. He needs to die. They were done with him. He told the women, he said, listen, yeah, you can go to school. Yeah, you can have a career. But why did your career become something in which the black community became the kind of place where we had the lowest marriage rate since Jim Crow? And in fact, 85% to 90% of the marriages are destroyed by the women. The women are the ones walking out based on statistics. So we don't have that. And the new norm is to be a single mother. When was it good for us to have single motherhood becoming celebrated? And the women were done with him. They were done. This man's hatred was because he told the truth. And he was doing what is in Ephesians chapter 4, verse 25. Now, the guys who are celebrated on the internet are those who are pandering. They don't want to tell the truth because it's going to hurt somebody, because it's not going to make someone happy, you know. So we have to keep these lies going so certain people are happy, but we are seeing the statistics show a different result. We lie people, and you know, it's so interesting how the Bible says that the man in Proverbs chapter 25, verse 1, he who lies to you is like using an axe on you. It's like he's shooting you with a gun because he's misleading you. Now, let us now look at the consideration of what if you just want to keep on holding on to the lie? You don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to hear the truth at all. Can that brother read for me 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 11? The book of 2 Thessalonians, chapter 2 and verse 11. And for this cause, God shall send them strong delusion that they should believe a lie. That's it. So if you don't want the truth, and God is keep on showing you the truth and says, this is the truth, this is the truth, this is the truth, and you keep on saying, no, the truth doesn't let me feel good.
No, the truth is not letting me have my way. I want to be rude. I want to be insultive. I want to dress almost half naked and walk down the streets. I want to do whatever I like. I want to have 7 different kids for 7 different men. Plus, inside there, I still want a medical doctor who just came out of medical school to marry me. And all these craziness we're seeing out there. Then God says, since you don't want to believe the truth, I will now send the lie to you officially for you to stay on the lie. You see? And that's the problem we're having here. They've lied for so many years to the sisters that they now are, the lie has become part of their lives. So therefore, when the man who was telling the truth dies, they rejoice. They're rejoicing, like, oh my God, thank God he's out of here, because we need to return back to the lie. We need to get back to the lie. The lie was the princess syndrome. You're a princess no matter what. Even though you don't have what it takes to be with these people, you don't even have what it takes to offer anything to these people, but you deserve these people because in your mind, you know, and all these lies that have been told over time, you know. And so because of that, we are seeing what we're seeing, the rejoicing over this man's death today. We're seeing the lie. The lie has to be held together, pandering. So, brothers, I want to thank you for giving me a chance to talk about it. But you just see that right there in the Bible. First, it's told that, you know, you need to listen to the truth as it is in Ephesians chapter 4, verse 25. But if you keep on insisting that the truth, you don't want to hear it. And you see some people, they go crazy on the stage when they're given the truth. They just go crazy, they lose control. This is what this man was facing in his shows almost every day. People just lose control when they face the truth. It's like a spirit. It's a spirit of the times. They get so mad, they just lose it. After some, you hear them saying, I don't want to hear the truth. I don't even want to listen to the truth. In fact, I'm going to kill all y'all for bringing the truth. And then God now says, since they don't want the truth, then I'm now going to send them the lie that they need to keep being in the position that they are in. You know, you see people coming back at the age of 45 thinking, you know, my frozen eggs, I could freeze eggs till I'm 60. I can, all these strange things you're saying. You know, you see these strange things going on. And then you're like, what is going on? It's the lie. They need to believe the lie. You know? So, and in the end of the story, I want to thank you, brothers, for everything. I thank you for your truth. I thank you for what you're doing. Don't be surprised. You see people coming here losing control, going crazy. It's a spirit. It's just a sign of the times. Hey, Moonlight, we get that every night. Yep. They come up here, they go crazy, man. It
Hey,
happens.
but the funny thing is that the women that was mad at Kevin Samuels, they all knew it was that they were being told the truth, because whenever they were asked, well, okay, let's just say your son. Would you want your son that may went to law school? He's maybe a doctor or maybe an engineer. Would you want him to marry a baby mother with 2-3 different kids that got kids from other 2 or 3 different men? And they all say no. They all say no. They don't want that for their son.
Yeah.
So they know Kevin Samuels was telling the truth. They just didn't want to be corrected. They didn't want to hear that they're living their life wrong. And that's what happened. That's the issue. I always say, I counsel brothers dealing with their marriage a lot of times. And I tell them, look, at the end of the day, bro, you got to make a decision. Either you love your wife, you want to be with your wife, and you want to live with your wife the way God say you got to live with her, or you don't. You got to make a decision. So at the end of the day, these women got to make a decision. Either you want to change for the better and live your life according to the scriptures, or you don't. But just be honest about it. Just say, nah, I ain't trying to do that. So I'm going to go through whatever I go through.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, brothers. And my name is Clayton Uda. Thank you so much.
Hey, we appreciate you.
We definitely do appreciate you, Moonlight. Very refreshing to hear someone with sense, common sense, and actually using the scripture like the platform. The platform encourages. Good stuff. Good stuff. We're about to go to you, Victoria. But before that, I noticed something. Judd, moderators, if y'all could help me with this. we a lot of the references of high value man have been the reference have been like six figures, multi-million dollar rich, as far as finances. But could it be possible that high value could be just someone that's dependable and that's a blue collar worker? Because I know I've seen many, I guess, so-called white men that might be blue-collar workers, but their women support them, whether it be black or white or whatever nationality, support their men regardless throughout. It just seems like the high-value men, it seems like you have to, in order to be high value as a black man, you got to have a certain income. Can you help me understand that?
Hey, it's the fairy tale. Black women, they grow up with a fairy tale. They think that they're gonna marry Prince Charming. You know, that's what they think. They think that life is gonna be a certain type of way. They think marriage is gonna be butterflies and hot air balloons and white picket fence and stuff like that. That's just not life or reality. You know, it's not life, it's not reality, but they grow up thinking that. They watch these TV shows and they grow up thinking that. Like somebody said earlier, like most of the time, a woman's mind is the mind of the media that surrounds her. You know, that's just what it is. They think they think they're gonna be a princess. You know, I
That's the American dream.
you know,
The American
but
dream.
you know, I never saw a show with a princess dressed like a hoe though. Me and my
I appreciate that, Judd. All right. Hey, that definitely answered my question right there. Fairy tale. Um, and thoughdism. All right. Let's go to Victoria. Victoria, are you
And
there?
thank y'all to the mods. I don't think I said thank you to Jude and Judd that connected. Thank you, and I honor y'all. Shalom.
Victoria, going once, going twice. All right. Let's go to Marmar. Marmar, are you there?
Yeah. I'm here. I just had a question. Like, everything that everybody was saying, none of the black queens on here like negated anything that y'all was saying. So I'm like wondering, are they accurate? Are they just going off the head? Like,
You said none of the women on stage went against what we were saying.
yeah, like the fairy tale thing, like, saying that they grow up believing like they will find Prince Charming. So I'm not like discrediting like what y'all saying. I'm just saying like nobody's going like no like black females going against like what y'all saying as is like is it actual facts about like the fairy tale on how it starts at the house. A black man needs to be in like the household. The black man teaches first. No one is no like black queen is on here saying that that's wrong. Is all I'm saying.
Hey, because they know it's right. But the question is, are they gonna live their life that way? You know, like you can say stuff is right all you want, but until you have to live that way, then that's when, like to say, the rubber meets the road. You know, are they gonna live that way? That's the question. Because you really can't come against the truth without looking like an idiot. You know, we say, hey, it's, you know, a black man need to be in a household. Anybody who say, well, no, a single parent household is better, you know, we already know they, you know, the elevator don't work, you know, properly. So, you know, I don't know, but we did have some sisters over here that, you know, that basically completely felt we was full of shit. You may have just came on a little bit late, more.
I seen one who was trying to ask a question, but then y'all didn't let her ask the question, and she got kicked off stage. But that's about the only like re bundle that I seen from like a queen.
Hey,
Okay, so it was our fault. That's what you saying.
Nah. I
That
ain't
sounds
saying
like
that.
what you said.
I
You
just wanted
said
to hear
like
her side. I just
you
didn't get to
said.
hear
definitely
her
sounds.
side.
Now I'm gonna ask you a question. Was she being respectful? Was she speaking over us? Was she following the rules of the room, or was she like, man, fuck them rules. I'm gonna do what I want to do. Which one was it?
She was trying to ask her a
All
question.
right, I ain't what I asked you.
All right, what's up?
I asked you, was she being respectful? Was she following the rules of the room?
Yes,
Which woman? Which one was it?
I'm trying to remember her name, but it's the one who was trying to ask the question, and then I think it was Princess or something like that. But she was trying to
Nah,
ask.
it was
Nah, it
Sabrina.
wasn't Princess.
Okay, well, she was trying to ask a question,
Did I
and
hear my
then
name?
one of the green beans kept saying something, and then she was like, "Okay, well, can I ask my question?" And then
Oh
she
yeah,
got
yeah,
kicked off
no,
stage.
because he was trying to explain to her the rules, and she didn't want to hear the rules. He was trying to tell her that, hey, look, the moderators are gonna jump in sometimes and interject. She didn't want to hear that, so she got kicked off the room. Is it wrong for us to have our rules on our own platform? More.
Nah, I didn't
Can
hear
she
that part.
can she can she just do whatever she want to do on our platform, or should she follow the rules like everybody else?
I mean, she should follow the rules, but
Okay, then you
could she got
agree.
a
Then
question out?
she was out of order. That's what happened. When you can't celebrate a black woman that's out of order. When a black man celebrate an out of order black woman, you make these women think it's okay to be out of order. You got to stand up and be like, hey, these men they up all night doing this for years. Hey, they got an order on their platform. You should follow it. It should be no reason for somebody not to follow the order. And when you celebrate that, you create more women like that.
That's true. I dig it. I was just wondering, like, because I wanted to hear her question, but she ain't never got it off.
Yeah, it's because she was out of order. If she would have been in order, maybe she had a daddy that made, like the scriptures say, maybe if her daddy would have spit in her face, she'll understand order.
Brand short.
All right. Hey, did you have anything that you wanted to contribute to the topic? Black women rejoicing over Kevin Samuel's death. Marmar?
Nah. I kind of saw that coming by the way he talked to him, but I do agree, like, it's the truth, like, that he wanted to, like, tell them, but nobody else told him. So when they're first hearing it for the first time, they, like, bash him or see him as an enemy when he's trying to, like, help them get through, like, the gray area between, like, the black household on how to keep it, you know what I'm saying, holy and godly and stuff like that. But they didn't want to hear, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, they think that they're the treasure, but you actually have to work, like, together in order to function a good family household type shit.
All right. Anybody in the moderators wanted to touch on it?
Now we can move on.
All right. I appreciate you, Marmar. Asaya? Asaya, are you there?
Yes, Aisha.
Aisha. I'm sorry, Aisha. Aisha, welcome to the stage. Black women rejoicing over Kevin Samuel's death. What's your thoughts?
Well, I know this weekend, I don't celebrate the quote unquote holidays, but I've learned to celebrate the Most High's holy days. However, I know that this world, this system is getting ready to celebrate Mother's Day. And it has been a lack of accountability for sisters. So I'm from Chicago. Everybody knows Chicago can get rough. It can get, real grimy. I don't know how many times I've been watching the news and I've seen these sisters on there and they crying and they boo-hooing and the whole community is out there. I'm talking about the Christian church pastors, deacons, and everybody is holding this woman up. And she starts to tell her story, and it reads like, my 14-year-old son got killed, and pity me, pity me, pity me. And the newscaster will then go into the segment that describes what happened. And they're like, oh, they were on 79th and Vincent and got shot at 5 o'clock in the morning. And it's like, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. We as a community are out here holding this woman up, drying her tears, dabbing her eyes, and she had a 14-year-old son that's growing up on the south side of Chicago, and he's out at 5 o'clock in the morning. Why? Then we'll turn around on days like the Sunday by this world standard, and we will gush and will gush over how great and how fantastic of a mom she is. This is the dysfunction that has become the Black woman. No real accountability. For a long time, we've been able to just pitch and throw the responsibility for everything that has been happening on the Black man. And that's been fine and that's been okay. But now that the Most High is bringing the truth out, now that we got the Kevin Samuels out that are saying, wait a minute, hold up. You are accountable in many aspects for what has happened here and what is happening here. We act like we can't receive it, but we can receive everything else. You know, this is not difficult. This is not hard. Okay. So when we want to learn something, when we want, to be a nurse, when we want to be a CNA, when we want to be a whatever, we don't have a problem or an issue studying. We don't have a problem or an issue sitting in that classroom listening. These are all concepts that we have down when it comes to the natural realm. When we come over into the spiritual realm, all of a sudden we can't get it. All of a sudden we can't study. All of a sudden we can't listen. We'll sit in the classroom and raise our hand. We'll let that man talk for 20 minutes with our hand up, and we'll wait till they finish saying whatever they got to say, and then we will talk. Why? Because we want that lesson. We want that degree. We want that job. When we get to the point that we really want, and I'm talking about from a spiritual perspective, we really, really want things to start changing in our community, we'll be receptive to this. Because right now, we're not used to accountability. I have an auntie, has 11 kids, not one of them graduated from high school, 9 different fathers. 3 of them, actually, I'm sorry, 2 of them have been shot up multiple times.
Hold on. Did you say she had 9 different baby fathers?
Yes, 11 kids, 9 different fathers. And I watch every year, and it's going to happen this year as well. The Most High allow. They get on Facebook and flood this woman with accolades and flood her. Now, none of her children have graduated from high school. She has 8 boys, and all of them are in gangs. All of them are out shooting people up, selling drugs in the community, babies everywhere that they are on Facebook. They got them gangster rapping and doing everything else. And this weekend, they will be on Facebook talking about how strong and how great and how awesome of a mom they've had. And that's the problem in the Black community. We have not been held responsible.
Hey, I'm gonna copy that clip so I can. That's it. That's it right now. They ain't been held responsible. You can be like you could be the worst of the worst, but on Mother's Day, you the greatest thing ever. Like, nah, sometimes, some of our mothers ain't shit. It is what it is,
And I,
some
I
of our
would,
fathers wasn't shit, like, but guess what? We gotta, just like Kevin Samuels was able to tell the men that ain't shit to fix it, he should be able to tell the women that ain't shit to fix it also, and we should look into ourselves. Go to Psalms 119 verse 59. It's something that we a lot of times we don't like to do. Psalms 119 and start at verse 59 real quick. I think that's what I want.
Yes, sir. The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 59. I thought on my ways and
That's it
turned
right
my
there.
feet.
All right, that's it. Say that first part one more time.
I thought on my ways.
That's something that we don't like to do, right? Think on our ways. Kevin Samuels made you think on your ways because, even myself, I before listening to Kevin Samuels, I thought I had a mindset to where, I thought about a lot of things that he taught about, but I realized that it was so much more going on that he brought out. It was like, dang, there's some stuff to really think about, right? And that's what happened. Women go on that show and he make them think on their ways, right? But when they think on their ways, some of them make the decision to change, while others make the decision to be like, you can't tell me what to do. They're like, what's that? What's that? Family Guy with Cartman. I do what I want. I do what I want. That's what a lot of these women was doing on there. They was like, oh, you can't tell me what to do. But guess what? What David said, he said, I thought on my ways, read.
And turned my feet unto thy
And he
testimonies.
turned his feet to the words of God. That's what we got to do, And everything that Kevin Samuel said, it wasn't godly. You know what I'm saying? Everything he said wasn't godly. So a lot of times you got to, like I say, you got to eat the meat and spit out the bones, right? But the overall message was fix yourself. Fix yourself, work on yourself, and and the black woman need the black man, and the black man need to marry the black woman. It'll fix yourself, right? So guess what? He thought on your ways and turned to the commandments, read.
I made haste and delayed not to keep thy commandments.
And guess what? When we find out we off, when Kevin Samuels was bringing that hard truth that a lot of people needed, they needed to make haste and start fixing themselves. And guess what? A lot of women were doing it. They were doing it. They were fixing themselves. And the next thing you know, they was ended up married. They was like, hey, I changed. I got such and such, and I got married. Hey, like a sister that was on here earlier, she was like, hey, I was listening to him, and I'm fat, and he was right. I need to lose weight and stuff like that. Like they was hearing this and saying, you know what? Instead of me fighting this and saying I do what I want, how about I just fix the problem? And that's the issue. A lot of people don't want to fix the problem.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me, there's a verse my brother speaks on a lot, and maybe one of the brothers can find it and read it, but I think it would be really beneficial to read about how the women will raise monsters in the last days. Um, that's kind of where we have come to as a society. We see the impact that it's had on our communities, on our children, but we displace the blame, when a lot of the blame really lies at our feet. So I don't know if any of the brothers know the verse I'm talking about. I want to say Ecclesiasticus. I think I'm pronouncing it right, but I know it's in the Apocrypha. Yeah.
You got
It's
that?
mistress women will raise monsters, it says.
Yeah. Yeah. It's 5 and 8.
Lamentations, I believe.
It's in Esdras. Esdras. Second
Esdras.
Esdras.
Yeah, first Esdras 5 and 8.
Second.
Second Esdras. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. The book of Second Esdras, chapter 5 and verse 8. There shall be a confusion also in many places, and the fire shall be oft sent out again, and the wild beasts shall change their places, and menstruous women shall bring forth monsters.
Right. So that goes into the type of caliber of children that these sisters in the last days will bring forth into this world. There's drill music. You got a lot of these young boys growing up. Like I said before, according to statistics, 70% of the black and brown population of black men and women, well, black men who are in jail for the most violent crimes are raised by single mothers and grandmothers. Excuse me, no father present. And so that's the end result. That's why I say over time, I'll keep repeating it. The black man in a household is not an alternative. He is a necessity. You cannot sit up here and tell me that the black man is not a necessity in the household. Particularly, I say a black man. I mean a man, not a male. That's some man, or a boy that happens to be an adult. I'm talking about a man that understands his role, understands his position. Even if a man in the world, some men in the world understand their role. And Kevin Samuels was explaining to a lot of brothers that, in fact, we are the prize, and the reason why the man is the prize is because first and foremost, women outnumber us 7-1. Number one, so I don't know how y'all are surprised at all. Y'all
Not
outnumber us
true. Not true.
quadruple. Very true. Very, very true. Y'all
True.
outnumber us 7-1.
Not
It's very
true.
true. Y'all do. It's true.
That's a
So
flat out lie.
no, it's not. So the bottom line is that due to the fact that men are deemed to be the ones who are to be the providers, the protectors, and so forth, I don't understand how that makes you the prize. Effectively speaking, if you examine a situation where you have a man laying a woman, let's say you have a couple laying in the bed, and y'all upstairs, and your family, your kids upstairs, and all y'all bedrooms are upstairs, and and the woman hears a crash downstairs. There's a noise or a crash downstairs. More than likely, she will nudge her man and say, "Hey, there's a noise downstairs. I need you to go see what that noise actually is." So the woman automatically relies on that man to be the one to go downstairs and jeopardize his life just in case there's a danger for the sake of the family. That is the man's role. If the man's role is to die for the family, then therefore he is the prize. That's just fact. This is a matter of fact.
Strategic.
No, he's the major. He is a major factor in the house. Just upon the fact that remember Christ died for the church. He was the prize, not the church. He was the prize. So this is a prime. Give me a piece of spine. This is a prime example. So if you were to argue me on the number of women and men ratio, that's fine. You can argue that. But what cannot be argued is the importance of the man in the household above the woman in the household. That's fact. And what women have been taught today is they've been told by the European persuasion that they are the prize and that the man should kiss their ass and chase behind them and be traditional while they remain modern. Or modern simply translates to being a woman that pretends she has a penis, or finding a man that she can pretty much that plays the role of her son / husband. That's the modern women want. They want a man that plays the role of a son, because when you examine the mother and the son, a son is submissive to his mom. He's submissive. He does what she asks him to do. He asks no questions. She tells him yes. He tells him yes, no. He can't question it. That is what women these days, modern women want. They want a man that doesn't ask questions, that does not oppose them, that pretty much just caters to them, panders to them. He's a son. He's not a husband. He's a son that they sleep with. Read that, please.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 5 and verse 22. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands as unto the Lord.
So he's saying, wives, submit yourself to your husbands as unto the Lord. Because the Lord of the house is the husband. He's the Lord of the house. He's the Christ of the house. He is the prize. There's nowhere in the Bible you find people say, hey, listen, yeah, Christ, you're the Savior and all, but, I'm the prize. That ain't biblical. The man of the house is the prize. He's the Lord of the house. That's the prize. That's why the white man spent his time removing the prize out of the house. That's what he did. He put your prize in jail. He beat your prize in front of you. He tied him to a bunch of horses and had him rip them pieces in front of you during slavery. He emasculated your prize. He made sure he effeminized your prize. That's the prize. That's why most of the focus is on him. That's why when you examine the immunization shots, the CDC was trying to hide it, where they were saying how the immunization shots were actually causing autism. They had paperwork proving that the targets of the immunizations were young black boys. And you had black women that were working in the CDC, helping to erase and destroy the evidence of them doing so. Because you guys are the fries and all. Right. Also, the black man during the Tuskegee air experiment, they had the sister inject the brothers with the syphilis and so forth. Because got a prize though. But the fact of the matter is that the sisters have been slowly turned against. That's what I said earlier. A lot of these sisters are white women with black skin. A lot of them. That's why they're so quick to attack us. That's not true. They're so quick to oppose us so fast because the black man can't have a voice. He can't have anything to say. They have to interrupt. When they're in school and they're in college, the white professor's talking, they sit down with their hands crossed, their legs closed, and their legs crossed, and they're quiet, learning, and getting their PhD. But when they get around their own people, the black man and so forth has no voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's wrong. He's off. He's a misogynist. He's toxic. He's offensive. He's violent. That all goes back to disorder in the house. We don't continue.
For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church.
See that? So a husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church. Christ was the prize. No one who reads the Bible and says Christ is not the prize, the church was. That ain't scriptural. Continue.
And he is the savior of the body.
He, the Messiah, was the savior of the body. That's the prize. He's the savior of the body. Just like the husband's the savior of the home. If there's a danger in the house, that man, the husband, his job as the husband or the man of the house is to jeopardize his life to protect that family. And the church's job, is to follow behind that Lord of the house. That's just facts. Every nation on the earth understands this, but the black and brown. Every nation of women understand and respect the position of their men, except the black and Hispanic women. Y'all are the only ones that pride yourselves. Not only you, because I know you're going to try to be emotional and move the goalposts, but a majority of you, y'all are your ethnic image. I'll put it that way. Reverend Samuel said eloquently, your ethnic image is called the sapphire. Loud, disrespectful, obnoxious, rebellious, insubordinate. And a lot of you sisters are trying to strengthen that reputation, but there's so many of you, but it's put out there so much in the media and the news and so forth that a lot of y'all feed into it. Y'all give into it. You think that's cute. Y'all call it strong and mighty, and it's not. It's disgusting. Why do you think that is, E, if you don't mind me? Well, that's a very good question. Well, two reasons. One, because because the same deception that you received in the Garden of Eden, which your mother Eve fell for, you fell for it again now. That makes sense. I don't know who muted me, but I was gonna ask again as well, E, like, why do you think like constantly that narrative is being pushed? Because like I'm in my early 20s and I've seen like it's like my mum and I, we watch women's clothing nowadays, especially online, and we're seeing less and less clothing. My mum always comments about that. So why do you think that narrative is consistently being pushed? Well, that goes back to the point I made earlier about the influence. Remember, Paul made it clear in the New Testament. He says women are to adorn themselves in modest apparel. The reason why Paul emphasized on women, black women at that time, adorning themselves or dressing themselves in modest apparel is because during Paul's time, it was a Greco-Roman Empire that was the dominant nation on the earth. And the Greco-Roman Empire was a European empire or European nation of people. And the Eurocentric fashion was dominant, as well as the language was dominant. Greco-Latin language was dominant at that time. And the fashion of the Greco-Roman Empire was pretty much wearing nothing, if little to nothing at all back then. In that same fashion, that same empire eventually broke up into a variety of empires, European, Spanish, Portuguese, and French. Those are all Latin nations deriving from Rome. And a lot of the fashions today that sisters have taken upon themselves derive from Spain, derive from France, and they're also of American or British fashion designers that a lot of our sisters have taken upon themselves, following behind their counterpart, the white woman, and so forth. They fall behind them because of influence from the white woman, along with the feminist agenda and the sexual liberation agenda. The women, again, like I said earlier, in the garden, y'all were influenced by the devil back then, and you're influenced by the devil's woman today. That's what it all boils down to. Who were you up before? Ephesians 5, go back to it again.
Yeah. Yes, sir. You want me to go back to verse 23 or to 24?
Where you at? I don't forget. Where you at?
Yes, sir. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything.
In everything. And that right there, brothers and sisters, is where the problem lies. The Bible says to the sisters to be subject to their men in everything. But the snake or the serpent or the European people told the black woman, no, you don't got to listen to your man. Mind you, the black man hasn't had power on this side of the world since we were brought here by force. Never had power of any kind. In fact, during slavery, the white man can easily grab our sisters, take them from us, and rape them and give them right back to us. Get them pregnant and everything. We had no power to stop it. So at what point in time did black men have power over their women that the black woman desired power to be equal to him when her man never had power to begin with? You didn't see power with George Floyd when the D was in his neck for 8 minutes. You didn't see power with Philando Castile when he went to show the cop his license to carry a gun. He got shot from his wife and child. You didn't see any power in Freddie Gray when his neck was broken up. You didn't see any power in Trayvon Martin when he got shot with a hoodie on by Zimmerman, who's signing autographs. You didn't see any power in Akai Gurley. You didn't see any power in Emmett Till. You didn't see any power in any of these black men. But somehow the black woman feels that she's so oppressed. Oh, she's going through the struggles. And I'm like, yo, with who? with who? This brainwashing. So continue reading.
Husbands, love your wives, even as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for it.
See that? So the Bible says, husbands, love your wives, even as Christ loved the church and gave his life for it. So the man, when he has a family, he has to prepare himself, if possible, to die for them. See, sisters, your job is easy. Our job is to die for you. Your job is to listen. That's it. But y'all make it complicated. Your job is to listen. Our job is to die for you. That's the prize. A man that's willing to die for you, that's the prize. I don't know where you get the prize from, but that's what the Bible says. That's what TV says. That's what the white woman says. But the white woman has her man. Her marriage rates are not decreasing. Her marriage rates are remain the same. Y'all are decreasing. Black women are walking around and having kids out of wedlock at an alarming rate. Y'all are. Because you're listening to them and they're lying to you. That's why you had Trump and Hillary Clinton running for office. You didn't see a bunch of white women online voting for Hillary. They voted for Trump because they support their men. Y'all are all confused. You see why white women went and voted for Trump to get in office over their women, and you guys are rejoicing over Kevin Samuels dying. You can't make this stuff up. Read on, please. Is there more?
Yes, sir. That he may sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word.
Go ahead. That it? Roll chapter?
Yes, sir.
All right. So letting you know again the importance of the man in the house. So the man represents the Lord of the house or Christ over the church. So give me Genesis 3 real fast, as our brothers and sister asked the question. T asked the question earlier. I'm gonna let my plane. Genesis 3 and start from verse 1.
Yes, sir.
Just to show you the thing, give me Revelation 12 and 9. I'll land real fast. Let's read to it real quick.
You said Revelation 12 and 9?
Yeah, after that. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. The book of Genesis, chapter 3 and verse 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made.
Now this serpent was not referring to a snake climbing or crawling around. It's referring to it was referring to a subtle, a slick, deceptive man that portrayed himself as a man of God. That's what it's going into. This man was more subtle, was slick, cunning, kind of like the people that run the planet today. Slick, cunning. They're the ones that set things in place to make sure that the black family is destroyed, the black man is on drugs and emasculated, the black woman is empowered and emboldened and masculinized. That's a cunning serpent behind that stuff. Read on.
Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said that ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto
The serpent asked her, he asked her a question regarding what Adam taught her. You can't eat every tree of the garden because she learned that from Adam. Because you read earlier on, before Eve was made, Adam was told that. So Adam taught her what trees to eat and what trees not to eat from. The tree of life, which is the commandments of God, and the tree of good and evil, which is going into idolatry or wickedness, sin. Read on.
And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die.
So she knew, I can't eat of this because if I eat it, we will die. Adam, my husband, and I will die. We learn we cannot eat this. Read on. Watch this.
And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die.
The serpent said, hey, your husband told you that? God told you that? Nah, you won't die. Who said that? Go against your black man? You don't need him. You ain't gonna die. You'll be fine.
Y'all gonna preach
What,
all
Matt?
night? Like, what's the point of
Matt,
this?
who was
Hey,
this
hey,
talking?
hey, who was that?
Get that hoe off.
Who was that talking?
That's
Somebody
Mika
that don't
again.
have a daddy.
I'm just trying to understand
Oh,
why.
I
Why do
definitely
you?
have a father.
I'm,
What are you
I'm
talking about?
just trying. I'm just trying to understand why come into a room that's just called biblical smoke. Here's scriptures being brought out and ask what is going on. That's like a heterosexual man walking into a room full of homosexuals and saying, why are we discussing homosexuality? That's the most dumbest thing to do. I'm just going to tell you straight. It shows the level of simplicity and stupidity that it's unmatched. This room is called biblical smoke. We're talking about Adam and Eve, and you're asking what's going on. What are we talking about? I don't understand. Read that, please, again.
And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die.
And the
For
serpent
God,
said to the woman, ye shall not surely die. Read on.
for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
So the devil told the black woman, listen, God is holding you back. Adam told you back from this wisdom that if you learn it, you will become a god or a goddess or a diva or a boss bitch. That's what he's telling her. He's telling you you will be as gods. He didn't approach Adam because Adam was already a god. She was not. She was made. She was not his God. She was made for him. He was the God. So Satan couldn't approach Adam for power because Adam already had power. But Eve wanted it too. That was called feminism. He introduced feminism to a black couple. So for those who aren't paying attention and are confused about what I'm talking about, this is the fall of man. Satan went and approached Eve and convinced Eve that she could be a god too. 50-50 equality between a man and woman, which is not biblical or realistic in any way, shape, or form. That's what took place in the garden, and that's what brought death into the world. We don't.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof and
Make
did
one
eat,
make one what?
to make one wise.
Why? Because no apple or actual fruit makes you wise. So it's referring to a doctrine that she partook in, that she gained enlightenment from, and that she brought it to Adam, and Adam listened to her, which was in his mistake, being a beta at that point, and that's what brought death into the world. So I'm just showing y'all that the same deception that was brought forth to the sisters back then in the garden is the same deception that is brought forth to y'all now on social media, on TV, radio, fashion, music, and all the above. One more, I'll end my plane. Revelation 12:9, I'll end my plane. Hopefully, no one is confused. Jesus Christ.
The book of Revelation, chapter 12 and verse 9.
But hold on,
And the,
Revelation's written in a parable. So it's referring to a great red dragon. It's not a literal dragon. It's not Game of Thrones. It's referring to a particular nation of people that have dominion, and God calls them a dragon because they're fierce and they're ferocious and vicious. Because of a great dragon based on their color, the dragon
You're
based on
breaking up, E.
their. Am I back in? You hear me?
yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, go ahead. Revelation 12:9. Go ahead.
The book of Revelation. The, the,
You say something real
the
quick?
book of Revelation, chapter 12 and verse 9. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. And he was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him.
So that part right there says that great serpent that deceiveth the whole world. It says that old serpent. This serpent is referring to European nations. That's what if you notice, sisters, whenever they want to go on a vacation, modern women, whenever they want to go on vacation, where do they want to go normally? They want to go to Italy. I want to go to Spain. I want to go to France. Why? Because in all those areas, westernized areas, their power lies there. Once this old serpent is cast out, once he's gone, the European powers are gone, and white supremacy is destroyed, and it's on its way out. Once that power is removed, these sisters that proclaim this modernized mindset, it's gonna burn. It's gonna burn. It's not gonna be here anymore. And the only thing you have to do is either learn from follow behind your man, or you're not gonna survive the destruction coming here. You know America's on borrowed time because your president is old. He's shaking hands with invisible people. He's falling up the stairs. He's falling asleep. Your leaders are signed the power of your land. Russia's getting missiles. Iran's arming up. North Korea's arming up. China's arming up. We're reaching Armageddon here. World War III is coming, and y'all worry about having power and Kevin Samuels dying. You better worry about you dying. Land my plane.
Strategically.
Wow. Hey, if y'all weren't taking notes off of that, you losing your mind. But all right, we're going to do a plug of the room real quick, and then we're going to go down the queue. We're going to go Sky, Jay, and then Mimi. All right. So this is Biblical Smoke. Make sure you hashtag Biblical Smoke on Twitter, and make sure that you share the link on the different social media platforms that you're a part of. If you have any interest in finding out about an institution of learning, or if you're having questions, or even getting a study guide to know some of the stuff that isn't coming across from the moderators, just send an email to biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to Sky. Skylar.
Hi everyone. Basically, I was attracted based on the topic itself. I was scrolling down Kevin Samuel's Instagram, and I noticed that I guess there were a mixed reaction of either 50% was like people saying that they hope that that wasn't true, like his passing, and the other 50% were like kind of like glad he couldn't talk anymore about his points of view. So I don't know, I find it very confusing sometimes, because I find that his content has been very helpful for me. And I'm not from the US. I'm from another country in Asia. So I think what he has got to say is actually quite helpful for a lot of people actually around the world, to be honest. I also do think that it's very interesting that maybe I was inspired by him to start actually studying the Bible, or try to begin to study the Bible and see what are the things that I can draw from the Bible that is that I can use in my day-to-day life. So that's all I have to say. Yeah.
Scott, let me ask you a question. You're Malaysian, correct? You're Malaysian?
Correct. Yes.
In your country, how are the men perceived? Are the men, how do the women see the men? They see the men as something that's of unimportance? Like, how are the men perceived among the Malaysian women? I'm just asking. Just curiosity.
We perceive as men that as somebody to align ourselves with, to be honest. I think the challenge is always that women here will also again want to align themselves with more wealthier men. However, I think we come to terms with the fact that you whatever guy you can get that you feel is a reasonable good guy, you stay together with him and work together with him. Of course, there's always the appeal of like the Korean Instagram or drama saying that you get this ridiculously good-looking guy that is so young and has a lot of money. But generally, we respect our men. Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying in terms of like the culture of Malaysian people, are the men perceived as the leaders or the providers and protectors, or is there something else?
Within the family household, is that
traditionally speaking.
Yes. We perceive the man as the leader of the household. The man is the captain of his house, and his wife is supposed to be the neck. And then the children will basically fall under the leadership of the mother, and then the mother will fall under the leadership of the man. So the respect is always
that's the commonality in Malaysia regarding the men.
Correct.
Regarding the men. Wow. Correct. So basically, other nations, like I said before, I stand in case in point. Other nations understand their man's role, except our own women. Can't make this up. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate you.
Yeah, that was very, very good point. Good, very good question, E. Hopefully, people heard that actually everything that's been said is shown to be true just based upon that correspondence right there. All right, let's go. Let's go on to Jay.
Yo, hey
Thank.
Joseph, listen,
Go ahead.
Joseph,
Go ahead.
this isn't the first time, bro. Remember that chick came on here before. She was Greek. Said the same thing. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah,
understand you, man. That's why whenever women who are not of our nation come on here and they want to express their point, you let them on stage. So women sisters can see it's not black men complaining and whining and we're being what they call us incels. Some BS terminology they use. But I'm just showing y'all, giving y'all prime examples of nations outside of our own to understand the role and position of their men and themselves. That's why these nations thrive, and the black man and woman's nation died into garbage. That's why. Go ahead, y'all.
absolutely, absolutely. Thank you again, Sky, for your contribution. We really
Yes,
appreciate
thank
it.
you very much, Sky. I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, let's go down the queue. Let's go to Jay. Jay Jackson. What you think about what's been said so far? It's a very good topic. It's brought out a lot of interesting perspectives. Some fighting, some arguing, but ultimately the true foundation is the Bible. So that's been staying strong so far. So Jay, what's your thoughts? Jay Jackson. All right, Jay Jackson's taking a nap. Did we ever get to you before we get to
What?
UT?
What? Jay, you muted. I don't know if you know. Look like she knew the clubhouse. You gotta unmute your mic.
You know how to unmute Jay Jackson. All right, we'll come back to you. We come back to you, Jay. I was just about to. Oh, Sierra. Okay, Sierra. Did we ever talk to you before we go to T? Sierra, you there? Orange shirt. Your mic's muted. All right. So T, we gonna come right back to you. So what? So far you've gave some good question to continue the dialogue.
Yeah,
What else is on your mind?
a lot. But I mean, to try to summarize as best I can, this conversation actually reminds me of a conversation that my parents had with me. Well, been having with me for years, but most recently a few days ago. I remember asking my mum, like, why is it that, women in our community disrespect men? And, well, she just simply said, well, because there is no order. And, we both took the example of my dad to where he has the final say. Like, there are moments where both my mum and I tried to get our way with my dad, but ultimately he has the final say and he does put his foot down. It's like, for example, I went out driving yesterday to run some errands for my mum, and because I didn't call dad to let him know that I was okay, he told me to drive straight back home because I didn't call him within a certain time frame. So he told me to drive straight back. I had to drive straight back. Otherwise, there would be consequences. And the thing is, he wouldn't explicitly say, but from his tone of voice, I know I have to listen, right? So drove straight back home, and he spoke to me and said, look, I'm glad you're okay, but next time call me or text me. So I know that for years my dad has always had the final say. He's made it clear to both my mum and I. So that line has always been established. So I guess when I had this conversation with my parents, like, it's listening into rooms on Clubhouse like this and hearing conversations like this and hearing men and women going back and forth. I'll be honest, I wouldn't say it's foreign to me because obviously I've seen that in my own personal life with other family and close friends as well. But within with my family in the house I live in with my parents, like, it's foreign. There is no talking back, and even if there is arguing, again, my dad has the final say. So there would be consequences if anything. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Yeah.
At, I want you. We're gonna continue. I want you to continue, but I want to just interject with this one scripture. If any moderator could bring this out, Sirach 42:9. Because something you said was very interesting. But go ahead, E.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Give me Job. This is many of you who are familiar with the Bible, if you're familiar with the Bible, you know about Job. Possibly, if you're not, Job was a righteous man that was the Lord, and the devil decided to have a discussion regarding him. And basically, Job was plagued. And in the midst of his plague, he started to speak. And as he spoke and complained about his plagues and issues that had happened to him, his wife turned on him. He lost his possessions. His health declined. And so as these things was happening to him, he began to speak things in the spirit. He started speaking things that will come to pass later on, not only involving himself, but involving the righteous nation that will come later on in history regarding their condition. So basically, his condition basically is an embodiment of what will end up happening to the nation of the chosen people of God later on. So get Job 10:18. We're going to read to the last verse. Watch this.
Yes, sir. The book of Job, chapter 10 and verse 18. Wherefore then hast thou brought me forth out of the womb? Oh that I had given up the ghost, and no eye had seen me.
So he's saying, I wish I died in the womb. He's saying, why does God let me live? Why do you allow me to live and go through this? So I wish I had just died in the womb. I wish I had been stillborn. Read on. Watch this.
I should have been as though I had not been. I should have been carried from the womb to the grave. Are not my days few? Cease then and let me alone, that I may take comfort a little.
So he's saying, listen, leave me alone. I'm miserable. I'm going through this hell. I wish I died before. I wish I was ever born. I wish I wasn't born. Leave me alone. Let me take a little comfort, while I'm suffering. Watch this.
Before I go whence I shall not return.
Before I go whence I shall not return. So now he's prophesying. He's speaking about a particular condition that not only he's referring to a particular people later on in history that they will undergo. Go ahead.
Even to the land of darkness and the shadow of death.
The land of darkness and the shadow of death is America. America is a land of darkness and the shadow of death. And from whence all the places where people were dragged to by force and shipped over to or colonized in is a land of darkness and the shadow of death. This place is in darkness. There's no light here. Whenever truth is spoken, people attack it. It's called cancel culture. It's the same thing. Read on. Watch this.
A land of darkness, as darkness itself.
A land of darkness. A land of darkness as darkness itself. It's referring to America. America is Babylon the Great. This land is where all the confusion comes from. A land of darkness as darkness itself. Watch this.
Without any order.
Without what?
Without any order.
That's what T mentioned earlier. A mom said to her, because there's no order. This is a land that's without any order. That's where all the confusion comes from. Women think that they're men. Women think that they're women. I saw a video the other day of a man dressed in makeup. Dressed in makeup, whatever. Transsexual man got himself post-op, got his drink cut off, and said that he prefers to look. He's single, and he's looking for a heterosexual man that's interested in the man of the transgender experience. So you have a man that cut his penis off and said he's a woman and he wants a straight man. That's what he said. This is a land of confusion. This is a land that's without order. You have a little boy that happens to have a basketball player as a father and an actress as a mother, and he thinks he's a girl and he's dating a girl that thinks she's a boy. This is a land without order. This is Babylon the Great. Read it again, please.
A land of darkness, as darkness itself, and of the shadow of death, without any order, and where the light is as darkness.
And the light means all the good is evil, and evil is good. That's what this is. All the evil, it says the light is this darkness. That's how bad it is. Is that it in the verse?
Yes, sir.
So that is the reason why you have this confusion going on. You have sisters rejoicing over the death of a man that was seeking to empower the black family unit, and to bring reality to the black woman who's been lied to by feminists and the CIA operatives like Gloria Steinem or Susan B. Anthony or Katie Stanton or Mary or what's her name? Katie Stanton, Amelia Bloomer, Susan B. Anthony. These are all ancient feminists. These are the foremothers of feminism that introduced the women's suffrage movement, and the black women partook in that garbage and got brainwashed because this land is full of darkness and confusion. And you sisters are shrouded in that darkness. And when light comes to you, you turn from it. I don't want to hear that. What's going on? Why are you guys talking about? That's the one that's shrouded in darkness and confusion. What am I playing?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, E.
Okay. Let's see. T. Did you
Yeah.
You said you had a lot of questions. We'll take one more, and then we're going to reset, and then cycle through the queue again. So,
Okay.
what was it? You had another question?
Yeah. I wanted to ask, like, why is it that all up to now that there's still like men and women going back and forth, especially on Clubhouse? Like this, because there's just so many rooms at this point. It's upsetting to hear.
Any moderator?
Can you elaborate on the question? Elaborate more on the question, please.
What I mean when I say like, why is there so much back and forth? I'm saying because, for example, I've been in rooms where there have been men who've disrespected women, and vice versa. So, if I was to take a room that I was in the other day, in fact, yesterday even, there was a guy, who had said that, to a woman that, that he wouldn't mind, or something along the lines of he wouldn't care if like this woman's child had died or something crazy like that. And to me, when I heard that, I was just like, this man has clearly no morals, and it's sick that guys like this are speaking like this, especially guys my age. Like that, that's worrying. So that's what I mean.
Matthew 24, stop in verse 10. This is why.
The book of Matthew, chapter 24, and verse 10. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another.
See that right there? This is going to Christ. The disciples that asked Christ, and you read early in the chapter, in verse 1 and down, they said, when shall the end of the world come, and what will be the signs that will let us know of your return? So Christ goes on and talks about how, read the verse again.
And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another.
So many be offended goes into Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels is speaking truth in certain aspects regarding black women and relationships, and many were offended and rejoiced at his death. So it just goes hand in hand. It's a perfect scripture to substantiate that. The truth comes out in different aspects, and people are offended by it, and they hated him for it. He was hated for it. Continue.
And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many.
These false prophets goes into your Christian pastors that further enforce the feminism, that further enforce the division of the homes, the role reversal of men and women. That's what Christianity does. Christianity enables and supports the confusion of black households, where black women are in control and black men are weak and submissive to their women. That's why most of the Christian churches are filled with who? Women and children. Ain't no men going there. It's a huge decline in men because men are tired of hearing that nonsense. It's garbage. Read on.
And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold.
The sin shall spread, or darkness shall spread. It says, and read the verse again.
And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold.
So because iniquity shall spread, sin shall spread more and more and more, to the point where if anyone speaks any kind of truth, they'll be canceled or they'll be attacked. It says that the love of many shall wax cold. People will become cold-hearted one toward the other, especially our people. They'll become cold-hearted one toward another in these last days. It's only going to get worse. So, I mean, Clubhouse is only a tip of the iceberg compared to what's to come later on. When these famines come, these pestilences come, the food shortages come, you're going to see real hatred at that point. And we're going to see all you sisters that's independent and powerful and have your PhDs. When that food shortage hits and you find your supermarkets empty shelves and so forth, and people start ransacking homes and breaking into homes and houses and stealing food, and they start running into the stores and looting it. We're going to see where all you sisters at with your powers, where your feminism brings you, where that takes place. But we hope that answers your question, team.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Appreciate you, T. Appreciate you adding to that discussion. All right, all praise, all praise. All right, let's go to. Thank you, E, for breaking that down for us. Let's go to AJ. AJ Duchess. You just joined us on the stage. I don't know if you were in the down in the audience before, how much you heard thus far, but do you have any contributions to the title? Or whatever you heard so far? Black women rejoice over Kevin Samuel's death. What do you think? Is that evil as hell, or is that just? What's your thoughts? I knew you were going to be asleep. You just got on stage. Hey, you probably are new, just like Judge said earlier. With the other person Jay. So if you could just unmute your mic, it's that little microphone button in the lower right hand corner of your phone. All right. I'm going to give Jay Jackson. Jay Jackson, you figured out how to work your mic yet? All right, we're going to restart the queue. Let's see. Hey, I want to know. Flash your mics if you're awake on the stage. Okay. That's good. All right. So I know who's awake. We're gonna come back to you. We do have two more people on the stage. Hopefully y'all heard the sound of my voice already. Dr. Bombshell. Hey, Dr. Bombshell.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing? All right.
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing well as well. So if you look at that title, thought-provoking title, I think, Black Women Rejoice Over Kevin Samuel's Death. What's your input? You got any?
Not really. I could say that some women just doesn't agree with the way that he's doing things, but I think they overlook the message. The message is hidden deep within, maybe. Like he's just trying to bring some awareness, but other times he's just a shitty person. So I don't know. I don't have too much of a big input on it. I just know he doesn't rule my life. So me as an individual, he doesn't have any like input or intake on me and me as a real human being. So
You said a couple interesting points. But do any moderators want to respond to Dr. Bombshell?
I want to know what shitty things he says. Like, what
Yeah,
shitty things he referring to.
I was
I'm very
curious about
curious.
the same thing. E.
you said what shitty things he said?
Yeah, what shitty things has he said? Like, what shitty things has he said that was not constructive criticism?
There's been a few things that he could have said that wasn't constructive criticism. My thing is, why do you praise him? Why do you think everything that he said was constructive criticism? Because he supported what, you? Or did he support his ideas?
Now, we said earlier that we don't agree with everything Kevin Samuel said, so that's an assumption. We said that we don't agree with everything he says, but sometimes you gotta eat the meat and spit out the bones. So that's, we didn't say that. So I don't know where that came from.
What don't you agree with?
We don't agree when he says that women should just go out. Sometimes that's already had sex before, to go out and have sex with other men. We don't agree with that.
That's it?
It's other things we don't agree with.
Oh, we don't actually have a list per se.
We may do a page of the one night the things we don't agree with Kevin Samuels on, but tonight ain't that night.
Right. So the question I asked is, what shitty things has he said? That question wasn't.
I don't believe that he should diminish women just because they have standards. Like, you could be a woman that may want whatever you may want out of a man, but I do believe like everyone have to put in the work to get exactly what they want, because they gotta put out that energy that they're trying to receive. But I don't believe that just because she's not this means that she can't get that from a man.
Right, but the thing is that women don't determine what men they get. Men determine what women get. In terms of a high value man that they were seeking after, he was in those circles of men. He understood what they wanted. These sisters that wanted those men did not have what those men wanted. And he made it clear to those sisters that what you desire, or what you may want, you may desire that, but you're not in a position to acquire it, because these men that you want don't want that. Men have standards too. So,
But that's not always true. It's not always on the man. That men can have
what,
standards, but it's not always on the man at all.
when it comes to relationships, it's always in the man. It's always us. There's no way you're telling me that men have no control. Men have complete access and control to relationships. Y'all give us access to your body. We give you access to relationships and marriage. That's facts. That's undeniable.
It's not.
It's completely
That's not.
untraditional for
And I could
Women
go
have
back and forth with you,
options.
but it's late.
it really is. It really is. Because okay, let's okay, we'll go on that path. Okay, so traditionally speaking, when it comes to marriage, right? When it comes to a marriage, who proposes to who?
That's marriage. You were talking about
Relationship. Who proposes to who? I'm starting with marriage first. That's the top. That's the top thing. That's the most important thing about relationships. That's the top tier of relationships. Who proposes to who?
Okay, the man proposes.
Okay, now when it comes to let's go steady. Who initiates that? The man or the woman in terms of relationship? Who initiates that? Let's go steady.
Always put down the fact that, well, if we're talking about marriage,
just answer the question first. Just answer the question first, though. Like, when it comes to a couple that are in college,
the women, I just said the women initiates the conversation to have this marriage talk because women wants to be married.
Well, listen, even though y'all initiate the conversation, it's up to the man to decide who wants to marry you or not, whether you initiate the conversation or not. Y'all initiate the conversation, we initiate the action. That's why when you get married, you take on our name. You'll take your name, you take our name. It's hyphenated because you're taking on our name because you belong to us. That's why
But
you get married, you
marriage
take on the
come with,
man's name.
so if you're going to be in a relationship with that person and it's late. I usually go back and forth.
What I'm saying is that the point holds true. That when it comes to relationships, the man holds the keys to that door.
But it's something that two people agree on. It's not really just the man. It's definitely something that two people agreed on. It's something that people go in with it in the back of their head, like not only the man but the woman as well.
But
men aren't
decision
equal to
is
women.
asking the woman to be married. The woman deny the proposal. So I don't know what you're talking
Thank you. That's what
Oh
I was
my
trying to
God,
get to.
Jesus Christ! Well, I'm not
Yeah, but
talking
men
about her
aren't equal
denying the
to
proposal.
women, though,
What
Michael.
I'm saying is, when it comes to a relationship, traditionally speaking, the man does propose. She says no, that's fine. I'm not talking about her rejection. I'm talking about the relationship. In terms of marriage, the man, he's the one that access that says, "Yeah, will you marry me?" He's the one. He initiates it. He initiates the relationship.
But
Whether
listen,
she
if
rejects
she
it or not,
says no,
he
then
initiates
he
it.
does not hold
to
that
have that
key.
conversation. Like, men don't just act. Yeah, you're gonna
He
keep.
said who initiates it. Y'all
You don't.
not listening to this
They're
man.
not
Y'all not
listening. They're not
listening.
listening at all. They're not listening to nothing
Listen
else
first.
because the
Who
whole part.
initiates it?
Because Kevin Samuels again. It's a
Stop
sign
yelling! Stop
language.
yelling! Stop yelling!
It's
One, he said he
the
switched.
sign language. It's the sign. I'm gonna mute you now. You know you talk over me. I'm gonna talk low now because you're muted. So he talked about sign language where it need to be right. I made it very, very clear the man initiates it. Everyone heard what I said. The men heard what I said, but the women are trying to double team because they see one woman losing the argument, so she's gonna jump in and try to help her save her friend or save
Don't
her
mute me.
woman. That's what they do. So the point of the
No,
matter is,
you missing
men,
what
You
I'm saying.
sound crazy as
You
hell.
definitely said something about who holds the key.
men initiate. Yeah, we do. Because at the end of the day, y'all seek us to marry you. You want us to marry you. Y'all want
Y'all
to
seek
be called
women
by
to
our
be
name. It's your
married.
wedding day. It's your day to be called by the man's name. You get married, you take on his name.
We don't have to
He
take your
runs the
name.
relationship. Traditionally, that's what y'all do. They don't listen. They don't listen. I'm telling you.
We are
They'll keep on
listening, but
trying to.
how are you to have a conversation if you want to
You're
keep
not
talking? You want
listening. Yeah, you're not listening, Humsha.
You're
You're
listening
not.
to you're listening to argue. You're listening to argue and to oppose. I'm making it clear when it comes to a relationship, the man holds the keys because y'all want to be married. At the end of the day, you take upon that role of the man's wife. That's it. It's point blank. Period. Point blank. Period. Now, going back to my point about Kevin Samuels, we don't agree with Kevin Samuels in a variety of things, and you still haven't answered the question regarding what bullshit you talk about. Still haven't answered that question yet. We ran from that because that's what y'all do. Y'all run from stuff. So the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, when all is said and done, Kevin Samuels, we don't agree with anything he says at all. But one thing I do know for certain, biblically speaking, traditionally speaking, biblically speaking, the man is the head of the house, and the man is the one that pretty much initiates the marriage, biblically speaking. In today's world, y'all go out and date and get ran through and get stretched out, and then you finally feel the need to get a man and get married, and you go look for a man after you've been ran through enough. That's what y'all do, which is not biblical, which is whoredom pretty much. So that's what Kevin Simmons made it clear. It's best to get married. He pushed that Bible also, but he also pushed the Bible sleeping around, which is wrong. So I don't agree with that. But biblically speaking, we can argue about who initiates relationships. At the end of the day, when you go out there and you date and you sleep around a bunch of dudes and go, oh, you know what? I've been ran through enough. I've had enough dicks. I'm 25, 29 now. Now I'm ready to get married. That ain't biblical. That's not biblical whatsoever. Now you got a bunch of DNA up in you. You won't put that your mind. Now you want to get married now. That's out of order. It's biblically out of order.
So what are the men doing though?
Well, y'all don't come inside of us. So, that kind of question is ridiculous. The men are sleeping around as well, and that's also wickedness. But I'm talking about the females. We don't get pregnant, y'all get pregnant. The burden of pregnancy isn't falling us, it falls on you. That's why the Bible makes it very, very clear, scripturally speaking, the woman's supposed to be bound to that one man. She marries that one man, she lie with him, she die with him. She lay with him, she stay with him. Women were never ever built to go from one man to the next. Men don't have that problem. You don't enter us, we enter you. You don't get stressed out. You don't have certain physical adversities that befall us when we sleep around. That falls on y'all. So that's why the Bible makes it clear y'all don't have one man. Biblically speaking, we can have more than one because we're not affected like that. Y'all are affected. That's why y'all bound to one. Whereas we weren't
Biblically
bound to one.
speaking, you can have more than one what?
More than one wife back then. Until the New Testament came along and he said just have one. But biblically speaking, they can have more than one because you don't have to go through those things y'all go through and y'all have more than one. Y'all can't do what we do. That's why you're asking these questions. Women can't do what men do at all.
Strategically.
Biblically
So,
speaking,
and this is the reason.
You're definitely right. Women can't do a man.
You were only
Men can't do what
more
women
than one
can do.
wife.
So
If you
You're
had
absolutely right. We can't get our vagina stretched out from a bunch of penises. You're absolutely right. We cannot
and you
do that.
can't bring life into this world. So
No, we can't. We actually can. It's called sperm. We have it swimming on our balls all day long, and then we shoot it
we're
inside
not
of you.
trying to respond to argue, but I do
We
see
shoot
that you
it.
don't like a
We shoot it. We
you
shoot
don't
it
like
inside of
somebody
you, and then
challenging
it
you.
grows, and then it grows. No. I don't like stupidity and emotions. I deal with logic and Bible. Y'all deal with emotions and trying to be right for no reason. But
That's
men
not true
have
because I actually agree with some of the things that you said, but you wouldn't even allow somebody to have that conversation with you.
Yeah, but your friend is double teaming, so I gotta get on defensive now. Your friend said
See, so you're being emotional.
Your
If you
friend said
feel
no,
that
not
you
at
have
all.
to be defensive,
I'm responding to a statement. Your friend said, whoever that was, that y'all carry life. You carry life that you receive from men. You don't carry that on your own. You're not Virgin Marys. Y'all carry, man shoots life inside of you, and you incubate it, and then you shoot it back out. That's what that is. We carry life. You bear it. So that's the
Facts.
difference. You're gonna cut this out with this
Strategically.
feminism. It has to stop. The feminism has to stop. That's about it. Y'all can give me wisdom of Solomon real quick. Wisdom of Solomon.
wait.
About
The
what Solomon said.
feminism don't have to
What
stop.
Solomon said.
Chapter
No, it does
7.
because it destroys black marriages, and it's a Caucasian woman's problem, not yours. Because your black man has no power, white woman's man does. So it's not. It
Can you
doesn't stop.
can, can you
No,
please
It don't.
speak? Can you
I mean
please
it
can you
a
please
different
speak,
way.
brother? Can you please speak on that so Bombshell could understand why feminism needs to stop again? Because she's not listening, and you make a
No.
great point. I just want everybody to hear why feminism needs to stop because it sounds negative to them, but
Well,
it's
no
really
man
not
will let
negative.
their woman at 3 a.m. be on these calls, so they should take a look at that. No man, if they
Well,
had a man, they would be on these calls at 3 a.m.
Well,
It's when around.
I'll explain why feminism is not beneficial to black women, because the black man is not oppressing them, and he's not in a position of authority or power to oppress them. But yet they take on that narrative as if the white woman's problem is their problem, when a white woman's man runs the planet. Their man does not. Their man puts knees in our necks and shoots us in the street, and their women are the ones who they want to dress like, talk like, and be like, and go to their schools. So there's no reason why feminism is a black woman's problem. It never was, never will be. It started off as the women's suffrage movement, which is an upper class, middle class Caucasian woman's problem that she had with her men that owned slaves. And then somehow then the white woman told the black woman, we need more numbers to push this nonsense. And the black woman fell for it, and she's still falling for it today. That's why feminism has to stop, because it has nothing to do with you. It's a Caucasian problem, not yours.
When you
But you're
talk about
brainwashed.
feminism, are you talking in
That's why I said
ideology?
join her.
That's
I'm
what I
talking
was
about
saying
what
because
I
I
just.
took
Join
it
the
as he
truth.
was talking in a different phrase.
I'm talking about what I just said. If you didn't hear what I just said, I'm repeating it. Now, give me Wisdom of Solomon, please.
Yes, sir. Chapter 7, or you didn't call a chapter and verse, Deacon.
The Solomon. The seed of
Can you
man,
break it
Wisdom of
down?
Solomon.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 2. And
Yes,
in
sir.
my mother's womb. And in my mother's womb was fashioned to be flesh in the time of 10 months, being compacted in blood of the seed of man.
Of what? The seed of what?
Of the seed of man.
Get up the top. Read again. So I don't think I'm bypassing on purpose. Read again.
Yes, sir. And in my mother's womb was fashioned to be flesh in the time of 10 months.
So yes, we do enter the woman's womb. We're in her belly. Understandable. Not denying that at all. But what are we initially? Read on.
Being compacted in blood of the seed of man.
Of the seed of man, because that's what shoots into the woman. That's why it's called the seed of copulation. Seed of copulation. That's what it is. So the man, life is in us, and the woman bears that life, and she produces whatever is in that womb. But for example, if I take an apple seed and I plant it in China, or I plant it in Russia, or I plant it in Africa, no matter where that seed is planted, the soil may have it grow out differently. It may come out with the features of the soil or the land it's in, but the seed is still an apple seed. Wherever the apple seed is planted, it's an apple seed. Likewise, with a man and woman. If a black man puts his seed in any other woman, whatever that child comes out is of that man. Women bear the life of the man that's put inside of them. So, and women are not gods or goddesses based upon bringing forth children, because cats and dogs do the same thing, and no one calls them gods and so forth. So it's called being a mammal. That's what human beings are made to do, reproduce. That's what the organs are for. Play my plane.
Okay, really quick, please don't mute me. This is from someone in the audience. She said, ask him, God did that because we are stiff-necked and hard-headed. They are God's rod. Why blame the women? And then she also had a biblical verse, Exodus 22:17. If her father utterly refuses to give her unto
Hey,
him.
sis.
Okay, hold on a second. We'll
Yeah,
read it.
yeah. We read the scripture, sis. It's at Exodus
I'm
22:16,
sorry,
right?
I'm sorry, sis. What was the statement regarding that scripture again?
If her father utterly refuses to give her unto him, he shall take.
Sis. Just
No,
quote
no,
the
no, no.
scripture.
Sis,
He's
sis,
not asking you.
I'm asking what was the purpose of that scripture that they gave you? What was it? What did you say before that? I'm not cutting you off. What did you say before that? Not blaming the women, something like that, blaming the women or something? What did you say?
Oh, she said, ask him. God did that because we are stiff-necked and hard-headed. They are
God
God.
did what? God did what? What did he do? I don't get it. What did he do?
It was something that y'all were saying, and she's
Okay,
trying to.
get it, read it. Get it. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Exodus
the book
22 and
of
what? 17?
Exodus. Yes, sir. The book of Exodus, chapter 22 and verse 17. If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins.
That's it. That verse is that verse I gave you. Hello?
Okay, so then she also says she made that statement because she said, "Why do you keep skipping over?" I believe they're talking about Mika, and they said because you are weak, you're seeking attention. You want the attention to stay on you, weak man, crybabies.
Okay.
You won't allow the
So,
woman to talk when she's trying to have the conversation with you. You feel attacked, and she's not even trying to attack you.
so she pulled Exodus 22:17 to say that I'm attacking the
Exactly.
woman.
Y'all don't want to have a conversation.
Yeah,
You
that's
just
Yeah,
want
because
What
Yeah,
the
to
hell?
I'm just trying to understand how Exodus 22:17 has anything to do with me attacking women. But what I will do is I will answer the question. I will answer the scripture that was presented regarding that. But it has nothing to do with me letting him talk. All I did was ask the question. Initially, we asked the question was, what bullshit or what shit does Kevin Samuel speak? She then responded with a question and said, well, do you guys agree with everything he says? We said, at no point in time do you agree with anything that he says. And then the goalpost was moved. All I did was ask her a question, and it went off the rails because she didn't answer the initial question I was asking her. I have a very good memory.
and then
So,
she said men are
what
supposed
what are
to
you
be the
what are you
prize.
talking about? What are you talking about?
So I'm telling you how the conversation started and where it ended up. Initially, it was the cause of the argument was not myself. We went somewhere else. We asked a question about Kevin Samuels, and I said, well, she said he talks some bullshit. This is my life. I said, well, what bullshit does he talk? And then she assumed that we agree with everything that he says. We said we don't. And then we gave scriptural answers as to what we agree with and what we don't agree with. And then she went into something else, and we started arguing. And
Are you
then
talking about
then
me
someone.
right now? Because the
I'm
things
not.
that
I'm talking. I'm not sure if I was talking to you or her, but I know someone interjected themselves into a conversation that didn't concern them when she was talking to me or you, whoever it was. But that's how the conversation initially started, and that's how we ended up arguing because the goalpost was moved when we asked a question that has not been answered yet.
the only thing I asked you
E,
was what
really
are the
quick,
things
I
that you
didn't
don't
interject
agree with
into anything
Kevin
else. I
Samuels?
just
That's
said
the
I
only.
really didn't have anything to say.
See, I didn't understand. You talk at the same time. Say it again. This is what I'm saying.
One at
It's
a
confusing,
time.
John.
One at a
It's
time.
Hey,
One at a
confusing
time.
all the
that's
time.
what happened. That's what happened. We was talking to one person, and the other person
And then
jumped
one
in.
person involved themselves in the conversation and concern them. Exactly. That's why there's confusion going on. It's all at the same time. I don't know who I'm
Mika was
talking
the
to
one
now.
that interjected. Mika, you're the one that interjected. Mika, I was
That's
watching. That's why I interjected because Mika interjected. So Mika, what you have to say?
All I was gonna say was the only thing I said was what were the things that you didn't agree with. That's all I said.
I heard you said this, but what I'm saying to you is that we asked the question first, and you answered the question with a question. We asked you what BS does Kevin Samuels speak, and then you took it as if you assumed that we agree with what he
You
said.
never
You
asked
didn't.
me that. You asked somebody else that.
That was the
So
bomb.
who's
That's what's
Yeah,
happening when y'all
that's the
keep
okay?
talking
problem.
at
That's
the
what
same
I'm saying.
time.
Okay, that's the confusion. So that's what I'm saying. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to her first, and you involved yourself in the
wait.
conversation that didn't concern you initially. I was talking to Bombshell. I'm confused because I was talking to Bombshell first. That's how it started, and then
All
you
right,
Wait,
got
you got.
what
involved
was
in
Listen,
said?
picking up
listen.
the
You got it,
conversation.
bro. You got it. This is. Yeah,
Yeah, I
this
know
is
I got it.
you.
I'm a moderator.
Yeah,
I'm a
of course.
moderator. I know I got it. Oh, yeah, of course. Put an ass in the audience too. I'm a moderator. I got whatever I want. It's my stage. So now, Exodus 22:17. Let's get that down. Since you asked so nicely. Read verse 16.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Having
The
power
book of
on stage this way. I wish mute buttons were real life. I could just press a button and mute them and keep them quiet in real life. That'd be great. Verse 16.
Exodus, chapter 22 and verse 16. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife.
This law goes into a man that goes out. Now, I'm glad they brought this out because it only confirms what I'm saying about the power of the man. When biblically speaking, women were not allowed to go out there and hop from penis to penis. The parents were the ones that it was called arranged marriages. But what happened was you had occasions where you had men that would go out there, talk to a sister, spit game to her, talk to her, whatever, and she'd fall for it. And she'd deal with that man outside of the consent of her father because he's the head of the house. So this man would talk to her sister, entice her, and lay with her outside of the consent of both their parents. So now read the next verse regarding if the father would allow that man to keep his daughter or not. Next verse, please.
If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins.
Meaning the father can refuse to give that man his daughter to that. Y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
we can hear you.
I'm sorry, my headphone died. That man has the power to deny his daughter to that man, for one, and he must be compensated because that man defiled his daughter against his wishes. So the man has to not only pay a payment of a dowry, a marriage dowry to the father for violating his daughter or his possession, but the father also has the right to tell him, you can't marry my daughter, nigga, because you went around me, and you owe me a fee for violating my possession of my daughter. So that goes into protecting the women. But nonetheless, that further proves my point that the men hold the keys to everything. Even to the woman's virginity, he holds the key to that. Her being married, he holds the key to that. So the Bible substantiates my point that was argued by two women. So thank you for pointing that scripture. That actually substantiates what I was saying. But
There's one more.
biblically speaking, the father had the right to deny any man that goes around him and bangs his daughter against his wishes, and that man must be compensated for his daughter being defiled against his wishes, and he can't marry his daughter.
She says not true. Jacob worked for years for a wife.
But listen,
The
Jacob went to
father
the
had to
father
say,
first.
yeah.
Jacob went to the father first. He worked for the father for 7 years to get Rachel. He went to the father. He didn't sleep with her first. This is going into a man that goes around the father and bangs her outside the father's consent. Laban, when Jacob came, he worked for Laban for 14 years. That's not what that's talking about. Who's back chatting you this stuff?
I'm getting back channels from a couple people. There's
They are simple as hell. Tell me simple as hell.
Wait, there's one more. It's in my PTR, but it's from the book of Samuel.
Hey, tell them to
Okay.
raise their hand. Just tell them to
Yeah,
raise
tell
their
them raise
hand and
their
come on
hand. Come on
stage.
stage and show me where
Yeah, tell
Jacob
them
went
to raise their
around
hand.
Laban, his father-in-law, and banged Rachel without her father's consent. That's not scriptural. He worked for him for 14 years to get his wife. He took both his daughters, actually.
Hey, the father even made him marry the oldest daughter first. He couldn't even
Right.
get what he wanted.
Right. And he worked 7 years for the other one.
So the second book of Samuel, verse chapters. Oh
Hey,
my gosh, I'm
don't.
stuttering.
Hey, we got it. We got it. Hey, Dr. Bombshell, we got it. You know, we got a designated reader.
But what do they want? What do they want? Samuel, what? This is fun. What do they want?
It's my PTR. I'm just gonna leave it there.
But what do they want? 2 Samuel 16 what?
Tell. I can't read it if you don't tell me, sis.
I will be his son. I will be his father.
Sis, just tell me the scripture. I'll read it.
Oh, that's 2 Samuel 16:12. That's referring to Solomon.
That's 7:14.
Yeah, that's Nathan to David. What about it?
Basically that the men blame everyone but their own actions.
No, Nathan told David that Solomon was going to be a king and somebody else later on in that scripture. That's nothing to do with what we're talking about in terms of Exodus 22:17 or dowry. That's going into the listen. Let me just clear. Let me just Let me clear this thing. Let me just clear this up. Biblically speaking, sis, when you read the Bible, women were never independent. Men were always over the women, always, in terms of a father, then the husband. That's why in marriage, biblically speaking, traditionally, whenever a sister gets married, the father passes her on to the husband, to the son, to the husband, because the same responsibility that a father has over his daughter is passed on to the husband. And then when God forbid, if the husband and wife get together, and the husband, for the most part, dies before the wife, then once she passes on, she gets old and her sons are grown, then her sons take care of her, or whatever. If not the sons that take care of her, then the elders take care of her. The elder or the husband dies, the widows are taken care of. Women always had men take care of them. Men traditionally have a head over the woman in every aspect of their life. The men were involved, whether they were married, unmarried, or widowed. It's just biblical.
But the problem is that sisters today, y'all have been given a false sense of being independent, which you're not, because every single privilege you have was given to you by men, which happen to not look like your men. And because of this privilege and this privilege you guys have received, y'all have become emboldened and empowered enough to the point where, because the men that did give you the privileges you have that doesn't look like you don't respect the ones that do look like you because they have no power. They're powerless. That's what all this bully boils down to. Your men have no
Okay.
power, and so therefore you don't respect them. And I'm not talking about you. I'm speaking as a whole. That's why Kevin Samuels received such slack. I'm not saying everything he said was right, because it was not. But he made a point that women having PhDs and getting all these educations and degrees and so forth has given them a false sense of entitlement to things that doesn't make any sense, that's not rational, and he would challenge it, and they would lose arguments with him, and eventually he gained a hateful audience because he would force women to have to think and be realistic, because a lot of times TV and media and social media give y'all a false sense of reality. Not you, we're speaking in general. And that's what Kevin Samuels is attacking, and that's what he's hated for. Give me first Ezra 5 and
So
72.
you're using
Watch.
scriptures to support this man's judgment?
I'm getting no,
Who's
no,
who's to
no.
say?
Listen
Okay,
carefully. I'm gonna say it again.
I heard you, but
I said not everything that he said I agree with. When I'm simply pointing out the things that he did say that did make sense, I agreed with. I'm saying a lot of the things that a lot of women, for example, sisters today, that are not nines and tens, like they say they're nines and tens, it's true. They're not. They'll say, well, I'm 9, I'm a 10, and they're not. It's logical. Just for example, let me give you an example. Women who are overweight, right? They'll call them big and beautiful, right? That's the term. And if you say they're fat, you're fat shaming. A fat man, you can't say you're fat shaming him. He's just fat. Y'all don't say he's big and beautiful. No one calls big men big and beautiful. Y'all call him teddy bear. That's nothing to do with him being handsome. He's just big and soft and fat. So that's the example of what I'm talking about. Now, what did I ask you again?
5 and 72 or 73?
Yes.
Yes. The book of First Esdras, chapter 5 and verse 73. And by their secret plots and popular persuasions and commotions, they hindered the finishing of the building all the time that King Cyrus lived.
He says by their secret plots and popular persuasions. Secret plots and popular persuasions. That goes into the media. That goes into the influence of the fashion, the feminism and so forth. All that stuff is all encompassed into our sisters' influence. How they dress, how they walk. All these things comes from television and magazines and media. It's not of your own mind. No sisters these days have their own mind. Their mind is based upon Instagram, social media. It's all influence, and it's not righteous influence. It's unrighteous influence. It's TV. It's Caucasian persuasion. That's all it really boils down to. And so whenever that particular influence is opposed or challenged, women get defensive and they get angry because the world supports it and the Bible doesn't. So Kevin Samuels would make certain biblical points that I would agree with, that we agree with, that I'm presenting now. That I agree with. Certain things he said that was not biblical, I would say no, I can't agree with that. Like he would say, if you can't find joy with the black woman, go find joy with other races. We're against that. We say stick to your own kind, go with your own women. So there's a number of things that he says that I can't list on top of my head that he said that was disagreeable. But there are certain things that he did say on a biblical basis that I'm like, yes, that makes perfect sense. The false sense of being gorgeous. For example, if you see a guy and he's ugly as hell, he's missing teeth, he got one arm, but he say he's a 9. You know he's not a freaking 9. He's 300 pounds. He's broke. Y'all gonna tell a nigga he's broke and he's a dusty. But when we tell y'all these things, if it flips it around, we're misogynist, we're fat shaming. So it's a bias, and it all goes back to media. It all goes back to brainwashing. Feminism, which is that's not your fight. That's not your battle. That has nothing to do with y'all, like I said earlier. Land my plane.
Okay. Hey, EU definitely brought it out. Any other moderators want to come in? All right, let's keep going through the queue. We got a little bit of time left, but before we do that, let's plug the room. This is Biblical Smoke. Let's hashtag that on Twitter. and make sure that you're sharing it on your social media platforms. If you're interested in any institutional learning or any getting study guides on get some of the knowledge that was coming across this stage, just email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. All right, let's continue with the queue. I'm going to have problems saying your name. Sis Adasuwa. Adasuwa, did I
Yeah,
pronounce it correctly?
yeah, you did. Hi everyone.
Okay.
Amazing room. No, I think the point I wanted to raise, I think you guys just discussed about it because, the whole, like, in order for the man to reap the good of submission and or obedience from the woman, the man has to be a man of faith, So I think you guys kind of addressed that, and to be honest, I think the reason why most women had a problem with what Kevin would have said was the fact that these are women that were raising boys that were always constantly telling those boys, "You look like your father. You're just like your father." And men, then these boys then grow up to be men, and then didn't really get that respect from a woman from the home, and they feel like they feel oppressed per se. And then when they get it, so this is why a lot of men would have be on the side of Kevin, because the problem here is the fact that they love single mothers raising men, and these women are hurt. And when you're hurt and you raise you're a parent, you raise hurt kids. It just, even if you do try to not do that, you always have, you need God with you to constantly, the Holy Spirit to constantly remind you when you're doing something, to constantly convict you of when you're doing when you're in that space where you're almost comparing them to their father, or telling them, because at the end of the day, the kids they didn't have the choice to come to life. You brought them to life, and it's not fair for you. So I say to say in a short time, I say the reason why a lot of men resonate with what Kevin was saying is because they felt that they were not being heard, and they probably were raised from a single parent's household where the mother constantly, when they get angry or when they get frustrated with life, or when they get like they have to do 10 jobs or they have to do whatever, they constantly remind them of how deadbeat their dad is per se, right? So these boys grow up to be men that would then um, further on to go hurt people, because they don't have an example of what a family unit should be like. So I think that's what I wanted to say.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Moderators, have anything y'all want to get from that? We appreciate your input. All right, let's move down the queue. We run, we getting close to that time. Let's go to Beautiful. All right. Do you have any input for the topic tonight or this morning? Black woman rejoice over Kevin Samuel's death, or anything that has been said on the stage thus far.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to talk real fast. Basically, I'm sad because I'm a big fan of Kevin Samuel. I've been on you guys' stage already. Kevin Samuel changed my life, actually helped my relationship. I was one of those women who thought that, I could talk however I feel. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. So we have this thing and tendency, us Black women, where we feel like we could speak however we feel. And until I ended up in a relationship about 5 years ago, where my man does not tolerate the talk back disrespect, especially when he's the one providing for me. So it's like I'm seeing like a lot of women like congratulating and celebrating. That shit hurts, because at the end of the day, he's still a human being. Like, what about just him being a human being? Like, I think people are forgetting the bigger picture. So that's basically what I have to say. I feel ashamed for a lot of Black women. A lot of women, like when I get into these rooms and I speak on like women shutting the fuck up, excuse my language, or like women like letting your man lead. Because when it comes push to shove, I hear a lot of women wanting a man to do this and that for them, but then what is it that they're providing for their man? So it was like when I got into my relationship with my guy, he's in the music industry. I'm a breast cancer survivor. I pushed aside my podcast at the time to push him into the studio. That's just me. A lot of friends and family of mine didn't support me for that, but we came so far. And I feel like at the end of the day, losing Kevin Samuel, I feel like I'm gonna be one of those women on my platform to continue what he has provided, because, like I said, he changed my life. And it's so crazy because me and my husband was just saying that too. Like, we would want him to be a part of our wedding because we've watched him from day one. And like, I was one of those women who was against Kevin Samuels. I was against, men trying to tell us what to do. But then it became like a problem in my relationship. Seriously, like, I'm not getting anywhere with my man, like disrespecting him or like not letting him be the man. And plus, I have a son who's 14, and he's been in my son's life since he was 10. So it's like, I wouldn't want my son to be with no female like how I used to be. So it was like a lot with the Kevin Samuel stuff, and a lot of women could, be combative with me and go back and forth with me on stage a lot. And I don't mind it because I like to put people in their place anyway. Because I have the outcome because I'm about to get married. So it's like, I feel like women need to learn to listen and be quiet. That's really what I got to say.
You did blaze through, but you also hit some great and heavy points. We appreciate you. Beautiful. We appreciate you. Let's go to Cash. Cash Minotti. Love. You there? You wait. All right, we're going to scoot on down. We're going to go to D'Angelo. D'Angelo, you there?
Yes, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm doing
Appreciate
all
you.
right. D'Angelo. You heard a lot of stuff. I'm assuming you been in the room the whole time.
Yeah, for a good portion.
Okay. So you got to hear a lot of conversation. A lot of scriptures come out. What's your thoughts?
My thoughts on this. This is a bigger play being had right now, especially with women very angry, very like they celebrating over the death of Kevin Samuels. I've seen it a lot actually. Some of the hateful comments that have come out. This is all about the destruction of accountability, and they're using the women to do it. You have to pay attention. Like I know as we read the scriptures, we believe that we're fighting against powers in high places. That's why we need the Most High on our side. And I think Most High for giving me eyes to be able to see what's going on. In order to see the chessboard, you got to respect your opponent. And I respect my opponent's movements by acknowledging he's there. Roe versus Wade just dropped, right? Controversial court case overturned. Women are already like super emotional. They're angry. They're looking somewhere to throw their anger and their hate at. And then all of a sudden, Kevin Samuels dies. In fact, it's crazy. I was in that live last night when he was on last night. I don't know why. I don't usually watch him live. I usually catch the highlights, but I watched him live that night, and I listened to the conversation he gave. The conversations were talking about women being more accountable for their actions and keeping their legs closed and different things like that. When you talk about controversial topics in the soft society we live in today, where everything that talks about accountability is taboo, you upset the women. So I believe this move right here, not many people can see this or even believe what I'm talking about, but I believe this is a move to furthermore juice up the women, because we know civil wars is on the rise and people going to start going crazy in the streets and fighting each other. But this is more to add fuel to the fire to me. So that's what I'm seeing so far. But this has been some good conversation. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Shalom.
Appreciate you, D'Angelo. We appreciate you. I went through the queue. Moderators, do y'all have anything to bring
Hey,
out?
yeah.
Z,
What,
be real.
what's going on, man?
Y'all late, man. Y'all
Hey,
late
what's
as
going
hell,
on?
man.
I'm just here for the smoke, man. I've been listening to this foolishness all night from these simple ass women. But I'm gonna give y'all a scripture here, cause the things you do in your flesh, you got to answer to God for. Get that in Sirach chapter 8, verse 7. And look what God says. This is for you hateful ass black women, for somebody that was trying to help you out. But I realized a long time ago, you can't help people that don't want to be helped. Half you women want to be baby mamas because you ain't got no responsibility to nobody that's grown. A damn baby don't know that you a trash ass mama until it gets older. But a man does. That's why you just take a baby from him and you won't be married to him. And you hated that about Kevin Samuels because he called you out on it. Give me that Sirach chapter 8 verse 7. Look what God say. The book of Sirach chapter 8 and verse 7. Rejoice not over thy greatest enemy being dead. Read. But remember that we all die. And wow, look at that. And that's what a lot of you black women doing, especially in the comments that we've seen. If this is true, we don't know. He might be a publicity stunt, who knows, but he might really be dead. God said, rejoice not over thy greatest enemy. And you all perceived Kevin Samuel as your greatest enemy. Many of you all did, because he was straight up with you. And America has been lying to you black women for a long time. Your overinflated egos. You think you're more valuable than you are. Your black man ain't nothing, so you'll go and you'll be with white man and Chinese man and whatever, and you shit on your own black man. Your overinflated ego. You rejoice over your greatest enemy. He said, remember that we die all. Why would he say, remember that we die all? Because you're going to have to meet your maker too one day. And as much as you claim Kevin Samuel was misogynistic and all this shit, you ain't right either. And your ass gonna get the same judgment that he gonna get when he stands before Christ for not doing what thus saith the Lord says. And you know what's gonna happen? Your book of life is gonna be opened. That you rejoiced over someone that you perceived as your enemy, and that's gonna be added on to your eternal damnation. And God's going to be justified in it because he's recorded your thoughts. He's recorded your words that came out of your mouth. And you forgot that you got to meet your maker too. So I just wanted to bring that out because I'm just here for the smoke. And I know time's almost up. So go ahead, Yosef.
Thank you, Z.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead,
Man.
E.
Look at Galatians 4:16.
Hey, E, you coming a little low.
I'm sorry, headphones dying, man. Galatians 4:16.
Yes, sir. The book of Galatians, chapter 4 and verse 16. Am I therefore become your enemy because I tell you the truth?
That's what happened with Kevin Samuels. The same thing. He became the enemy because he told the truth. That's what happened. You know?
I kind of have a question.
And
You know,
who was that? Who was that just spoke?
it was Dr. Bombshell.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Dr. Bombshell. About to get to you. Just give me 2 seconds just to say this. Definitely been a smoky night. E, Z, all the moderators, y'all been holding it down. Let's go. Dr. Bombshell, give you the space to give your comment.
I was just gonna say, do you think most women are like that because they are constantly broken down by black men?
No.
Can I answer that?
Yep,
Don't
Turn it
attack
down,
me.
man.
Question.
They constantly, you keep saying constantly broken down by a black man. The definition. You got Dr. Bombshell in your name. What's the definition of insanity, doctor?
Oh no, I get you. I understand, but I asked you, do you think most of our women are like that because they have been broken down by black men?
I'm asking you the question. What's the definition of insanity? It's going to answer your question. What's the definition of insanity?
When you keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Okay, then. So, are black men really breaking them down? Hell no. Women know what they doing. You know what you doing going in there. You keep going. You keep messing with the same no good ass niggas cause you don't like nice guys. You want a thug. You want a scammer. You want one of them niggas.
They want Quavo. They want Quavo
You
in the
want
future.
Quavo. You want that fantasy life. You're not okay with a man that got a decent damn job and go to work every day and come home with a paycheck. You want fast money because you done lived your life through movies. It ain't that the man breaking you down. You broke down
Hold on,
yourself.
Paul. Don't say you, because I didn't say it was me.
No, we're speaking in general. In general, in general, in general, sis. In general, in general.
Not
We
talking
don't
about
know you.
you. I'm talking about women. About the man that's breaking you down because you attract what you are. You broken down. Don't put that on the man. That's your self-esteem, like Cat Williams said 10 years ago. You broken down, so therefore you attract man that ain't shit, and you keep the same cycle going on because you don't value yourself. Why? Because you're trying to keep up with the standards of your oppressor. That's why many black women, you straighten your hair. God didn't make your hair like that. He didn't do that. God didn't bleach your skin. You bleach your skin. God didn't give you a certain size ass. You go get a damn Brazilian ass. It's because you got low self-esteem. You don't know who you are and what God requires of you. But that's what we do on Biblical Smoke, night in and night out. We bring to remembrance that you black people, you Hispanic people, and Native Indians, that you are the Israelites that the Bible speaks of. And you got a purpose here on earth. And it is not to envy your oppressor and keep up with the ways of the world.
I
God
agree with that.
actually commands you not to do those things. So, to answer your question, women don't act like that because men are broken down. Women act like that because they have low self-esteem of not knowing who they are. And many men are in that same predicament as well. We do things because we don't have any value on our life, going through life not knowing who we are until Christ pulls his spirit on us and he reminds us that we are the Israelites, we gods upon earth. And it's a certain standard that we have to live by every day in and day out because we represent him. We are the physical embodiment of God on earth. Therefore, when we understand those things, we do not bring ourselves down to the level that the world wants to see us at. We rise above that to the level that God wants us at. And that's why y'all had problems talking to us all night, because you ain't never met a man that know he's God on earth. I mean, my mic.
Hey, Z, just before you go, Dr. Bombshell, just on the point that you just brought out, can I give you Sirach 26 and 26? Because what you said was absolutely scriptural.
Yeah,
Um,
and it's true.
could you, Daz, could you read that for Z?
Yes, sir. The book of Sirach, chapter 26 and verse 26. A woman that honoreth her husband shall be judged wise of all. But she
Uh,
that dis- but she that dishonoreth him in her pride shall be counted ungodly of all.
give Sirach 26:23.
I'm sorry. The book of Sirach, chapter 26 and verse 23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord.
Z, does that apply to what you just said?
Hey, he sound like he driving, but yeah, that
Okay.
definitely applies. You know, because a woman will say she getting beat down, but these women know what they choosing. They know they only can talk to a guy from the hours of 9 to 5. After 5 o'clock, he stopped answering his phone. They done been on dates, but they ain't never been to his house. And then they find out that he married, and they crying. It's like you already knew he was married. Like you knew he was married. Like what you mean you didn't know? You never talked to him
Judge,
at night.
and that goes into why they hate Kevin Samuel so much, because he challenged them to be better than what they actually were. Because the whole theme of how he got famous was that all these women want high value man, but you're a trash ass woman. You don't know how to cook. You don't know how to raise no kids. You ain't got no education. You don't know how to control your mouth. But you want a man that makes six figures. and he challenged you like, no, you can't be on that same level as that man when you ain't there mentally with him. And that's you're getting wicked man because you wicked, and they didn't want to hear that. And that's what it was, because you have been accepted by man your whole life because you got ass and titties. Every man will have sex with you with ass and titties. That don't mean he gonna marry you. And he called you out on it, and you hated him for it. And that's why you rejoice that he's gone, he's a word. Kevin Samuels, for y'all that don't know, Kevin Samuels is the worldly, carnal side of what we do. We bring biblical scriptures about the actions of our peoples and back it up with the word of God that you can't refute it. He did it on a worldly sense, and that's why you hated him. You'll hate us too. And I've told the brothers that I'm with right now, when the time comes that y'all kill us, because it's biblical, you're going to rejoice when we get killed, because you're going to think you're doing God's service, because we're going to tell you, thus saith the Lord, but we're going to have scriptures to back it up, and you're going to rejoice that we did when that time comes. I mean, like,
Here's the thing. The thing is, Kevin Samuels, he was trying to help. And the funny thing is that when you examine the Bible, they rejoice when Christ got killed too, and Christ is trying to help. And Christ, whenever brothers speak the truth, our people are the main ones that rejoice when we get killed speaking it. The other nations go, wow, he made some good points. But for some odd reason, when it comes to our people speaking the truth to our people, and we die speaking it, our people are the main ones that rejoice. They rejoice when Christ got killed, Christ got lynched for hours on the cross. Because his own people hated the truth he spoke. Malcolm X got gunned down on stage in front of his wife and kids because of the truth he spoke. Martin Luther King because of the truth he spoke, to an extent. Okay? Huey P. Newton, the same thing. There's no rejoice at that point. But the point is that our people are the main ones, the main culprits that rejoice whenever truth is spoken, especially when we're trying to speak to you and help you, try to protect you. They're like, nah, nigga, you're not kissing my ass. You're not catering to me. You're not pandering to me. So you hate me. You're a misogynist. And then y'all sit there and you go out there and you mess around a bunch of men and get ran through and get babies up to the shop inside of you that the man doesn't want, and now you know it is what it is.
I think Carnitha wanted to speak. Could we hear from what she had to say? Because I think she had a point. I'm sorry, but I'm just curious what she had to say.
1 second, Rich. Z got the
yeah,
floor real quick.
I don't know who was that. That all. Ezekiel 3, because this is backing up what E said. When that time comes that you rejoice over our death, I want this to prick your heart and to know that a prophet has been among you. Ezekiel 3, and I think it's 16, 17.
Yes.
Yep, start.
Start at verse 16. Yes, sir. The book of Ezekiel, chapter 3 and verse 16. And it came to pass at the end of 7 days that the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. Therefore, hear the word at my mouth, and give them warning from me.
You see, Kevin Samuel did it on the carnal side. He didn't have the scriptures. He wasn't endowed with the Spirit of God like the man you've been speaking to all night that can give you warning from God with scripture after scripture after scripture and be justified in what they saying. He was doing it on the carnal sense because he's like, man, it's a problem out here. These black women out here are baby mamas. Nobody's marrying them. And they got overinflated egos thinking they the shit when they ain't got fake eyebrows, you got fake hair, you got fake asses, you got fake titties, and you think you the shit. Now he said, I got to do something from where he stood. And that's what he did. He did a damn good job of it. But we doing it on a biblical side that we are giving you warning from God. Keep reading.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Z. I was reading in 3, and you said Ezekiel 33, right?
No, I said Ezekiel 3. Yep.
Okay. Yes, sir. Ezekiel chapter 3 and verse 18. When
No,
I
read
say unto
16 again.
And it came to pass at the end of 7 days that the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. Therefore, hear the word at my mouth and give them warning from me.
Keep reading.
When I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, and thou givest not warning, nor speakest to warn the wicked from his wicked way, to save his life.
To do
The
what?
same to save his life.
That's why we give you warning from God. That's why we give you scriptures to let you know that how E has been saying all night. Biblically, the man's the head of the household. Biblically, life comes from man. Biblically, you take on the man's name. He's been saying that all night. To do what? To save your life. That's what Kevin Samuel was trying to do on his end, but we doing it with the Bible. We doing it with the words of God that you're gonna have to answer for on Judgment Day because you've heard it. You heard it tonight. But our job, we've been here all night, is trying to save your life from yourself because we don't want to see you being baby mamas. Righteous man don't want to see you hoard out, pimped out, drugged out, and used and abused. But if you reject the help that's coming from God, there's no more that we can do for you. You in the hands of God. And when you get into the hands of God, he got one or two judgments for you. God's first thought is death. That's God's first thought. That's why he sent Christ, so he can give you mercy and grace to get right. But God's first thought when you get into the hands of God is kill him. Go back and read the Bible. That's his first
Z,
thought. Go
hey
ahead.
Z, we running short. We're going to be closing out in like a minute.
All right.
Just so you know.
So we here to save your life. Email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com and get the study packets and website and whatever, so you can tune in and you can save your own life because you're gonna have to answer for your life on Judgment Day. Go ahead, Yosef.
And then
All
can I
right.
add this Cornita? You
We actually we got to close out. So sis Karithna,
Yeah, yo,
if
yeah,
you
go
could
ahead
that's
and
just
shut it down before we lose the replay. Hey,
yeah,
we
yeah.
appreciate
So
all y'all.
go
Y'all
ahead.
catching, tuned in. All right, so go ahead and shut it down.
yeah.
Come back
So
tomorrow. Come back
we're gonna
tomorrow. Come
shut
back
the
tomorrow.
room down. We're gonna shut the room down. Hey, we appreciate y'all for contributing to Biblical Smoke. Stay tuned for another night of it. We're gonna start it up again next week. All right, y'all. Shalom.
Jesus is Lord. He's coming.